As I thought, the martial heaven continent's fate is not yet doomed. Even a sovereign has appeared. All kinds of karma have been entangled, but there is still a seed of hope left for the martial heaven continent. The sovereign did not wish for a war between the people of the continent. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled as she watched Long Chen and the others leave. Her words were heard by others, and their hearts shook. It seemed that according to Taoist Heavenly Feather, if they had really fought just now, the martial heaven continent would have been doomed. The sovereign had managed to prevent huge casualties from appearing, but Long Chen had refused to stop there. It was only when Dong Minju suffered the god's curse that Long Chen had no choice but to leave to help her. This battle hadn't seen its true end. However, just thinking about this battle gave people goosebumps. No one had thought that Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion would be enough to contend against the entire world's heavenly geniuses. They also hadn't thought that Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion possessed the power to destroy the world. Everyone had underestimated the Dragonblood Legion and Long Chen. If it weren't for Dong Minju, Long Chen would have led his Dragonblood Legion into a battle to the death. People could imagine just what that kind of conclusion that would result in. The majority of the continent's heavenly geniuses would have died here. If such a thing occurred, then when the Dark Era descended, the devastated martial heaven continent would not have the power to protect itself. It would be destroyed. Just as everyone was thinking about various thoughts, the void rumbled. An ancient war chariot flew through the air, and a banner fell from it. The banner landed on the ground with a thump. After that, startled cries rang out as people recognized it. The banner was the color of fresh blood. At its center were 4 rings, all of them different colors. At the center of the rings was the divine character. The 4 divines writ. It hasn't appeared in countless years. Now it's showing up again. Taoist Heavenly Feather sank into deep thought. Just as everyone was shocked amongst the crowd, Dai Long smiled oddly. Suddenly, one of the giant magical beast corpses on the battlefield moved, causing everyone to jump. That magical beast had been Meng Qi's housepet. Why was it moving again? In the next instant the corpse vanished, revealing Wilda. He had collected the corpse and was in the midst of cleaning up the battlefield. While the rest of the Dragonblood Legion had gone, he had stayed behind. There were too many corpses here. Long Chen had no time to tidy them up, so he left Wilda to pick what he wanted. Wilda walked up to one of the sea demon corpses and took a bite. He then spat it out. It seemed that it wasn't to his taste, and he went to pick some other sea demon corpses. Put those down, or I'll beat you to death. Just at this moment, the Xuanhuan beasts began to go through the battlefield as well, wanting to take the corpses of their fellow Xuanhuan beasts. Wilda's demand infuriated them. He was viewing the corpses of their fellow Xuanhuan beasts as food. Wilda let them go. They're only taking the corpses of their own people. They won't touch the sea demon corpses, called out the old man. He didn't want Wilda to start another fight here. Wilda didn't say anything further since the old man had spoken. There were plenty of sea demon corpses for him to pick from. He picked out those with the strongest physical bodies, always taking a bite first to test their blood qi. If they were strong, he would gather them, and if they weren't, he would toss them aside. The other experts began to go through the battlefield as well. Seeing their comrades dead, quite a few of them raged with killing intent. Many of their old friends no longer had a corpse to find. On the other hand, the Martial Heaven Alliance hadn't lost a single person. They had only used the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. As for the Dragonblood Legion, only a few hundred experts of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had died. The proportion of their losses was completely one-sided. The number losses amongst the heavenly geniuses of the junior generation, as well as the old monsters of the senior generation, numbered over 1 million. That was an incredibly tragic loss. Xuanhuan and the others all had dark expressions. This battle had been a complete loss for them, while Long Chen had managed to soar. The black qi on the Pill Fairy's forehead had yet to scatter. The divine seal that Dong Minju had placed on her was still present, so she was still unable to use her power. If Dong Minju had not had mercy, the Pill Fairy would have died. That was the terror of an assassination. On the entire battlefield, Dong Minju was the most terrifying. Perhaps she was the only one in this world who had a chance to kill Long Chen. Regretfully, she was willing to betray her very god for Long Chen. That was something people still had trouble believing. However, they also knew that Dong Minju's death was just a matter of time. There was no one in this world who could break a god's curse. The price for betraying a god was a deadly one. Far off in the distance was a man with a giant die spinning behind him. He held a pile of dominoes in his hand. This person was the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao, Hu Feng. He smiled and put away the dominoes. I won the gamble. That really was a frightening battle. Hu Feng muttered to himself and vanished without a trace. No one on the battlefield noticed his existence. The various experts cleaned up the battlefield. Only the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts didn't need to do anything. That was because this battlefield didn't belong to them. The Martial Heaven Alliance has no need for traitors, but we won't lump people together and kill you all. If you have a righteous heart and swear before the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet to be forever loyal to the righteous path, the gates to the Martial Heaven Alliance will be open to you, announced Yi Lingshan just as Jianying was preparing to leave. Her voice resounded through the battlefield. Countless disciples standing in the neutral camp twitched. They were sorely tempted. Many people had been forced to leave the Martial Heaven Alliance simply due to the orders of the sect leaders or people in charge. They couldn't choose for themselves. But today, Yi Lingshan was reopening the doors to the disciples that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance. They were originally disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and although they weren't standing on opposite sides now, just standing in the neutral camp while the Martial Heaven Alliance was fighting was a kind of betrayal. For Yi Lingshan to once more invite them to join her made them feel very emotional. But at that moment, the elders of the various sects began to order their disciples to leave. If all those disciples left, then their sects would become empty shells of no value. No one would care about them. As everyone scattered, the old man took charge of Wilda. Long Chen had told him not to leave Wilda alone, or he would get lost. Everyone left, but the sovereign seal remained at the entrance of the yin-yang seal. It hadn't been broken by the impact of the chi flow stream. It simply floated there, like a spectator watching everything before it. The battle of the chi flow eruption had shaken the entire Martial Heaven continent. This had been the most intense competition of chi flow in the continent's history. Even the sea demon race had participated in it. In the end, though, the strongest expert of the sea demon race was forced to run like a ray. Even one of his horns had been torn off. Their giant army had taken heavy losses. The Stone Emperor's descendant and the Blood Emperor's daughter had both been killed. Their heroic spirits had been brought out as a result and destroyed with the wave of a sovereign's hand. The Dragonblood Legion that Long Chen led had managed to hold out against over half the world's power. Their fame reached new levels. To be able to call himself brother to a sovereign, he was definitely the first. All the experts of the continent discussed this matter for days. Long Chen, Dong Minju, Wilda, Yue Zifeng, Gu Ran, Meng Qi, Yizhikyu, Liu Ruyan, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, all their names were spoken on the streets. Everyone had borne witness to the Dragonblood Legion's terrifying power. Other than the battle, the other thing that people discussed was the Four Divines Writ. The Four Divines Writ was an unknown existence to many people. Only some sects with very ancient inheritances knew some rumors about it. Legend had it that there was an extremely mysterious force above the Martial Heaven continent known as the Divine Families. According to the records, after the era of the sovereigns, there were 4 divine families protecting the Martial Heaven continent. When the Martial Heaven continent faced a tribulation it could not endure, experts of the divine families would appear to help the continent pass through that tribulation. However, after helping the continent through the tribulation, the divine families would vanish without a trace. It was impossible to track them. They remained a mysterious existence. The divine families almost never had any communication with the Martial Heaven continent. Everyone had questions about what kind of existence they were, or if they even existed. The appearance of the Four Divines Writ caused huge waves. Originally, people had been very worried about how they would survive the Dark Era, but the Four Divines Writ amplified their confidence. The large sects began to warn their disciples that the appearance of the Four Divines Writ indicated that the divine families would be participating in the upcoming tribulation. They were not to offend the divine families. If they offended the divine families, all that remained for them was death. No one would be able to protect them. The arrival of disciples of the divine families could be a huge opportunity for the Martial Heaven continent's disciples. If they were talented enough, perhaps they would have a chance of being accepted into the divine families. Many of the heavenly geniuses were drawn to that possibility. They began to research any information they could about the divine families, only to find that that information was in the hands of extremely old powers. The rest of the world had basically never heard of them. Just as the continent was filled with talk about the Chi Flow battle and the Four Divines Writ, Long Chen arrived at the Wine God Palace holding Dong Minju. High priest, I beg you to save my friend. Long Chen arrived in front of the high priest and begged. His impression was that perhaps only the high priest could have the ability to save Dong Minju. Chapter 22, '07 Remnant of the Wine God. The high priest seemed to have been expecting Long Chen's arrival. He indicated for Long Chen to place Dong Minju down and examined her closely. This child's soul has been filled with God energy. For her to be able to retain her own will, her Tao heart is shockingly firm. However, in order to become stronger, she has absorbed too much God energy. Now that she has betrayed her God, her divine punishment is even stronger. The high priest took out a tiny jade bottle. From it, a single drop of liquid slowly flowed out and landed on Dong Minju's lips. Seeing that drop, Long Chen was greatly startled. That liquid was emitting extremely dense divine energy, making him feel very minuscule. The wine god left behind 10 drops of divine wine for us. Now there are only 3 drops left. However, this drop of divine wine is unable to undo the curse of a god. What it can do is postpone the eruption of the curse and give you ample time to prepare, said the high priest. You mean? The curse of a god cannot be broken by a human. However, that does not include you, said the high priest with a smile. The curse of a god has to pass down through the heavenly Taos. As for you, you are disconnected from the heavenly Taos. Do you understand? You mean that I should draw the curse into myself? Asked Long Chen. The high priest nodded. The wine god's divine wine can suppress the curse and condense it into a ball. The best time to extract it will be 3 days from now. However, you should think this through. If you absorb the curse, it doesn't mean that you will be fine just because you aren't a disciple of the killing god and not within the scope of the heavenly Taos. Karma will always find you one day. There's nothing for me to think through. She could do this for me, so I won't hesitate to do the same for her. Long Chen gently brushed his hand against Dong Minju's tender cheek. Dong Minju was in a deep slumber. Her pale face was finally starting to redden, almost like someone who was flushed from drinking alcohol. It seemed that she was dreaming of something beautiful. He thought back to when he had first encountered her. A child that was 3 or 4 years old had managed to trick the killing god for him. Most people were good in this world. A single day of kindness might plant a seed in their hearts that could grow into a towering tree. Long Chen originally hated this world, but he had slowly come to realize that this world had many beautiful things worth protecting. Big brother. A tender voice rang out, and a girl in a green dress and 2 small braids framing her face ran in. She immediately threw herself into Long Chen's embrace. Big brother, you're back. I really missed you. This girl was Long Chen's little sister, Long Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu was already 10 years old and was as tall as Long Chen's waist. Her looks took after her mother, and while on the outside she looked ladylike, her lively eyes sold out her true nature. She was extremely mischievous just like Long Chen, making her parents constantly worry over her. Big brother also missed you. Aya, you grew up quickly, you're very pretty. Long Chen lifted up Long Xiaoyu, feeling a burst of emotion. When he had left the Phoenix Cry Empire, Long Xiaoyu had yet to be born. Now she was already 10. Who is this big sister? Long Xiaoyu curiously looked at Dong Minju. She is. Long Chen was about to explain to Long Xiaoyu when Dong Minju slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the high priest nearby, her expression changed and she instinctively recoiled, a dagger appearing in her hand. Little you, don't be nervous. This is the high priest, he is one of us, said Long Chen. As an assassin, Dong Minju's sense of danger was extremely sharp. Only once Long Chen explained did she put away her dagger. Long Chen held her hand. Don't be nervous. From now on, you are no longer an assassin of the Blood Hall but a member of the Dragon Blood Legion. Hurry and thank the high priest. He was the one who helped suppress the curse. No need for thanks. You can chat first, I'll take my leave. The high priest smiled and left. Long Chen knew the high priest was doing this to avoid arousing suspicion. Long Xiaoyu curiously looked at Dong Minju. Big sister, you look very powerful. Can you teach me how to fight? Upon seeing Dong Minju, who was taller than her, Long Xiaoyu sensed something amazing about her. Although Long Xiaoyu was a novice at cultivation, she felt Dong Minju to be extraordinary. Foolish girl, what's there to learn about fighting? In the Wine God Palace, who are you planning on fighting? Mom or dad? Demanded Long Chen. This girl was always thinking strange things. Dong Minju, let me introduce you to my little sister, Long Xiaoyu. It's really coincidental you both have a U in your names. In an instant, Long Xiaoyu began to act very familiar with Dong Minju. holding her hand and calling her big sister Yu, saying that she wanted to go play with her. However, Long Chen knew that this girl was definitely up to something. When no one else was around, she would definitely ask Dong Minju to teach her a few things. Dong Minju was an assassin. When she made her move, people's lives would cease to exist. Long Xiaoyu couldn't just randomly learn her skills. Long Chen shooed her away, telling her to bring news to their parents to prepare dinner. Only then did Long Xiaoyu run off. Once she was gone, Dong Minju sighed as if relieved of a heavy burden. "You're very tense." Long Chen looked at Dong Minju and smiled comfortingly. She was very nervous to be in such close proximity with Long Xiaoyu. That was related to her profession as an assassin. An assassin could not trust anyone, nor could they allow anyone to approach them, not even the weakest existence. Perhaps in this world, the only one who could lower Dong Minju's guard was Long Chen. Everyone else, including someone as weak as Long Xiaoyu, would make her tense. "Let's go for a walk." Long Chen brought Dong Minju out of the high priest's residence. The wine god palace was still as beautiful as ever. The path wound through the green grass and birds sang from the trees. "Big brother Long Chen, have I made things hard on you?" Dong Minju was apologetic. "What are you talking about? This is a habit of your profession. You'll slowly get used to the change. You'll find that the people beside you will make you feel safe and warm in the future," said Long Chen. "The future," Dong Minju muttered to herself, a sudden trace of sadness appearing in her eyes. "Are you still worried about the god's curse?" "Don't worry, I've found a way to handle it," said Long Chen. Dong Minju shook her head. "Big brother Long Chen, you don't need to console me. Ever since I entered the world of the killing god, I knew this day would come. I've killed too many people and I'm not afraid of death. To be able to truly help you this time, I have no regrets even in death." "Do you really have no regrets? Do you not wish to follow your big brother in overcoming the rest of the world and being free?" asked Long Chen. "It's a nice wish. I wish I could accompany you forever. You're the only one in this world who has treated me well, but I..." Dong Minju held back her tears. She wasn't afraid of death. She had originally made her determination to kill herself when the curse descended upon her so that she wouldn't bring any trouble to Long Chen. She was clearer than anyone on just how terrifying the god's curse was. However, after she had seen Long Chen's eyes full of worry over her, after she had laid in his warm embrace, for the first time, she felt that death was not as simple as she had imagined. Long Chen pulled Dong Minju into his embrace. "Trust in your big brother. As long as your big brother Long does not approve of it, no one can wrest someone from my side, not even a god." The high priest had alerted him about the dangers of this curse, but he didn't fear it. Holding Dong Minju's hand, Long Chen slowly walked through the forest. He asked Dong Minju about the past few years. Dong Minju's only response was killing, killing, and more killing. This was the profession of an assassin. In the training grounds of the assassins, no one had known she was the future divine daughter. The fighting within the Bloodco Hall itself was incomparably cruel. Slaughtering each other was common and even necessary. That was why their assassination missions were always solo. They never worked together with others because they couldn't trust anyone else. Or perhaps the only ones they could trust were their weapons and dead people. Although Dong Minju had put it simply, Long Chen knew that she had to have experienced an unimaginable life during these past few years. Dong Minju was still young, but her heart was aged with things no child should experience. To become the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 assassin was no simple thing. When they passed by Fatty Tu Qianqing's little house, Long Chen found that he wasn't home. When Long Chen asked around, he learned that Tu Qianqing was off wandering. The Wine God Palace really is a good place. There's a roof over your head, food to eat, and freedom to wander about whenever you want. Not seeing Fatty Tu disappointed Long Chen. After being beaten so badly at drinking games that he almost turned hostile, Fatty Tu had still gone to help the heaven-splitting battle sect. Long Chen felt that he needed to properly apologize to him. "It's getting late. Let's go home and eat." Long Chen smiled and pulled Dong Minju to the rear of the Wine God Palace. Chapter 22. 08 The Emotions of the Common Mortals. "Come child, eat some more. These vegetables were all personally grown by me. They're very fresh." Mrs. Long affectionately used her chopsticks to take bits of every dish she had made. She rarely had visitors, so she was very excited by Long Chen and Dong Minju's arrival. With each dish, she explained what vegetables had gone into it and how she had cultivated them. What made Long Chen the most speechless was that his mother had even started raising her own chickens, ducks, and pigs. Everything on the table had been grown by her. "Mom, this is the wine god palace, a sacred place. It's not very suitable for you to raise these." Long Chen felt a bit bitter. Raising livestock within the wine god palace didn't seem to suit its nature. What's not suitable about it? Even the great high priest comes every month to eat a meal with us. He constantly praises my cooking. The high priest even said something about the Tao. Mrs. Long couldn't quite recall what it was. It was that the Tao is hidden within life. It means that many Taos within this world are hidden in plain sight around us. We need to experience all aspects of life to comprehend them. Long Tianxia walked in, holding 2 jugs. "Here, have a taste of my new wine." One of those jugs contained something known as the 100-flower berry wine. It was specifically made by Long Tianxia for Mrs. Long and Long Xiaoyu. In the past, Mrs. Long had complained a great deal about Long Tianxiao's enthusiasm for alcohol. To stop her nagging, Long Tianxiao had come up with this 100-flower berry wine that could nourish the body and improve the complexion. Most importantly, the flavor was particularly good. After drinking it a few times, Mrs. Long found herself looking younger and came to love the wine, and as a result, her complaining ceased. Now Long Tianxiao spent all day making wine, while Mrs. Long spent all day in the garden, and Long Xiaoyu was sent to the Grand Zia schools. They were all doing their part. Their days were all simple but happy. "Little you should try out your uncle's craftsmanship." Long Tianxiao poured some wine into Dong Minju's cup. Long Xiaoyu was delighted because this was the only wine she was allowed to drink, and she didn't get to drink it often. "Little big sister, what's wrong?" Long Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that Dong Minju was crying. I'm fine, thank you." Dong Minju had never experienced the warmth of a family. In her recollection, her father and mother had never even smiled at her. They had only harshly criticized her when she failed to live up to their expectations. There was also an icy whip. The slightest slacking during her training would result in her mother's whip splitting her skin. As for her father, she didn't recall him ever speaking to her. It was like they didn't view her as a child but a tool. Or perhaps she was simply a chip to improve their lot with the killing god. At first, Dong Minju didn't feel that this was odd. That was because the entire Bloodkill Hall was like this. There were no emotions to speak of. However, upon encountering Long Chen, her life had started to change. For the first time, she saw someone that could pity an enemy who harmed them, someone who endured the pain of being stabbed in the heart yet refused to kill the stabber. Later on, she had gradually come into contact with the rest of the world and learned that not everyone was a heartless assassin. Not all parents were that cold to their children. However, even then, those emotions were a distant thing to her. The only person she trusted in this world was Long Chen. Today, she experienced this closeness, this unconditional trust from others. She, who had long since forgotten what it felt like for tears to touch her eyes, once more experienced it, but her mental realm was completely different from the last time. Long Tianxiao and Mrs. Long exchanged a glance, not knowing why Dong Minju would suddenly start crying. "This is just the start. You'll come to realize that this world has many things that can move you. You'll find more things to love in this world," said Long Chen comfortingly. Although Long Chen had never been an assassin, he had profoundly experienced the emotionless way that assassins viewed life. It was a kind of extreme brainwashing that wiped out their emotions. The Bloodkill Hall raised every person to be a killing tool. Dong Minju had always suppressed any feelings of hating her current life or longing for a different one. Today, that suppression was lifted. Dong Minju smiled slightly at his words. Although her appearance was still very young, she was beautiful. After eating, Dong Minju gradually grew accustomed to this atmosphere. Although it hadn't reached the point where she was smiling and talking, at the very least, she wasn't so tense anymore. Mrs. Long purely felt that Dong Minju was a bit emotional because she must have suffered before. Hence, she began to look after her. On the other hand, Long Tianxiao saw some clues and didn't judge her or do anything. He just focused on drinking with his son. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that his father would have such shocking talent at making wine. The realm within this wine was not inferior to the disciples of the wine god palace. When he thought about it, he supposed it was understandable. The wine god palace's disciples had their own past lives. The wine they made expressed those pasts. Long Tianxiao had once been an extremely respected marquis who led the empire's army and protected the people. He had also once lived a glorious life. Now he had shed his armor and returned to being a commoner. All he had experienced had led him to have a high mental realm. If it weren't for his limited natural talent, with that kind of comprehension ability, he might have made shocking advancements in cultivation. After he had a chance to immerse himself in the wine god palace, his wine-making arts progressed rapidly. Long Chen thought back to the past. Perhaps this was all fate. From the day Long Tianxiao accepted Long Chen and raised him as his own child, he and his wife had been fated to be implicated by Long Chen. It was because of Long Chen that the two of them had been forced to leave their home and all the family they had had. They had sacrificed a great deal. To see them being able to live happily here brought Long Chen joy and relief. It was a simple meal, but it had been especially sweet to Dong Minju. After drinking, Long Xiaoyu immediately wanted to bring this new little big sister of hers to the imperial palace to look at the decorative lanterns. However, this suggestion was instantly shot down by Mrs. Long, the reason being that Long Xiaoyu had not done even a bit of her homework today. All she thought about was playing. "Mom, she can be half a day behind in her homework. We have a guest. Xiaoyu is like a host, and to properly treat guests as a host is the right thing for a courteous person." Long Chen smiled. "Fine, fine, but remember to make up for it," said Mrs. Long. Actually, Mrs. Long wasn't really going to say no. She just wanted to give Long Xiaoyu a fright and remind her of her homework. A mischievous child couldn't be given free rein. "Hee, big brother is the best. Little big sister, let's go. Aya, I almost forgot. Mom, can I have some money to buy some sweets for little big sister?" Any trace of tears of resentment in Long Xiaoyu's eyes had vanished without a trace. She extended her childish hands at Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long glared at Long Xiaoyu between laughter and tears. This child switched from crying to laughter in an instant. After that, Mrs. Long gave her 2 gold coins and told her that she could buy anything she liked. In the Grand Zia, the commoners used regular currency. These 2 golden coins were a significant sum to an ordinary commoner. Although Mrs. Long was not lacking money, she didn't want Long Xiaoyu to become entitled. Even if she was a little girl, they had to have some independence. That was why Mrs. Long had asked the Grand Zia's royalty to treat Long Xiaoyu as an ordinary child and not let her feel superior to others. The worst case would be if she was decked in lavish and extravagant gifts. Long Xiaoyu hugged her mother and gave her a kiss. She then ran out while holding Dong Minju's hand. Her laughter rang out from the path, making Long Chen smile. The arrival of Long Xiaoyu had brought his family much merriment. Long Chen wanted to thank Long Xiaoyu for bringing his family a sense of completion and joy. "I'll go tell the imperial bodyguards to look after their safety," said Long Tianxiao. Although the high priest never mentioned anything about Long Chen's dire straits to Long Tianxiao, ever since their kidnapping in the eastern wasteland, Long Tianxiao had become particularly careful not to have any of them used as hostages against Long Chen. "No need to worry. With her present, no one can threaten their safety," said Long Chen. What kind of joke was that? With the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 assassin present, safety was no issue. His father was actually treating Dong Minju as a regular child without realizing that she was an existence that terrified countless experts. This couldn't be blamed on Long Tianxiao. Dong Minju's face was quite innocent, looking just like a delicate maiden. No one would imagine that she could kill without even blinking. Even when she had revealed her face in front of the yin-yang world, people still didn't dare to believe their eyes. After chatting with his parents for a while, Long Chen learned that his mother was always dissatisfied with how naughty Long Xiaoyu was and how she didn't properly do her homework. Long Tianxiao had always been a steady figure, but after Long Xiaoyu was born, the two of them were given constant headaches by just how naughty she was. Although Long Chen had been naughty as well, it hadn't been so exaggerated. Long Chen smiled. "Xiaoyu is just like me. The only reason I wasn't so naughty was because I wasn't qualified." When he was just a child, the Long family had been thrown into a tumultuous situation. He had been forced to be a good child to avoid causing more trouble for his family. But now, Long Xiaoyu could cause as much trouble as she wanted. With the wine god palace as support, there was no need to suppress her childish nature. Long Chen even suspected that his character might not have been influenced by the pill sovereign's memories, but due to how hard he had suppressed himself as a child. After talking with his parents, Long Chen stood and left for the high priest's residence. He felt that the high priest had wanted to tell him something before, but hadn't had a good chance to say it. Chapter 22, 09 Immemorial Spirit Race. "Come sit." When Long Chen arrived, the high priest had prepared the wine. In the wine god palace, there had to be wine for treating guests. It was just like tea in the rest of the world. Long Chen sat. High priest, it seemed that you had some advice for this little one before. The high priest smiled and shook his hand. I wouldn't call it advice. There are just some things I should inform you about. With the young lady from the Bloodco Hall present, it wasn't convenient for me to say anything, so I left it until now. This relates to how you should extract the divine seed. You can test it out yourself. The high priest handed Long Chen a strip of beast hide, but before Long Chen could read it, the high priest continued. Did you know? Just as you left the battlefield, the four divines writ came down. The four divines writ, what is that? Asked Long Chen. The four divines writ is a symbol of the divine family's communication. Counting this time, it has only appeared 3 times throughout history, said the high priest. Divine families, as in families of all gods, Long Chen jumped in shock. The high priest shook his head. No, the divine families have nothing to do with gods. The divine aspect is merely a respectful way to refer to their position. Only then did Long Chen feel a bit better. If there were entire families of gods, then they would definitely exceed his current understanding. The high priest continued, the divine families are actually an extremely ancient race called the immemorial spirit race. It is said that they have preserved the human race's purest, most original bloodline. They have the talent to innately awaken their spirit blood as soon as they are born. They are born Empyreans with awakened bloodlines, exclaimed Long Chen. No, not all of them are Empyreans. They are simply born with the spirit blood that allows them to awaken their manifestation. Others have to awaken their manifestation step by step, and they stimulate their bloodline at the end to form a resonance with their manifestation. In the cultivation world, there is something called essence and function. The manifestation is function, while spirit blood is essence. Only once you have the essence can you have the function. But for most of us, we have to use the function to slowly awaken our essence. That is because our bloodlines are no longer pure. But the immemorial spirit race's people have their spirit blood naturally woken. As long as they are not lazy, at least half of them end up becoming Empyreans with awakened manifestations. They're that powerful. This was Long Chen's first time hearing of such a terrifying existence on the martial heaven continent. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Others had to cultivate with their lives on the line, while for them, as long as they weren't lazy, they could reach the same level. Long Chen, do you know the prerequisites to become a sovereign? Asked the high priest. Long Chen shook his head. The spirit blood is the guide, the spirit root is the seed, and the spirit bone is the foundation. When all 3 are together, the Tao will manifest within the body and cause the heavens to acknowledge them. That is a sovereign, said the high priest profoundly. I'm not interested, I don't have any of that. Long Chen shrugged. Although he had been prepared for that, he was still irritated. He had originally had those requirements, but they had been stolen by someone. Even now, he didn't know who had done it. High priest nodded. Spirit blood is only the simplest requirement and the guide. The real problems are the spirit root and spirit bone. That is also often called the root bone by others. The spirit root is something you know. It is categorized into 5 ranks on the martial heaven continent, the lowest being bronze and the highest being violet gold. Toward the later stages of cultivation, the spirit root is mostly ignored. As for the spirit bone, it is not used for praising the talent of a genius. These 2 things don't have much use before the spirit blood awakens, but after it, it can nourish the spirit root and spirit bone, opening up the path of a true expert. However, the immemorial spirit race is born with their spirit blood awakened. They are born with their spirit blood nourishing their spirit root and spirit bone, so you should prepare yourself. The experts of the immemorial spirit race are very powerful. Just what is this immemorial spirit race? Asked Long Chen, still confused. Why would the divine family suddenly appear out of nowhere? They are called the protectors of the entire world. They had countless glorious achievements, but after the first dark era descended, they were heavily injured and retreated to look after themselves. At that time, just as the continent's powers were smashed apart and scattered, just as countless sects were destroyed and the entire continent was on the verge of destruction as well, the first-generation sovereign, Yun Shang, rose. United the races on the continent and forced back the invaders, giving the martial heaven continent a chance to recover. Sovereign Yun Shang was the first sovereign, and the only one to suddenly soar against that kind of adversity. He was the only sovereign who did not experience the Chi Flow eruption. After that, the divine families were silent for many years. Their ruling era was ended by the first dark era. After that came the time of the 5 sovereigns. The divine families also appeared during those times to help the sovereigns, but their light was eclipsed by the sovereigns. The last time the divine families appeared on the continent was a dark era 43,000 years ago. The dark era from that time was not particularly large in scope, but it was the divine families that allowed the continent to pass through that tribulation. That was how their name once more resounded across the continent, but ever since then, they've been silent. For them to come out now while there is still no clear candidate for the next sovereign indicates that the divine families might be leading the upcoming battles in the Dark Era. I explain this to you so that you understand what the divine families are. If your light is too bright, you'll draw their attention. Long Chen was silent for a moment. They want to lead the upcoming battles. To tell the truth, I look forward to that. I never wanted to stand out. If they have the power, then I hope they use it well. If they need to cooperate with me since they are a part of the martial heaven continent, we can naturally work together for the continent. But if they start to play with me, then sorry, I don't care if they're the divine families or the ghost families. Long Chen knew that the high priest was referring to the fact that, when the divine families came to lead the future battles, the powers of the continent would be forced to listen to their arrangements. Long Chen had never been good at listening to other people's orders. Furthermore, with the Dragonblood Legion's power, the divine families would definitely not be able to ignore them. When the time came, if the divine family's orders differed from Long Chen's desire, a conflict would be inevitable. Long Chen's meaning was also clear. If the divine families were so amazing, then they could save this world. The Dragonblood Legion would assist them, but that didn't mean that they had the authority to order the Dragonblood Legion around. Other than that, I have another piece of bad news. Do you remember Dai Xin whom you killed? Asked the high priest. I remember him. That person was raised into an idiot. I can't forget him even if I want to. What, is there some problem? Long Chen's impression of that idiot was still strong in his mind. At that time, his mother had even threatened Long Chen, saying that Dai Xin was still a child. That was why Long Chen had let him off easy and given him a chance to reincarnate. The problem isn't with him but his mother. I have heard that she comes from one of the divine families, said the high priest. How could that be? Didn't you say that the divine families have been gone from the continent for thousands of years? The divine families have truly been gone, but that doesn't represent that they are isolated from the world. Don't you think it's curious how Dai Long could be publicly scorned, insulted, and cursed by his wife with him only being able to accept it silently? There's also the fact that Mo Gate was so powerful back in the day. With a pair of sages, just as they were about to reach an unprecedented era, they were destroyed overnight. Some things simply cannot be said, but if you think about it, it's not impossible to notice the answers, said the high priest profoundly. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. To put it like this, the Dai family had been supported by the divine families. As for Mo Gate, it had been destroyed precisely because of the divine families. Long Chen suddenly understood why when he asked Mo Nian if he wanted to reclaim the ancient family alliance for Mo Gate. Mo Nian always shook his head. Long Chen had always thought it was simply because Mo Nian was too lazy and liked his freedom, but in reality, he must have known that the divine families were related to the destruction of his clan. His enemies were far too powerful, so powerful that he didn't even have the courage to get revenge against them. Just what were the divine families thinking? If they were the protectors of the continent, they should be fighting openly and honorably. Why would they do something so petty in the dark? Why would they interfere in personal enmities between families? Was it just to control the ancient family alliance? Just what would their goal be in that? The high priest hadn't actually said much about this matter, but it was enough to raise Long Chen's guard. The waters of the martial heaven continent were truly deep, frighteningly deep. If the ancient family alliance had such powerful secret supporters, then what about the other powers of the continent? The Xuanhuan beasts, Pill Valley. Long Chen's gaze gradually grew cold. It didn't matter how complicated the power structure of the continent was. It had nothing to do with him. If someone provoked him, he would kill them. That was all. After Long Chen left the high priest's residence, he found that Long Xiaowu and Dong Minju had yet to return. Today was actually the Lantern Festival of the Grand Xia, the biggest celebration for the commoners. The entire capital was lit up in beautiful colored lanterns, while many young men and women were out playing until the sun rose. By staying awake as dawn broke, it symbolized the blessing of good luck. Seeing Long Chen return, Mrs. Long put a blue scarf on his neck. "Mom, it's not cold. Why do I have to wear a scarf? With my current constitution, it's not even possible for me to get a chill," said Long Chen laughingly. "Just wear it. "This scarf is actually for Xiaoyu, but I haven't put a scarf on you in so long. I want to try to find that old feeling again." Mrs. Long carefully wrapped the scarf all around Long Chen's neck. She then tidied up his hair and nodded. Only then did she let him leave. When Long Chen walked out, he saw Long Tianxiao's back facing him, his shoulders trembling, most likely from laughter. Long Chen also laughed. Leaving the wine god palace, Long Chen went to the imperial palace. As a result, he had barely gotten anywhere before two young ladies holding hands saw Long Chen. Their eyes lit up and they walked over to him. Chapter 22, 10 Getting Conned. Long Chen was startled as he didn't know these two people. He looked around but didn't see anyone else. The two of them were definitely coming toward him. "Ladies," Long Chen was about to speak when one of them stuck a small cotton ball to his scarf. The cotton ball was pink, representing the heart. There were some small barbs that kept it attached to his scarf. If he tore it off, it would rip out some strands from his scarf. This. Long Chen was lost. These two women looked like proper ladies, but they actually liked to mess around with people like this. Before he could finish speaking, the other one also stuck a cotton ball to his scarf. After finishing, the two women blushed and ran off, leaving behind only their tinkling laughter. Something seems off. Long Chen suddenly thought of his father's laughter as he had walked out, as well as his mother's somewhat odd actions. It seemed that he had been conned. Continuing on his way, Long Chen suddenly saw a group of men wearing white robes and scholar bands on their heads. They carried white paper fans. They were tottering, seemingly drunk. Based on their apparel, they were scholars from some academy, and their cultivation bases weren't bad either. At such a young age, they had reached the foundation forging realm. However, with the way they were swaggering about, Long Chen felt that they would need to at least be at the Nether Passage realm to have such arrogance. They were tottering side to side like crabs, as if this giant road wasn't enough for the 8 of them. Long Chen saw scarves on their necks as well, and the color was the same as his. He instantly understood that this blue scarf represented something. Furthermore, those people's scarves also had many cotton balls on them, with the fewest having only 7 and the most having over 10. Those people saw Long Chen and his scarf and instantly became disdainful. They began walking directly toward him. "They want to bump into me." Long Chen was speechless. He didn't care, so he got out of the path, but that group became even more unbearable. HMPH, he doesn't even dare to reveal his identity plate. He either has no status or is a country bumpkin from outside, sneered one. Only then did Long Chen notice the jade plates on their waists, indicating that they came from the Grand Zia Scholar Mansion. That was a high-level academy in the Grand Zia where both culture and martial arts were taught. The people inside were all talented, and many would become officials in the government in the future. Of course, some people only joined in order to get that status. Some rich families would send their children there just to win some face. Long Chen had heard of this place, and he knew that although they did martial arts as well, it was the scholar aspect that was focused on. At the same time as he read the Grand Zia Scholar Mansion on their jade plates, he also saw a small outer character written on it, meaning that they weren't even the top students of the academy. Long Chen smiled. Looking down on others to make yourself look stronger was just a display of those who felt inferior. Why bother talking with them? Inside the Grand Zia, Long Chen had a layer of spiritual strength covering his face to make sure that others couldn't recognize him. After all, he had once been the mighty national protector. So many people inside the capital recognized him. By covering up his face and not revealing his identity plate, these people assumed that Long Chen's status was so low that he was embarrassed to reveal it. Long Chen continued onward and saw another man with a scarf who wasn't revealing his identity plate. However, that man seemed dispirited. His clothes were new, but Long Chen saw that the insides of his sleeves were worn. Clearly, he was so poor that he couldn't even buy a new set of clothes and was forced to only buy an outer robe, while his inner robes were still broken down from use. "Brother, why are you sighing?" Long Chen took the initiative in greeting him. "Sir, you are." The man was startled and hastily tried to bow. "What, sir, we're both the same. Let us share our misery." Long Chen waved his hand and put on a bitter expression. "Sir must be joking. You already have 2 ladies willing to sing you the song of their hearts, and you aren't satisfied." The dejected man shook his head. "I saw some people with 10 each just pass. I almost died of envy and tried to snatch them away. So tell me, these cotton balls." "They're heart jewels," corrected the man. "Right, these heart jewels, what's the story behind them?" I hope you won't laugh at me, but I don't have much learning. I feel like a scholarly man such as yourself can simplify it for me, said Long Chen with a smile. Sad Man shook his head, sighing. What's the point of reading 100 useless books? No matter how much I read, what's the point? People's hearts are all ostentatious. Sorry for being rude, I shouldn't be complaining. The heart jewels became popular during the time of Princess Xia Yin during the Grand Xia's Wu De era. Princess Xia Yin was very kind and lively. Once, she snuck out of the palace to play and accidentally brushed against someone while they were looking at the lanterns by the river. One of her heart-shaped hairpins snagged on that person's scarf. Because of the hooks on the hairpin, it was stuck firmly to that person's scarf. They spent a long time before managing to extricate the hairpin without damaging the scarf. After working together on that, they actually grew friendly and continued to meet. But later on, their relationship was discovered by the imperial palace, and at that time, the imperial family's rule was that the princesses could not marry commoners. The person she had bumped into then went into the military, and in just over 10 years, went from a common foot soldier into the position of general through his accomplishments. However, during a fierce battle against barbarians, he was shot in the eye. Feeling that he was no longer fit for the princess, he silently left. However, just as he left the army, the princess ran over, bringing her entire dowry with her. In the end, they married. The story between them circulated throughout the commoners, and later, it became custom for unmarried young men and women to flirt during the Lantern Festival. The men would wear scarves, while the women would place their heart jewels on the scarves of the men they liked. The heart jewels are actually a tiny lock that can be opened with no key. Inside is a slip of paper with the girl's information on it. If you feel like there's a tie between you and her, you can use that information to start a relationship with her. The man sighed deeply. It seemed he had been looking for that fabled soul mate, but he hadn't found her. Long Chen rolled his eyes. No wonder his father had been laughing, so Long Chen had been tricked into going out for courting. This made Long Chen think of the Phoenix Cry Empire's Lantern Festival. After being away for so many years, he ended up running into a similar custom here. At that time, Shifeng, Fatty Yu Shihu, and him had all been companions. Recalling it, Long Chen felt as if it was just yesterday. What are you sighing about? As a man, you have to stand up straight. What can you not bear it? Do you want to seek death to end it all? Long Chen's lip curled. How did you know? Just how strong was Long Chen's spiritual strength? He had easily read that person's spiritual fluctuations. This fellow had grown tired of life and was thinking of death. Speak, if you have troubles, perhaps I can help you once, said Long Chen. I was harmed by others. They destroyed my certificate of acceptance, so I was unable to enter the Grand Xia's scholar mansion. I have no way to right this wrong. I spent my final coin on buying a new robe to see if I can find someone who has the slightest good feelings toward me before dying. That way, I could die without regrets. But I didn't even encounter one. Long Chen shook his head. If I hadn't said that I would help you, I really wouldn't help someone like you. Rather than thinking about how to solve your problems, you want to use death to avoid them. Useless is an appropriate word for people like you. Don't tell me that you worked hard, that your luck was bad, that those people were evil. As long as you live in this world, no one has it easy. Remember this: if you feel that life is easy, then there are definitely people carrying the burden of your life for you. If you rely on a mountain, the mountain will collapse one day. If you rely on your father will age one day. If you're weak, the troubles will be strong. If you're strong, the troubles will be weak. In life, if you want to pass a mountain, open a path. If you want to cross a river, build a bridge. There are plenty of people less fortunate than you in this world. They don't have time to complain or cry because they cannot avoid this reality. They know they have a heavy burden on their shoulders, and that this burden will be passed on to the others beside them if they die, making their lives even more difficult. People can't be too selfish. Just as Long Chen was chiding the man, he suddenly noticed that quite a few people had come over, staring in shock at him. Perhaps Long Chen was too good at showing off, but some of the ladies were looking at him worshipfully like he was a great scholar. Sir, I understand. The man suddenly bowed deeply toward him and turned to leave. Hey, wait a moment. I have a tablet here. Take it and your problem will be easily resolved, called out Long Chen. The man looked back and smiled. If I take your tablet, I might be able to resolve my current problem, but no one will be giving me a second tablet when the next issue comes. So I'll resolve things myself. I will not forget the favor of your teachings, sir. He once more bowed toward Long Chen and left. 10 years later, a great scholar would rise. Long Chen stared blankly for a while. He had originally wanted to help him, only to end up scolding him away. He felt like he had gone a bit too far this time. After that person's departure, Long Chen felt odd being stared at by so many people. He put away his tablet and left. Did you see that tablet of his? I only saw a part of it. It said National Protector, but I didn't see the rest. National Protector, General Long Chen. By the time they reacted, Long Chen had vanished. Chapter 22, 11 once more coming. In the future, I should get rid of this habit of shooting off my mouth. Seeing someone who wanted to die, Long Chen had got angry as no one cherished life more than him. Only people who often risked their own lives would know just how valuable life was. For someone to not want their own life, Long Chen really wanted to slap them. Long Chen quickly arrived at the riverside. This was actually a moat that had been created in the city, and both sides were filled with people. These people didn't just come from Grand Zia. Many were tourists who had been drawn over by this attraction. The arch bridge itself was also filled with people as well as beautiful lanterns. The lanterns dotted the river like stars in the night sky. There were men and women praying before sending their lanterns into the river. The lanterns lazily floated away. On the two sides of the river were countless shops. The sound of them shouting prices and haggling was very loud. Long Chen closed his eyes and quickly sensed Dong Minju. Due to the medicinal pill he had given her, he was able to easily locate her. She and Long Xiaoyu were together, both of them holding a candied fruit skewer and laughing. Long Chen smiled. When he opened his eyes, he was speechless as he noticed that several more heart jewels had been stuck to his scarf. He didn't even know who had put them there. He reached out to take off the scarf, but then he found that every man present was wearing one. If he took it off, it would make him conspicuous. Thinking about it, he gave up and just walked over to Dong Minju. Dong Minju noticed him when he was still a while away. She pulled Long Xiaoyu over to him. "Big brother, you're here too. Great. We're out of money and we still haven't bought a lot of good stuff." As soon as Long Chen arrived, Long Xiaoyu passed her candy to Long Chen, had him eat a bite, and then immediately mentioned her lack of money. Long Chen pinched Long Xiaoyu's little face. She really was a little sprite, knowing how to weasel money out of people. "What did you buy that 2 gold coins weren't enough?" asked Long Chen. Those 2 gold coins were a year's income to a commoner. The prices within the Grand Zia were not so extravagant. "We ate it all. We went down the entire street. I also bought a few small trinkets. Look." Long Xiaoyu opened her small backpack. "Are you planning on opening a business? Is this your stock?" Long Chen saw a backpack full of hairpins, bracelets, and all kinds of ornaments. There had to be hundreds of them. The craftsmanship was good, so they probably weren't cheap, but this was way too many. "Hee, I know that Mom rarely buys any jewelry for herself. I got some for her. It'll make her feel young and beautiful. I also have many good sisters in my school. They've given me gifts before, but I haven't been able to give them anything. Don't you think that's bad?" said Long Xiaoyu. "Fine, you little sprite, you always have excuses." Long Chen helplessly shook his head. "Actually, she still has some money. We've only spent half." Dong Minju transmitted a message to Long Chen. Although Dong Minju wasn't quite familiar with the concept of money, she had kept track of how much Long Xiaoyu had spent and how much remained. So this girl was actually starting her own savings. Fine, Long Chen didn't expose her. "Let's go, I'll bring you around, and if you want anything, just ask." Long Chen held Long Xiaoyu and Dong Minju's hands as they walked. A rare smile appeared on Dong Minju's face, so Long Chen asked Dong Minju, "How do you feel?" Dong Minju looked at him. "My world was black before. You brought a ray of sunlight, but here I feel like the world has color. I like this feeling. This world is actually quite beautiful. Although we often see ugly things, they can't conceal the beauty of the world. The sun illuminates the earth, but darkness always comes. This exchange of yin and yang is life. No matter how bright the sun is, there are always shadows in corners it can't reach. We cannot treat things as absolutes. Just use your heart to sense the world and you will find many things worth cherishing," transmitted back Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Dong Minju was wary of this world. To get used to Ithai's world would take time. However, every time she saw someone stick a heart jewel onto Long Chen's scarf, Dong Minju's gaze would change slightly. Are you all right?" asked Long Chen. "I'm fine, I feel great." Dong Minju smiled suddenly. "Good." Long Chen nodded. He had just noticed one of Dong Minju's sensitive areas. She looked 14 years old and looked immature, but she had actually spent 10 years in the killing god space so that she would never look older. Hence, she was sensitive toward this aspect of her appearance. She didn't want Long Chen to view her as a child. Long Chen's years of training with weighing Tang Waner's words, and observing the slightest changes in her expression were finally paying off. Just now he had called Dong Minju little Yu. After hearing that, Dong Minju was very happy. Continuing onward, Long Chen noticed hundreds of experts secretly keeping an eye on them. Long Chen knew that those people were protecting Long Xiaoyu. The Grand Zia's imperial family cared deeply about Long Xiaoyu's safety. There were hundreds of Life Star experts disguised as ordinary people following her. However, it seemed that Long Chen's disguise was too good. They didn't recognize him, so their guards were raised. Long Chen was truly grateful to the Grand Zia. Long Xiaoyu constantly picked out things that she wanted. It was like she finally had a chance to be a big spender. However, she only picked out cheap things. Suddenly, fireworks began to explode in the sky, their light illuminating the capital. "The festival's starting. We have to hurry," cried out Long Xiaoyu. She began to run, and Long Chen looked at where the fireworks were coming from. That place was very far, and although Long Xiaoyu had started to cultivate, she was still in the qi-gathering realm. For her to run over would take at least 2 hours. Grabbing her, he pressed down with his foot, and the three of them vanished from the crowd. Those experts protecting Long Xiaoyu were all badly startled. Just at that moment, Long Chen's voice rang out in their heads. "I am Long Chen, so you don't need to worry. Many thanks for your care for my little sister." This spiritual message was not an area message, but directed at each and every one of them. That man had been Long Chen. They actually hadn't recognized him. With Long Chen present, they naturally didn't need to protect Long Xiaoyu. They were grateful for this message, or if they had allowed Long Xiaoyu to simply vanish from sight, they would have been heavily punished. They were also emotional that Long Chen would actually personally thank them. From the battle during the Qi Flow eruption to the fight against the emperors to how Long Chen had called a sovereign brother, his status was incomparable. After that, they disbanded, returning to their headquarters to receive new orders. "Wow, big brother, you're amazing. When can I do this too?" Long Xiaoyu cried out in delight. She felt like they had just teleported to where she wanted to go. "Take it slowly, I'm sure you'll get there soon enough," Long Chen smiled comfortingly. At first, Long Chen had wanted to use medicinal pills to change Long Xiaoyu's constitution. Her innate talent was very ordinary, so she wouldn't be able to walk far on the path of cultivation. The Xiantian realm would probably be her limit. By using medicinal pills, he could change that. However, he had asked the opinion of his parents, and they had vetoed him. It seemed that after experiencing so much, their mental realms had grown very high. They felt that some things should simply be taken naturally. Although they didn't understand the karma of the cultivation world, they felt that each person had their own fate, and they had to make their own decisions about their fate. Other people's help wasn't necessarily a good thing. That was why Long Xiaoyu was still focusing on her studies, with cultivation being secondary. To someone who was so lively that she couldn't calm her heart, cultivation was a bitter process. Long Xiaoyu preferred to do a bit of everything. Her envy and worship over this little skill were just temporary. When she had to really sit down and focus on her bitter cultivation, she would start crying, so Long Chen could only comfort her like this. Long Chen recognized the area they were in. It was the Heavenly Cloud Platform, also known as the Star Peering Platform. It was the highest building in the Grand Zia's capital, and from here it was possible to see most of the city. Back in the day, Long Chen had been given the title of National Protector and put in charge of receiving the Grand Han Ancient Nations delegation. At that time, he had watched the Grand Han's delegation put on an absolutely melodramatic play on top of the Heavenly Cloud Platform. He had almost puked. Also, a zither master from the Grand Han had tried to make things hard on him, and he had immediately started bragging on a divine level that had stumped her. Just thinking about it made him emotional. At that time, Xia Yuyuo had been an immature child. But after going through the battle and the four nations' ancient remnant, she had instantly matured, so quickly that it was sad. "Big brother, I want to go watch the play, can I?" Just as Long Chen was recalling his memories of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, they arrived at the entrance. Long Xiaoyu was looking at the guard. Yes, yes, of course. The guard hadn't noticed at first, but he quickly recognized Long Xiaoyu. In the Grand Zia, even the princes and princesses were nice to Long Xiaoyu. "Thank you, big brother." Long Xiaoyu smiled and thanked him. Long Chen nodded. At least this child was thoughtful. Out of the way. Just as the three of them were about to enter, a cold shout came from behind them. A group of people stamped in, almost crashing into Long Xiaoyu. Chapter 22:12. The remains returned to haunt. Long Chen frowned. Just who was so arrogant? Long Chen pulled back Long Xiaoyu, avoiding those people. What surprised Long Chen was that these people were actually wearing the robes of the Grand Han ancient nation. Most of them had reached the peak of the life star realm. Behind them was a group of old people in gray robes. There was golden embroidery around their sleeves and a cloud pattern on the front of their robes. These elders were all nether passage experts. "Hold it, you dare to be rude to Miss Xiaoyu." The guards got angry at their disregard for Long Xiaoyu's safety and immediately raised their spears. "Which little fly dares to block my path? Scram!" From the Grand Han's group of experts, a young man with a violet gold crown snorted. It was just a snort, but it contained a powerful spiritual pressure. These guards were only at the foundation forging realm. As a result, this snort instantly knocked them back. Blood poured out of their 7 orifices. Experts with awakened spirit blood. Now Long Chen was even more surprised. That person's spirit blood was awakened, but he didn't recall seeing this person in front of the yin-yang world. Courting death. Dong Minju's expression became cold, but Long Chen pulled her back. The guards were only knocked unconscious, and there was no danger to their lives. He wanted to see just what these people were doing. That man with the crown only targeted the guards and hadn't even glanced at anyone else. Just like that, he barged in. He hadn't noticed Long Chen or Dong Minju, making Long Chen sneer. Although the two of them had disguised themselves, any real expert's sharp intuition would have been able to sense them. Just from this, it was possible to tell that although his spirit blood was awakened, his true combat power could only be called average. He was a far cry from Tianzizi or Kun Pengzi. Countless experts began to rush over after hearing the disturbance. However, the crowned man only snorted and charged through anyone in his way. It was possible to directly fly or jump to the top of the heavenly cloud platform, but these people refused to. They charged their way up. Long Chen pulled Long Xiaoyu and Dong Minju behind him, keeping a medium distance behind this group. There was constant shouting as people tried to stop them, but they didn't have the ability to. They quickly arrived at the top of the heavenly cloud platform. As a result, the performance on the grand stage had stopped because of these people. The performers were staring at them in surprise. The tens of thousands of people were all startled by this interruption. They were mostly descendants of the officials in the Grand Zia, as only youngsters were participating in the Lantern Festival. "Who are you to dare to cause trouble here?" shouted someone from the stage. The speaker was one of the Grand Zia's princes, Zia Yunchang. Beside him was the crown prince, Zia Yunfeng. Zia Yuluo was also present. Zia Yunchang and Zia Yuluo both had angry expressions. This was a slap in the Grand Zia's face. "Who are we? Are you blind? Don't you even recognize the robes of the Grand Han's imperial family? The Grand Zia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou used despicable methods to throw my nation into chaos and slaughter our commoners. Today, I, Han Zijin, have come to demand an explanation from the Grand Zia. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will destroy your capital city." The crowned man sneered. "Big words, with just you." Zia Yuncheng furiously walked forward. Brushing past Zia Yunfeng that was holding him back, he smashed a fist at the crowned man. This fist had all Zia Yuncheng's power concentrated in one spot. It wouldn't harm anyone other than the crowned man. At this time, Zia Yuncheng's cultivation base had reached the 8th heaven stage of Life Star, and adding on his undefeatable Tao, his power was shocking. An ant dares to fight against a dragon. The crowned man who had called himself Han Zijin looked down on Zia Yuncheng disdainfully. He raised a hand. Zia Yuncheng's fierce fist was caught by Han Zijin's hand. After that, Zia Yuncheng froze as he realized that his opponent's power far surpassed his. He couldn't even pull back his fist. "Scram!" Han Zijin waved his hand, sending Zia Yuncheng flying toward the stage. If he struck it, the stage would explode and the performers would definitely be killed. 9 dragon images appeared behind Zia Yuncheng, and he forcibly stabilized himself in the air. "HMPH, you even extracted the dragon vein energy of my Grand Han. Today, no matter what, I'll be taking it back with interest." Han Zijin wasn't just looking at Zia Yuncheng. His gaze encompassed the princes from the Grand Zhou and Grand Chu. This Lantern Festival was a grand occasion, so princes from the Grand Zhou and Grand Chu had been invited. This Han Zijin had come prepared. All the experts' expressions changed. Some of them began to run. "Don't move, otherwise you'll die," shouted Han Zijin. Those runners instantly came to a terrified stop. "Bastard, if you have the guts, then let's fight outside the city," roared Zia Yuncheng furiously, and his manifestation rumbled behind him. The 9 dragons connected with their dragon vein, the karmic luck of the Grand Zia. However, this was the capital of the Grand Zia. If he fought here all out, then countless commoners would die. An ant who hasn't even awakened their spirit blood isn't qualified to fight me. Emperor of the Grand Zia, get the hell out here. If you don't give me an explanation, then Han Zijan, will destroy your capital city, shouted Han Zijan, his voice resounding through the city, causing countless commoners to turn pale. In their fright, they began to flee. Countless hearts tightened. In their panic, the crying of children could be heard. HMPH, big words. I want to see if you really have that ability. The Emperor of the Grand Zia, Zia Yuyang, appeared. Beside him was the same white-haired elder, Zia Yuncheng's master. At the same time, other experts of the Grand Zia arrived, surrounding the heavenly cloud platform. Zia Yuyang's bearing was as steady as when Long Chen had first met him. He looked at Han Zijan coldly. Your Grand Han's evil actions have consequences, and they are your own responsibility. Don't blame the gods or other people. Bullshit. It was your 3 nations that envied my Grand Han's culture and foundation. Fearing our power, you set up a sinister scheme to harm us. You invaded our great nation, stole our resources, and extracted the karmic luck of our dragon vein. The most shameless people in the world are you. All the Grand Zia's legacies were stolen from my Grand Han. Who knows what unimaginable crimes you thieves have done without people knowing, shouted Han Zijan. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded, surprising Dong Minjiu. Big brother Long Chen, do you approve of his words? Long Chen shook his head. No, I'm just amazed that someone could be so shameless. Only the Grand Han's people have the bravery to say such shameless things. Other people simply can't learn this skill. Because of it, I can definitely confirm that he comes from the Grand Han. There's no way to imitate this shamelessness. The difficulty of such a thing is on the same level as defying the heavens. Before this, Long Chen had suspected that someone was disguising themselves as being from the Grand Han to cause trouble. But after hearing this, Long Chen was sure they were from the Grand Han. It was just that he was curious how that was possible. In the 4 nations' ancient remnant, he had slain the Grand Han's princes. That had dealt a serious blow to the Grand Han. Then the Grand Han had held the dragon slaughtering convention. That battle had destroyed the capital of the Grand Han, and in their injured state, the imperial family collapsed, ushering in a new age for the Grand Han. There had been no need for anyone else to interfere. They had directly fallen into chaos with a never-ending battle inside their own borders. As for the commoners, there was no way for them to live a peaceful life. What absurd lies! The Grand Han's imperial family held the dragon slaughtering convention despite the opposition from the commoners, which resulted in your capital being destroyed, infuriating your commoners. You simply disintegrated. Not a single soldier from the Grand Zia, Grand Chu, or Grand Zhou was mobilized. Furthermore, your dragon vein was destroyed by yourselves when you fought there. Dragon vein chi merged back into the world and was naturally absorbed by the other 3 dragon veins inside the ancient nations. These are all the results of the Han imperial family's decisions. For you to blame others now, your Grand Han really is shameless. The 3 great nations even carved out an area for refugees fleeing your Grand Han to escape the bitterness of war. We've already been merciful, and yet you have the face to say such things, sneered Zia Yuyang. As he shouted, he spoke spiritually to the elder beside him. I already sent people to the Wine God Palace for assistance. Why is there no reply? From the moment Han Zijan had appeared, Zia Yuyang had known that things were bad. The other side had come prepared, and the current Grand Zia was unable to handle such an existence, so he had asked for help from the Wine God Palace. According to reason, even if the Wine God Palace refused to send help, they should have sent a reply. But there was no movement from them, so Zia Yuyang could only do his best to stall. The Wine God Palace just sent a reply, telling us not to worry, said the white-haired elder. Hearing that, Zia Yuyang was much more at ease. His confidence grew. You're the one making up lies. You were merciful. You set up a place for refugees. What a joke. Just listen to the heartfelt cries of those refugees, shouted Han Zijan. Suddenly, a flying boat appeared in the sky. There were countless commoners of the Grand Han on top, their clothes in tatters and their faces covered in filth. They began to cry out, pointing at Zia Yuyang. You bastards, you treated us as slaves, using us for constant labor. Many of us were starved to death. You beasts, we wish we could treat you the way you treated us. As they began to shout, everyone in the Grand Zia's capital began to grow furious, icy killing intent appearing in their eyes. Chapter 22:13. Is the name Long Chen something you can say? Imperial father, I said it, didn't I? These thankless wretches would never grow up. We gave them food, we gave them water, and even at this time they want to take a bite out of us. Xia Yunchang was so furious he wanted to charge over and kill all those people slandering them. Back in the day, when the Grand Han's refugees had started to cause trouble, Xia Yunchang had wanted to expel them. They couldn't keep such ungrateful people. However, in the end, the three great nations had come to an agreement, saying that the commoners were innocent. Hence, they had carved out areas of their own territories for the commoners to recover. Using their own treasuries, they supplied the commoners with enough things for them to get through those difficult times. When the battle ended in the Grand Han, they could be sent back. After all, by that time, the Grand Han's inner strife would have weakened it to the point that it would never be a threat again. That feeling of superiority and vanity of the commoners would also be gone by then. It was only due to their benevolence that the three nations had stretched out a helping hand to the refugees. But as a result, that hand was bitten. The refugees were all provided with foodstuffs when their crops failed. Although it wasn't enough for them to live in luxury, they wouldn't starve to death. As for being used as slaves, it was the wildest lie. HMPH, you don't dare to accept your own crimes. You use sinister plots to fracture my Grand Han and wipe away our glory of tens of thousands of years. But worst of all, you enslaved our commoners, binding their souls. Your sins can't be counted. Today, I'll be getting justice for the Grand Han, declared Han Zijun. The heavenly cloud platform was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of experts. Han Zijun surveyed them and arrogantly claimed, I know what you're thinking. You want the Wine God Palace's help. Let me tell you, the Wine God Palace is able to help you. The personal grievances of the four ancient nations are private, so they can't help you. Furthermore, I have invited the outer branches of the divine families to bear witness to this. The divine families' outer branches. Xia Yuyang's expression changed, and he looked at the elders behind Han Zijun. Those elders didn't say a word. They didn't even look at anyone. It was like everyone else was so negligible that they weren't worth their attention. No one had expected that the Grand Han had the ability to form a relationship with the divine families' outer branches. Clearly, they had come to handle the Wine God Palace. If the Wine God Palace took action, then that would be provoking the divine families. Most importantly, Han Zijun was correct. The personal grievances of the four nations could only be settled by the four nations. Outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Xia Yuyang's heart dropped. The Wine God Palace had said not to worry, but now he had no confidence. However, as a ruler who had commanded 3 armies and fought against the barbarians who threatened his borders, he didn't fear any threat. So what? The entire world has seen what the Grand Han has done. No one will stand up for you. Otherwise, that would be an insult to common sense and every person in this world, said Xia Yuyang. The divine families, outer branches, had only come to bear witness. They most likely wouldn't be participating in the battle, or that would be going too far. Xia Yuyang first used his words to restrict them. Noisy, are the divine families things an ant can evaluate? One of the elders of the divine families opened his eyes. This elder was a third-step nether passage expert. Suddenly, concentrated death energy spread, making people feel like a hand was holding their throats. It was like just a thought would cease their lives. This was the power of a third-step nether passage expert. It was a special position held by those who controlled death energy. Xia Yuyang and the others were just life-star experts and were powerless to resist. Xia Yuyang was shocked and infuriated. These outer branches were actually being so tyrannical, using such a method to intimidate others. They were clearly fighting for Han Zijun. Ignorant brat, remember to always treat the divine families with respect, or you won't be qualified to live in this world any longer, sneered that elder. You go too far, Xia Yunchang's rage exploded. This was an intentional insult using his cultivation realm advantage. How was this bearing witness? This was clearly being a mercenary for Han Zijun. Xia Yunchang stepped forward, his manifestation rumbling along with the heavenly Taos and the capital. With the support of the dragon vein energy, he was able to resist the elder's death domain. The suffocating feeling on everyone faded. You dare to be disrespectful to the divine families, then you will die. The elder's body began to shine. A manifestation appeared behind him and a terrifying pressure crashed down. Kneel, Han Zijun shouted, his own manifestation rumbling. Countless cries came from the commoners down below. Despicable, if you have the guts, then have a fight outside the city, shouted Xia Yunchang. He didn't dare to go all out here. Only certain special buildings would be able to survive if a battle on this level was fought inside the city. Those buildings could be activated during battles to protect the commoners. However, during the Lantern Festival, countless people had gathered here. There was no way for them all to get to safety in time. Hence, Xia Yuncheng couldn't attack. I already said you aren't qualified to fight me. You should just obediently kneel, or the Grand Xia's capital is about to be filled with countless aggrieved ghosts, ha ha ha. Han Zijin laughed, not giving Xia Yuncheng a chance. I heard you cultivate the undefeatable Tao. Back in the Four Nations' ancient remnant, you already knelt to the Grand Han and begged for mercy. What's wrong with kneeling again? Just at this moment, a ray of sword chi flashed out. It was Xia Yuluo, but this sword chi was slammed apart by an expert standing beside Han Zijin before it could reach him. That expert looked at Xia Yuluo and smiled lecherously. The Grand Xia's women are pretty beautiful, but it's unclear just how good their skills in bed are. Dai, Xia Yuluo attacked once more. Yuluo, don't fall for it, shouted Xia Yuyang. That person was clearly provoking her. However, Xia Yuluo's sword was already piercing toward that person's head. That person smiled disdainfully at her. Just like that, he reached out to grab her sword. He didn't even bother to summon his manifestation. Go from white crane spreads its wings to poison dragon strikes from its cave. When his shoulder quivers, switch to white rainbow pierces the sun. Just at that moment, a spiritual message rang out in Xia Yuluo's head. That familiar voice made her feel overjoyed. Without thinking about it, her technique changed. Just as that person's hand was about to grasp her sword, she suddenly changed techniques, causing him to clamp his hand down on nothing but air. Just as he stared blankly, Xia Yuluo's sword had sliced through the air and stabbed toward his abdomen. This sudden change was unexpected, but he snorted and twisted, slamming his hands together and moving them toward Xia Yuluo's sword. He began to store up energy. Although things looked calm on the surface, he was already starting to use his powerful astral energy. He was planning on snapping Xia Yuluo's sword. His energy would then shake Xia Yuluo's insides, easily subduing her. However, just as his hands pressed together, Xia Yuluo turned, her sword hacking toward his head like a saber. What? That person was caught completely off guard. He didn't have time to dodge or summon his manifestation. His head exploded, and even Xia Yuluo was surprised. She really had killed that person. Slut, you're asking for death. The elder from the divine families pointed a finger at Xia Yuluo. A ray of golden light shot toward her. Bang! The golden light exploded as it struck a small golden bell. Xia Yuluo was safe and sound. Who is there? Get out here, demanded the elder. As you wish. A lazy voice rang out and Long Chen slowly walked out. Seeing him, Xia Yuyang and the others were delighted. They hadn't expected Long Chen to appear at this time. Cheering rang out from the young men and women attending the celebrations. That arrogant elder of the divine families twitched. His expression changed as he recognized Long Chen. Long Chen slowly walked to the heavenly cloud platform where Xia Yuncheng's manifestation was facing off against Han Zijin's manifestation. When Long Chen walked by Han Zijin's pupils shrank. Long Chen. Long Chen was just lazily walking by when Han Zijin shouted. Long Chen instantly stopped. His right hand slowly moved toward his left shoulder, and very naturally, the back of his hand whipped across Han Zijin's face in one graceful and flowing motion. Han Zijin spun through the air, stars spinning in his eyes. Long Chen's icy snort rang out in his ears. Is the name Long Chen something you can say? Chapter 22:14 Remember this. Long Chen ignored the pressure of Han Zijin's manifestation, slapping him with the back of his hand as easily as if he was a disobedient child. Han Zijin's head was spinning. Seeing other people's strange gazes, he let out a furious roar. A sword appeared in his hand. Long Chen's figure flashed, and he once more slapped Han Zijin in the face. This time, Han Zijin spun dozens of times through the air like a spinning top. You even dare to raise a weapon against me. Your guts aren't small. Long Chen slapped him again with the back of his hand, sending him spinning in the opposite direction. His body twisted like dough, and at the same time, bloody teeth flew through the air like flowers. Long Chen, what are you doing? Shouted the elder from the outer branches of the divine families. Old ghost, shut your mouth. If you want to keep your teeth, then tighten your fart hole, said Long Chen coldly. Han Zijin stabilized while Long Chen was speaking. His manifestation shook as he activated his spirit blood. After that, the sword in his hand blazed with divine light. The void rumbled as he slashed it at Long Chen. Xia Yunchang was appalled. If this sword landed, then it wouldn't just be the heavenly cloud platform that was destroyed. The entire capital might be turned into ruins. Kneel. Long Chen stood with his arms behind his back, not even looking at that sword. He stared only at Han Zijin. With Long Chen's icy gaze locked onto him, Han Zijin felt like he had been cast into the Usra hell. His entire body turned ice cold. The feeling of death hung over him, telling him that he was about to die. His sword just hung in the air above Long Chen's head. He didn't dare to slash it down, and his hand quivered. Everyone stared in dumbfounded silence. Long Chen was just standing there, but that was enough to intimidate Han Zijin to the point that he didn't dare to unleash his attack. If he did unleash it, would Long Chen die like this? Using his own life to mess around, was Long Chen a bit too crazy? Looking at Long Chen's arrogant figure, Xia Yuluo thought back to how they had once messed around in the wine god palace to get as much wine as possible. It seemed like another lifetime. Ever since she had killed herself and then been saved by Long Chen, that childish girl had disappeared. But the price of growing into a different person was that she no longer had an excuse to act like a spoiled child in front of Long Chen like she had back in the wine god palace. "Kneel, don't make me say it again," demanded Long Chen. Han Zijin trembled. How could he kneel? What would happen to his dignity? However, Long Chen's eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Han Zijin's life was in his hands. "If I want to kill you, not even a god would be able to protect you. I'll give you 3 breaths' time. Kneel or die, you decide," declared Long Chen. Long Chen's killing intent was locked onto Han Zijin. However, Long Chen was actually waiting for the people from the outer branches of the divine families to interfere. Of course, even if they did, Long Chen wouldn't be sparing this arrogant fool who had wanted to make Xia Yunchang kneel. He wanted to be arrogant. Then Long Chen would show him what true arrogance was. Today, if he didn't kneel, then even with the outer branches of the divine families present, Long Chen would kill him. A third-step nether passage expert. So what? As long as Long Chen desired it, not one of them would be escaping. "Fine, I admit defeat." Han Zijin really did kneel before Long Chen. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and his body was quivering, either from fear or anger. The entire heavenly cloud platform was deathly silent. People didn't dare believe their eyes. The previously mighty Han Zijin had really knelt to Long Chen. "Long Chen, as an outsider, you are interfering in the matters of the 4 nations and have broken the order between them. We came to bear witness to these events, but you interfered. Are you looking down on the divine families?" demanded the lead elder of the divine families' outer branches. "Are you an idiot? How am I an outsider? If your eyes aren't blind, take a look at this. What is it?" Long Chen took out the tablet on his waist. On the very front of it, it was written National Protector, Great General Long Chen. Long Chen thanked his luck that the person he had tried to give it to had refused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this proof. Of course, everyone in the Grand Xia could testify to him having received envoys from the Grand Han, but it was better to have physical proof. That elder's expression grew ugly. Long Chen actually had an official position within the Grand Xia, and that meant that he did have an excuse to interfere. Seeing the elder fall silent, Long Chen squatted down to face the unwilling, furious, and terrified Han Zijin. Long Chen patted his face. "Little fellow, don't be aggrieved. Think about how arrogant you were when you came in. I've already been very polite. Actually, you're very lucky that you didn't end up killing anyone from the Grand Xia when you barged up here. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to kneel. Your head would already be in my hand as an offering to the dead. Don't think that you're amazing just because someone awakened your spirit blood and empyrean manifestation. That manifestation isn't a heaven's soul manifestation. Moreover, your foundation is shaky and your realm is unstable. You don't even have the spiritual perception of a real expert. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. If you were competing in true combat power, Xia Yunchang could kill 2 of you on his own. All you are is a pig who looks big. To save your life by kneeling, it's an excellent trade. At this time you shouldn't be angry, you should be happy." Long Chen patted Han Zijin like he was teaching a disobedient child. That tone of his was both shocking and funny. Long Chen was so strong that just a word from him could make a person kneel. That was no coincidence. His power was so great that Han Zijin didn't dare to resist. Long Chen stopped patting Han Zijin's face and instead poked his head. "You're just a pitiful insect being used by others, but use this big head of yours to remember my words clearly. If you want to live longer, don't throw away all morality. With the slightest carelessness, you'll throw your life away as well. This time, you were lucky, but no one can rely on luck to survive a lifetime. Will you remember this? I'll remember. Han Zijian's face was numb from being patted, and the poke made stars spin in his head. He was completely subdued by Long Chen now. His mouth was swollen and his teeth were gone. His words were mumbled almost incoherently. With his life in Long Chen's hands, he would believe anything Long Chen said. More importantly, Long Chen's words were right on the mark. Originally, he was an extremely low-level prince of the Grand Han. Although he was talented, he hadn't reached the level of the old Grand Han's 3 monarchs. Someone had used a secret art to stimulate his spirit blood and artificially increase his realm. However, this was not the result of his own training, and as a result, his actual combat power was not very strong. That was why he refused to fight Xia Yuncheng and put on an act of looking down on him. In truth, he was afraid. His act had been exposed, and his life was in Long Chen's hands. His mental realm had already collapsed. From a wolf bearing his fangs, he had transformed into an obedient rabbit. Seeing Long Chen looking like an elder lecturing a child, turning the arrogant Han Zijian into his current state, people sighed inside. Evil people were best handled by evil people. "You can scram," said Long Chen. Han Zijian fled like a prisoner released from a death sentence. He hastily bowed to Long Chen before hiding behind the elders of the divine families, outer branches. Long Chen, the lead elder, glared at Long Chen. "Is the name Long Chen something you can say? Do you not want your life? You have to call me Great General Long Chen or perhaps Master Long. If it weren't in deference to your old age, I'd have already slapped you," said Long Chen disdainfully. "You," the elder raged. He was from the outer branches of the divine families. Although he wasn't a true member of the divine families, other cultivators would have to be respectful toward him no matter where he went. With his status, how could he call someone master? "What? Don't try to tell me that you didn't know the real reason why you came here. I'll say this. If anyone dares to get any ideas over the Grand Xia, they can't blame me for becoming their enemy. Let me tell you, when I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself. So it would be best if you didn't provoke me and stayed away from the Grand Han. No one can touch the Grand Xia, or I'll make sure they have a miserable life," declared Long Chen. This matter was clear. The outer branches of the divine families had supported Han Zijian. Of all the people who had come, most likely Han Zijian was the only member of the Grand Han. The rest were just disguised members of the outer branches of the divine families. From the way they were enraged at how Xia Yuluo had killed one of them, the truth was clear. If it was just some random disciple of the Grand Han, they wouldn't have tried to kill her. They were trying to use Han Zijian as a puppet to secretly subdue the other 3 nations. As for why, Long Chen didn't know and he didn't care. This was his warning not to provoke him. The Grand Xia had a relationship with him, and if anyone dared to touch the Grand Xia, he would make them pay a bloody price, even if they were the divine families. "Long Chen, you're too arrogant," roared the elder, his whole body quivering in rage. "Just this is arrogant." Long Chen suddenly took out a black saber. A flash of light appeared. The elder that had previously attacked Xia Yuluo was cut in half by Long Chen's saber, his Yuan spirit killed. "Then what does this count as?" Long Chen lazily rested Evil Moon on his shoulder, looking at the elder with a faint smile. Chapter 22, 15 Intimidation. Long Chen had killed a nether passage expert with one stroke of his saber. That wasn't what stunned people, it was that this expert had been a member of the divine family's outer branches. Although it was just the outer branches, they still belonged to the divine families. For Long Chen to dare to kill someone from the divine families, he had probably provoked a huge calamity. "Long Chen, you dare!" The other elders roared, weapons appearing in their hands. "Only you can kill others, but others can't kill you. Do you really think that you're gods? You found the crappiest excuse you could to cause trouble, and after someone killed your disciple, you got so embarrassed you wanted to kill the killer. If you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed as well," sneered Long Chen. That elder he had killed had previously attacked Xia Yuluo, and if he hadn't interfered, tossing out one of the bells in Long Xiaoyu's bag, Xia Yuluo would have been killed. He hated people like that the most. They thought that they were so supreme that their lives were important, but other people's lives were meaningless. Originally, he wouldn't have killed that person in this situation. After all, that person hadn't succeeded in harming Xia Yuluo, but Long Chen was unable to placate the flames of rage in his heart. His will refused to allow that person to live. Furthermore, after his years of experience with such people, he knew that whether or not he killed that person, his enmity with the divine families had been established. They wouldn't feel any gratitude if he let them off. He had ruined their plan, so this enmity had been formed. There was nothing he could do to prevent it. Instead, they would want to press him even further. This was the simplest and frankest principle of the cultivation world. Long Chen, how brazen. You actually disregard the divine families. That's a provocation to the divine families. Your arrogance has thrown the entire Grand Zia into danger. You think you're standing up for them when in reality you've implicated them. You. One of the elders was furiously shouting at him when a dagger silently passed through his throat. A small hand lifted his head from his neck. Only once his head was separated from his body did people see a girl holding a dagger in one hand and the head in the other hand. That was Dong Minju. As for Long Xiaoyu, she was unconscious and being held by Zia Yuluo. Long Chen didn't want her to see blood. With just a simple cut from her dagger, Dong Minju had beheaded a third-step nether passage expert. She held his head like it was a toy. It was so fast that no one could react. The experts of the divine families' outer branches were shocked. Dong Minju was standing there indifferently, as if she had just done something completely insignificant. No one could imagine that this seemingly sweet, innocent girl was a terrifying expert. What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Something about brazen arrogance implicating. Sorry, you were talking too fast. I'll trouble you to repeat it. Long Chen looked at the elder's head. Although Long Chen was smiling, there wasn't the slightest warmth in his eyes. There was only killing intent. This bastard was actually threatening him with the Grand Zia. Long Chen's killing intent was officially provoked. As long as that person dared to repeat it, he would slaughter all these people from the divine families. At the same time, he had a premonition that the divine families were just like what the high priest had described them as. They would probably have many disagreements with him. The divine families had yet to truly descend, but just these outer branches were acting so arrogant and unbridled. Just how arrogant would the true divine families be? To defend the martial heaven continent with such people, that was like climbing a tree to catch a fish. Long Chen's slight hope of being able to work together with the divine families vanished. The elder with his head in Dong Minju's hand was terrified. He could feel Long Chen's killing intent, and he knew it wasn't just directed at him. Long Chen wanted to kill all of them. The protective talisman, which was their status as members of the divine families, was useless in front of Long Chen. The elder was shocked, infuriated, and terrified. He didn't want to die. Long Chen, what do you want? Shouted the elder. It's not what I want. It's what your outer branches want. Just why did you barge into the Grand Zia so aggressively? I felt that your throat was too big, causing your voice to be unclear. Now, I've lightened your burden so it might be easier for us to communicate, said Long Chen. Long Chen had lightened his burden by a lot. Without his body to inconvenience him, he was much lighter. It was the Grand Hands people who found us and hoped that we would find justice for them. We just came to bear witness, shouted the elder. He had finally encountered the first truly vicious character in his lifetime. He had no choice but to lower his head and no longer dared to threaten Long Chen. He wanted to live. Find justice? Bear witness. Are you trying to make up a ghost story? If you were finding justice, why would you disguise your disciples as members of the Grand Han? Sneered Long Chen. I started roaming this turbulent world at 16 and I've seen every kind of person there is. Don't try to play any useless games with me. I don't care what your goal is. Just remember that I am the Grand Zia's general. I don't have a good temper and I don't like being threatened. Everyone who has threatened me before has been sent to another world. Do I need to send you there for free as well? Long Chen, don't go too far. The divine families will quickly descend onto the continent. When that time comes, the martial heaven continent will be led by the divine families. Give us some face and we can get along peacefully. It won't be good if we become hostile, don't you think? That elder began to speak spiritually to him, essentially admitting defeat. If you had come with that attitude, don't you think things would have gone much better? Well, fine, I can leave things here for now. I know you were only acting on orders, so I won't make things hard on you. Go back and tell your people that the Grand Zia is another one of my homes. I don't want anyone to disturb them, Long Chen also replied spiritually. Although the outer branches were not the main descendants, even when killing a dog, you had to look at who the owner was. Killing them wouldn't be good for his relationship with the divine families. Surrounding himself with enemies before he knew their power wasn't wise. Of course, that was if he wasn't forced to that point. He didn't want to kill them if he didn't have to. Since the other side had admitted defeat, Long Chen had no need to continue being ruthless. He nodded toward Dong Minju, and Dong Minju released his head. Heavenly Tao energy surged around the head. It returned to the elder's neck, and the wound healed seamlessly. If there wasn't a ring of blood around his neck, it would have been impossible to tell his head had been separated. The elder still had a dark expression, but he sighed with relief inside. His life had been spared. He had personally experienced Long Chen's way of doing things. He was just as unconstrained and unintimidatable as the elder had heard. The elder wanted to say something, but when he thought about it, there were no words he could use to win back his dignity. It would just make him appear worse. The elder looked at Long Chen for a moment before leaving with his people. As for Han Zijin, he actually cupped his fists toward Long Chen, seemingly to thank him for the favor of not killing him. Originally, Han Zijin had thought that kneeling to Long Chen would result in punishment later, but then even that elder had had his head cut off, so Han Zijin was at ease. No one would have a reason to punish him. He blessed his luck that he had been wise enough not to act even slightly tougher than he had. Otherwise, he would have gotten a free trip to another world. The humiliation he had felt vanished after seeing that elder be punished. If even the divine family's experts had lowered their heads, then it was only natural that he had to lower his head as well. As for the final cupping of his fists, that was to express his attitude. In the future, the Grand Han would not be enemies with the Grand Xia. After all, he had been forced this time. It had nothing to do with him. In other words, the divine families would not be supporting him in the future, and the Grand Xia would have no reason to target him. After all, he hadn't done this willingly. He had tossed all the responsibility onto the divine families. So while this cupping of his fists looked to be a sign of gratitude toward Long Chen, it had an even deeper meaning. He knew that the Grand Xia would not be letting off the Grand Han easily after they had raised their blades against them. To settle things with just this action showed that he wasn't as stupid as he appeared. The experts of the divine family's outer branches left. However, the flying boat of the Grand Han's refugees belonged to the Grand Han, and without Han Zijin's orders, they didn't dare to move. Seeing Han Zijin leave, they didn't know what to do. As for the refugees who had been clamoring on top of it, they were dumbfounded. Had they been abandoned? Were they supposed to use their lives to placate the Grand Xia's rage? They turned pale, and terror appeared in their eyes. The Grand Xia had given them food and water, and yet they had come to take a bite out of them. Looking below at the Grand Xia's people that were filled with hatred for them, they shivered. Kill them all. Kill these greedy wolves. In just a moment, the Grand Xia's officials began clamoring for their deaths. The army surrounded the flying boat. Xia Yuyang opened his mouth. They were just used. They didn't have the power to resist. Yes, that's right, we were forced. Please have mercy and spare us, shouted the refugees, tears appearing in their eyes. Xia Yuyang coldly shouted, no need for theatrics. We won't kill you today. But starting today, the Grand Xia no longer welcomes refugees from the Grand Han. Within 7 days, all refugees of the Grand Han will be expelled. After 7 days, if any of them dare to stay within the Grand Xia, they will be killed without mercy. Chapter 22, 16 Close Female Confidant. This time, the Grand Xia's populace was truly enraged. It didn't matter if those people had been forced or not. They still could not accept such a thing. Xia Yuyang directly gave the order to expel the Grand Han's refugees from the borders of the Grand Xia. The Grand Zhou and Grand Chu followed suit. In truth, the Grand Han's refugees had been a constant headache for the three nations. The three nations accepted them because they pitied them and didn't want to see them destitute and homeless. Without their help, they would starve to death, freeze to death, or be killed by the war ravaging their home. However, many of those refugees had been dissatisfied with their living arrangements. They would occasionally demand some outrageous things, for example, extra farming tools or seeds with no conditions attached. They also wanted skills to be taught to them, and some even demanded more resources to improve their quality of life to the point that it would reach the middle class of the Grand Xia. Such unreasonable requests were naturally ignored. As a result, even before this, they had put on demonstrations, with them saying that it was the Grand Xia's fault that they were destitute, so the Grand Xia had to bear the responsibility. The imperial family had been so infuriated that they had directly killed those people as a warning, but it was inevitable more people would take up their cause not long after. That was why Xia Yuncheng said they were a group of immature, hungry wolves. They didn't know gratitude. The Grand Xia had given them a peaceful environment where their lives weren't in danger, and yet they constantly lusted for more. Using Xia Yuncheng's words, they had given them a fire, but they demanded a donkey. Now, in front of everyone, they had falsely testified that the Grand Zia had enslaved them. Hence, the Grand Zia's people no longer had any pity for them. People instantly carried out Zia Yuyang's orders. Zia Yuyang walked over to Long Chen and nodded. "General Long Chen, you're as mighty as ever. You've managed to protect the imperial dignity of the Grand Zia. As for your reward, I will definitely ponder what I can offer you." "Many thanks for your majesty's graciousness." Long Chen acted immensely grateful, eliciting laughter from Zia Yuyang and the others. Back in the day, when Long Chen had left the Grand Zia, he had been chased down by others. Now he was a figure who stood at the peak of the world, but his character was the same as before. "All right, let's continue to enjoy the festivities. Long Chen, when you have time, come and drink a few cups with me. Of course, I'll be asking you to bring the wine." Zia Yuyang smiled. Zia Yuyang naturally had fine wine, also from the wine god palace, but he knew that his wine wasn't at the same level as Long Chen's. "Yes, you prepare the food and I'll bring the wine." Long Chen also smiled. Zia Yuyang was the only ruler that Long Chen respected. He was devoted to his nation and his people, which Long Chen found admirable. He truly did view the Grand Zia as a home and its commoners as his family. Zia Yuyang then brought the army away. He knew that the atmosphere would naturally be tense if he stayed, so he gave the youngsters this area to play. "Long Chen, you came at the right time." Zia Yunchang went over and gave Long Chen a fierce embrace. If Long Chen hadn't come, he didn't know what state the Grand Zia would have been turned into. "Actually, I was watching for a while. It was only when that idiot saw that he couldn't beat you, so he threatened the lives of the Grand Zia's populace, that I had no choice but to intervene. Otherwise, I would have let you teach him a lesson. Don't blame me for stealing your spotlight." Long Chen smiled. Long Chen's voice wasn't loud at all, but he had sent his spiritual strength rolling through it, allowing the entire capital to hear him clearly. Only then did everyone learn that it wasn't that Zia Yunchang wasn't able to beat Han Zijian, but that he had been forced to hold back for their safety. Even when Han Zijian had wanted to force Zia Yunchang to kneel, Zia Yunchang had endured for them. It was well known that Zia Yunchang cultivated the undefeatable Tao. Any humiliation could influence his Tao heart, but Zia Yunchang had been willing to bear that humiliation for them. Their impression of Zia Yunchang rose once more. Although Zia Yunchang wasn't the crown prince, he was considered the shield of the Grand Zia, the protector of the nation. He had previously sworn to the imperial shrine to live to protect the Grand Zia. That was why Zia Yunchang's fame was perhaps even greater than the fame of the future emperor. Long Chen knew this, which was why he had said this, so that everyone knew that the Grand Zia's imperial family was always looking out for its people, even if they couldn't see it. He also said it to protect the image of Zia Yunchang in people's hearts. After all, every nation needed idols. This allowed them to be more cohesive. "Many thanks." Zia Yunchang naturally understood Long Chen's intentions and was grateful. This brother of his that he hadn't seen in so many years hadn't changed just because of time or his greater status. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my close female confidant, Dong Minju." Long Chen pulled Dong Minju over by her hand. Dong Minju immediately blushed. Even her eyes looked a bit red. To call her a close female confidant, any sense of inferiority within her heart vanished. Because she could no longer grow, this body of hers had become a heavy matter on her heart. She had decided to spend her life living for Long Chen, and she was afraid of being viewed by him as a child the entire time. That feeling might even be worse than dying to her. By switching from calling her little you to you-er, she was already grateful. Now that he said this, he had basically confirmed her status, and she almost cried. In front of others, she was the assassin that caused the entire martial heaven continent to tremble. But in front of Long Chen, she lost all her defenses and became vulnerable. In this world, the only one who could hurt her was Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's sunshine-like smile, in addition to the warmth and encouragement in his eyes, she felt an unprecedented happiness. Zia Yuluo smiled and introduced herself in a friendly manner, but there was a touch of envy in her eyes. "Hey, Xiaoyu, wake up. Why are you sleeping here?" Long Chen gently pinched Long Xiaoyu's nose as he called her awake. Long Xiaoyu sleepily opened her eyes and suddenly cried out, "Why am I sleeping here? Big brother Long Chen, did you beat those bad people? Did I miss it?" She looked vexed. All she remembered was suddenly feeling overwhelmed by drowsiness to the point that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Now that she woke, that group of people was no longer in view. "What bad people? You played around too much to the point that you fell asleep. Are you dreaming?" asked Long Chen. Long Xiaoyu didn't want to accept that. She looked around and around, but she didn't see any sign of those bad people. It really was like it was just a dream. Long Chen held back a smile. All right, I woke you up because your favorite part is starting. I didn't want you to miss it and cry. At this moment, the show on the stage started up again. The interruption ended up not breaking their mood due to Long Chen's way of settling things. Instead, this lantern festival became even livelier. The building projected everything that happened on the Heavenly Cloud platform, allowing the people in the capital to see what was happening. Some of the young women began to let out loud cheers for the youngest, most mysterious great general of the Grand Xia, startling others into jumping. Heavens, I actually gave my heart jewel to General Long Chen. I really have excellent vision. Do you think General Long Chen will fall for me? I can just be like the princess who married the general. Heavens, I can't believe it, I have to prepare a dowry. As that maiden babbled incoherently, none of her friends laughed at her. Although they all knew that Long Chen wouldn't marry an ordinary woman of the secular world, just that vague hope was better than nothing. Most importantly, this would be enough for them to show off for a lifetime. The girls that had given Long Chen their heart flowers were all bursting with joy. This proved just how sharp their eyesight was. As for that group of outer students from the scholar's mansion, they were pale. They had actually demanded the strongest expert of the Grand Xia to get out of their way. They had even mocked him openly. Long Chen was someone who didn't even care about the divine families, but he had still given them the right of way on the road. That had to be him taking pity on their youth and ignorance. They began to sweat. That's a real expert. He doesn't bully the weak, but we. Long Chen attended the festivities with everyone. Long Xiaoyu was delighted with the various programs. Her eyes were locked on the stage. The Lantern Festival was the largest festival for the people in the Grand Xia, so the performances were all fun to watch. Long Chen reminded his little sister several times that it was getting late and that their mother wouldn't like it if they went home too late. However, she refused to leave. It was only when the performances came to an end that she finally, reluctantly left. Xia Yuncheng suggested going to the imperial palace to drink, but Long Chen tactfully declined, saying that they could reschedule for another day. He brought Long Xiaoyu back to the Wine God Palace and sent her to bed. Upon returning home, he saw that his parents hadn't gone to bed yet. Seeing the heart jewels on Long Chen's scarf, Mrs. Long smiled brightly, making Long Chen roll his eyes. After sending his little sister to bed, Long Chen quietly left with Dong Minju. "Big brother Long Chen, what are we doing?" asked Dong Minju curiously. With how stealthy he was acting, it was like he was being a thief. After sending back the little girl, we can really have some fun. Let's go strolling on our own. At the later stages, this lantern festival gets much more colorful. The city doesn't sleep until the sun rises. Big brother Long Chen is the best. Dong Minju was delighted and wrapped her arms around Long Chen's neck, giving him a kiss on the face excitedly. Chapter 22:17 I Can't Die. This time Long Chen didn't keep that scarf on. Holding Dong Minju's hand, they went out to have fun. This day was a festival for the Grand Xia's young men and women. Around the midnight hour was when the festivities peaked, when the older crowd and the children returned home. At this moment, the streets were filled with youngsters. Even the people overseeing the festivities were youngsters, and that was what made it even livelier. Who knows? Perhaps they might encounter their destined partner here. Earlier today, Dong Minju had accompanied Long Xiaoyu in wild snacking and playing. Long Xiaoyu had her own mentality for treating guests. The things that she liked were a bit childish to Dong Minju, but Dong Minju hadn't had a childhood, so this could make up for some of those lost years. At least, it wasn't boring. After bringing back Long Xiaoyu, Long Chen brought Dong Minju out to do what the other youngsters were doing. Some favored areas were connected Heart's Bridge and Destined Marriage Mountain. The two of them acted like ordinary mortals who didn't know how to cultivate. They followed the crowd, hearing all kinds of delightful stories from random people. "Big brother Long Chen, I suddenly really want to be an ordinary person," Dong Minju sighed. "Are we not normal?" Long Chen smiled. "I'm saying that I don't want to be a cultivator. It seems that they're living a much easier and more relaxed life," said Dong Minju. She was very envious of these people. Their lives were simple. The cultivation world was much crueler. Long Chen said, "Who told you that they live easy and relaxed lives? Every person in this world has hardships in their life. You envy them for being worry-free, while they envy others for being rich. While rich people envy cultivators for having the ability to fly through the skies and live longer lives, you envy others because they have things that you don't have, but no one has everything in this world. A cat likes fish but can't swim. A fish likes eating earthworms but can't go on land. This is just life. Even a god does not have a perfect life. Regretfully, many people don't understand this, and even upon dying, they don't know what kind of life they wanted. When facing troubles, unhappiness is a kind of instinct. But to stiffen your spine and live through those struggles happily is a kind of skill. Just look at me. I'm chased down by almost everyone on the continent, but aren't I still living happily? Dong Minju smiled. She felt like today was the most fortunate day in her life. It didn't matter how many troubles she encountered. As long as she was with Long Chen, as long as she could hear his voice, see his smile, she didn't have any fear. Atop Dragon Ring Peak, Dong Minju lay in Long Chen's embrace, looking at the lanterns down below. The entire capital was illuminated in a soft light. Hearing his jest in her ear, she occasionally laughed. Eventually, she fell asleep. Looking at her face, Long Chen felt pity. From Dong Minju, he had seen another kind of life. The truth was that there weren't that many truly evil people in this world. The majority of people were kind. Dong Minju was someone who had been raised as a killing tool, but just one bit of kindness from him had changed her life. That wasn't because his charisma was so great, but simply that this little bit of kindness had awakened Dong Minju's true nature inside. However, many people had already lost sight of their true nature. They lived with no beliefs, blind. Someone who had no limits on themselves was truly frightening. Even more frightening were the people who had been brainwashed to the point that their own beliefs were gone. Any good in their heart had been sealed by that long-term brainwashing, and they had become weapons with no thoughts of their own. Long Chen held Dong Minju, trying to keep her comfortable. Seeing her sweet smile, Long Chen had an urge to kiss her, but he held back for fear of waking her. Sleep might be a normal thing to others, but to an assassin, sleeping was a dream that they would never dare to hope for. Assassins had to be on their highest guard at all times. Even the slightest relaxation could cause them to lose their lives. This was why Dong Minju envied ordinary people so much. In Long Chen's embrace, she was finally sleeping soundly like a baby. In this world, there was nowhere safer than Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen looked into the distance. Just now, playing with Dong Minju and hearing her laughter had made him forget all his vexations. However, now that he paused, his thoughts came surging back. He rubbed the nine-lined soul-calming Jade. That was the only thing his birth parents had given him. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, but his heart was growing more nervous. In the past, he had seen a corner of the truth through Future Lake. Later on, Long Chen had asked Li Tangxuan if he could use the reincarnation mirror to see more, but Li Tangxuan had said that it was impossible. Back when he had looked into Future Lake, his cultivation base had been lower, making it easier to look back. But even that had almost destroyed the reincarnation mirror. Now that his cultivation base was higher, the reincarnation mirror didn't have the ability to look back into his past. Hence, Long Chen had no way of learning his origins this way. He didn't even know if his birth parents were still alive. He recalled that man's bright laughter. He recalled that woman's rebuking which was full of love and concern. He recalled a pair of merciless hands that cut open a baby's body and took away his seven-colored blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. If that person was my father, then he was very proud and domineering. He would definitely go crazy if his son was taken. If my child was targeted like this, I'd definitely tear apart my enemy no matter who it was. But even after so many years, I haven't heard of anything so shocking occurring on the Martial Heaven continent. It seems that my birth parents aren't in a good situation. Long Chen's heart was heavy. As parents, they definitely wouldn't just allow their son to wander around outside for over 20 years without making a sound. Just wait, I'll slowly find the truth. I'll make sure corpses pile up until I can climb up to the heavens and paint the sky the color of blood. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was full of hatred. He put himself in his parents' shoes. Long Tianxiao and Mrs. Long knew that Long Chen was on the Martial Heaven continent, and yet they definitely worried about him every day. As for his birth parents, their child had been stolen from them. That kind of pain was unimaginable. There was no way such a thing could be forgiven. Suddenly, Dong Minju shifted in his arms. She opened her eyes. "Big brother Long Chen, do you want to kill someone?" As an assassin, Dong Minju was very sensitive to killing intent. She had been roused awake. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you," apologized Long Chen. A peaceful sleep was far too rare for Dong Minju. "It's fine, I've slept for a long time. It seems like this is the first true sleep in my memory. Big brother Long Chen, just tell me who you want to kill and I'll do it. Dong Minju wrapped her arms around Long Chen's neck. She was serious. She was fully confident in her assassination abilities. It didn't matter how strong the target was. As long as she found a chance, she could still kill them in one move. Even divine sons or divine daughters like the Pill Fairy and Tian Zizi were no exception. Actually, I don't even know who my enemy is. I don't even know who my birth parents are. Long Chen explained his origin to Dong Minju simply. Only then did she learn that Long Tianxiao and Mrs. Long were not his birth parents. Furthermore, Long Chen had even had his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone extracted as a baby. She had originally felt that she had been met with enough misfortune, but now she found that Long Chen was even more unfortunate. However, he was still living while loving this world. The sun is about to come up. Long Chen suddenly pointed into the distance. Dawn was breaking. A dark red sun was starting to creep over the horizon and spill its light onto the earth. It warmed the world, nourishing life. Long Chen didn't remember the last sunrise he had seen. Seeing the sun rise over these flourishing lands, he smiled. Every day was a new beginning. After the dark came the light. It might be difficult for him to progress right now, but he was confident that as long as he endured, he would be able to walk out of the darkness. The sun would rise. Let's go. We can see some old friends in the imperial palace. Long Chen descended the mountain with Dong Minju, going to the imperial palace. They spent a day in the imperial palace before returning to the wine god palace. There, they rested for a day before the two of them went to a secret room that the high priest had prepared for them. Long Chen was preparing to remove the god seed from Dong Minju. The room only held Long Chen and Dong Minju. Dong Minju was nervous and her voice quivered. Big brother Long Chen, you have to save me. I wasn't afraid of dying before, but now I am. I want to be with you forever. I can't die. An assassin's first lesson was to be fearless in the face of death. Only then could they maintain absolute calm and make the best choices no matter what happened. However, the current Dong Minju was not fearless. It wasn't dying that she was afraid of so much, but no longer being able to be with Long Chen. Long Chen hugged Dong Minju tightly and kissed her forehead. Trust me. Long Chen and Dong Minju sat in lotus style. Dong Minju closed her eyes, and Long Chen pressed a finger against her forehead. Light erupted from the spot that he pressed. A terrifying divine pressure caused the room to shake. Chapter 22, 18 The God's Servant. Dong Minju's body trembled. The divine mark on her forehead was shining brightly, and a thunderous voice exploded in her mind. Those disobedient to the god will suffer the pain of 10,000 ants devouring their souls and never reincarnate. Dong Minju knew that this was the god's will. She had betrayed a god. Her soul was in immense pain, as if countless knives were cutting her, as if countless bugs were biting into it. However, she didn't make a sound in order to not worry Long Chen. Speak to him, endure it. Long Chen wrote in Dong Minju's palm with his other hand. He couldn't speak spiritually, or it would draw the attention of the other side. Dong Minju suddenly sneered. I was never your follower, so why would I be obedient? When I was a child, I was your follower because my parents forced me in, shackling me to you. Did you give me the privilege of my own choice? I was born to be your slave so you can order me around. All there was between us was a brief collaboration. I killed people for you and you gave me power. Now I don't want the collaboration any longer. I will live according to my own will. As Dong Minju spoke, Long Chen's spiritual strength silently entered Dong Minju's body, flowing toward her dantian. Within her dantian was a clump of qi. That was her spirit root, the foundation of her cultivation. Unless it was someone you absolutely trusted, there was no way you would allow someone else's energy to go there. That clump of qi had a golden seed within it. That seed had tiny roots that grew throughout all her bones. This is the god seed. Frankly, it's an evil seed used for enslaving bodies of flesh. A god, more like a slightly stronger fiend wearing a bright cover to con idiots. Upon seeing that seed, Long Chen understood what it meant to be a divine daughter or divine son. They were nothing more than pieces that the gods controlled. Due to Dong Minju's strong will, she was able to resist the encroachment of the god's will, retaining her own mind. This aspect of her was something that even amazed the high priest. Long Chen thought of the Pill Fairy. She should be in the same state as Dong Minju. However, it seemed that she hadn't managed to retain the slightest bit of her own will. It was unknown if the Pill Fairy had been completely taken over by the god's will. Perhaps it was because she had been an extremely devout follower originally and had been willing to give her everything to the god. In any case, she was no longer the same. Everything you have was given to you by the god. Your betrayal is a disgrace. As the god's servant, I give you the pain of your soul being devoured. 7 weeks from now, your life will end, said that voice coldly. Dong Minju was going to keep speaking to stall when Long Chen's voice rang out in her mind-see. A dog also dares to say such big words. Aren't you afraid of being turned into a stew? Who's there? The voice was first startled and then burst into anger. Your dad, Long Chen answered concisely and confidently. Bastard! The god seed within Dong Minju's body suddenly exploded, and countless tentacles stretched out. Dong Minju's eyes flew open, her gaze cold. Big brother Long Chen, I can't control my body. Dong Minju was appalled. Do you see your daddy clearly now? Long Chen smiled. Suddenly, starry projections appeared within Dong Minju's body. It was a giant astral diagram of 108,000 stars emitting divine light that severed the tentacles shooting out of the god seed. The high priest had told Long Chen that by using his spiritual yuan combined with his astral energy, by severing the 3 great tentacles within the root qi, it was possible to cut off the god seed. The 3 great tentacles were what controlled the qi, the essence, and the spirit. Once they were severed, the god seed would be unable to control Dong Minju. As for the other tentacles, they could be slowly extracted. However, that process would definitely be immensely painful. It was like extracting a giant tree that had taken root in the body. It would be like losing half her life, but it was the only way to save her. The wine left by the wine god had paralyzed the god energy and reduced its power, making it so that, during this time, the god was unable to keep an eye on Dong Minju. When the wine energy reached its peak, it was the best moment to take action. However, the high priest didn't know that Long Chen had more than one astral space. Long Chen directly severed all the tentacles. One of Long Chen's hands was on Dong Minju's forehead. His spiritual strength poured into her body, protecting her soul. His other hand pressed against her abdomen. With a forceful tug, he pulled out the god seed, tossing it into his own dantian. The instant the god seed left Dong Minju's body, she turned pale as paper and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Courting death. The god seed began to swell. It was going to explode within Long Chen's body. Boom! Long Chen's robes exploded off of him, and cracks appeared on his body. Blood flowed out of him, but he had a cold smile. The instant the god seed's energy had exploded, his 108,000 stars had distributed the energy. He had been intentionally testing the god seed's power, which was why he hadn't summoned his battle armor. If he had really wanted to stop it, he would have only needed to circulate his 108,000 stars, energy, until the god seed's energy was exhausted. Let me see just what you look like. Long Chen actually sent his yuan spirit into the god seed. According to the method that the high priest had given him, all he needed to do was stabilize the god seed in his body. Because he wasn't an Empyrean, the seed would not be able to nourish itself with heavenly Tao energy. As time passed, it would slowly wither and vanish. However, Long Chen wanted to peer into the secrets of the god, so he sent his yuan spirit into it to communicate with the speaker. His soul shuddered, and he saw a person in front of him. It was a white-haired old man with falcon-like eyes full of darkness and brutality. He was not the killing god worshipped by the Bloodkill Hall. As Long Chen saw him, he also saw Long Chen. Long Chen could see his astonishment. He didn't seem to have expected Long Chen to throw himself into a trap. Sorry, let me retract what I just said. I'm not your dad. There's no way I could give birth to such an ugly thing. Long Chen shook his head. God blasphemer, you will pay the price for your arrogance and ignorance. The falcon-eyed elder furiously slammed his hands together. His white hair blew back as a divine pressure grew within the god seed. Roots furiously shot out of the god seed, spreading just like they had in Dong Minju's body, wanting to control Long Chen. I've blasphemed many gods. Who do you think you are to cause trouble in front of me? Call out Imputa, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the killing god's name was Imputa. This fellow was nothing more than one of Imputa's subordinates. You dare to shout the name of the killing god. Die! The elder formed hand seals, and divine light lit up beneath him. Only now did Long Chen see that there was a sacrificial altar beneath him. Divine runes were activating, and their power was actually entering the god seed inside his body despite being in completely different spaces. The god seed grew crazily, filling with an energy that could destroy a world, but Long Chen didn't stop it. Instead, he allowed those tentacles to invade every inch of his body, every inch of his will. An irresistible will condensed within his mind, wanting to control him. However, Long Chen didn't make a sound. He allowed those tentacles to control him. He wanted to use this method to peer into the secrets of gods. The elder's appearance was very frightening as divine runes flew around his body. Even though he was filled with divine power, he was a bit nervous seeing Long Chen looking at him expressionlessly. You think you can control me with just this little bit of power? Just how did Imputa find such a useless dog? The powerful divine energy crashed against Long Chen's mindset, trying to control him. But his own will was too powerful. Just who are you? Demanded the elder. Imputa's daddy. The elder almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his forehead split open, and blood chains shot out, covering his body like a spider web. Great killing God, please bestow me your divine power. With your supreme will, guide the sheep who have lost their way. As he prayed, more and more altars appeared, lighting up. Long Chen saw that there were hundreds of these altars within this space. Every altar unleashed a chain connecting to the elder's altar. Divine energy dozens of times stronger than before poured into the god seed. As that energy raged, Long Chen's will was submerged by the god's will. Long Chen still didn't resist. He allowed the god energy to invade him. Finally, various illusions began to appear in his mind as the god energy reached the point where it started affecting Long Chen's will. From your grimace, it looks like you're constipated. Is this all the power you have? Mocked Long Chen. Even though strange scenes were appearing within his mind, he still acted like he was clear-headed. The elder furiously roared. A giant illusory figure appeared behind him and divine pressure raged. Long Chen's head buzzed as his will was finally suppressed. In that instant, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 22:19 The Pill Sovereign's Will. Long Chen didn't resist. This was the result that he wanted. The instant his will was suppressed by the god's will, a power that had been slumbering within his soul for a long time was provoked. A supreme will exploded. It was like a dragon had been provoked by an ant and finally opened its eyes. Some kind of force instantly erased the god's will from Long Chen's mind. The elder controlling hundreds of altars wanted to say something, but his body suddenly exploded. Then the altars crumbled into dust, and the illusory images in Long Chen's mind faded. After the elder died, another figure appeared. It was a young man with shoulder-length hair. Divine light flowed within his mind, seeming to mimic the revolution of the cosmos. If Dong Minju saw him, she would instantly recognize him to be the god worshipped by the Blood Hall, the killing god Imputa. Imputa looked at the destroyed altars and frowned. He then formed a one-handed seal and space twisted, revealing a scene full of dust. That was the scene of the altars being destroyed. Time continued to reverse, playing back what had happened. However, just as he saw the elder, his expression suddenly changed. He hastily dispelled his divine energy. The hand-forming seals exploded, and Imputa's expression was dark. After muttering to himself, he turned and left, vanishing within the endless darkness. The illusions in Long Chen's mind had vanished, and the god's will had been disintegrated. However, all the god energy that had been poured into the god seed was still within Long Chen's body. So the Pill Sovereign's will has always been present. Long Chen had proven its existence once more. This meant that his character had definitely been influenced by the Pill Sovereign's will. A very large portion of his domineering nature had to be caused by the Pill Sovereign's will. The reason he hadn't resisted the god's will and allowed it to invade him was because he wanted to test the Pill Sovereign's will. Originally, he had thought that even if it existed, it would have to have a fierce battle with the god's will. But he hadn't expected that even god energy would be nothing in front of the Pill Sovereign's will. How was it that the Pill Sovereign was even more terrifying than the god? The instant the two had clashed, Long Chen could tell that the two of them were in completely different dimensions. Just who was the Pill Sovereign? Why did it find him? Why would it choose him to inherit the 9-star Hegemon body art? Long Chen was full of questions. The power of the Pill Sovereigns will made him think of many things that had been unimaginable before. If the god energy was stronger, he had planned to refine it for his own use. But now there was no point. If the Pill Sovereign's will could crush it so easily, there was no need for him to waste his time researching such a thing. His 108,000 astral stars activated. They had previously silently absorbed the god energy and were now spitting that energy back out. This god energy had his will within it. This was the backup that Long Chen had prepared. He had split half his will throughout the 108,000 stars. If the Pill Sovereign's will was unable to beat the god's will, he would launch an attack. Now though, these preparations were revealed to be meaningless. He then forced the god energy back into the god's seed, and it was now filled with pure god energy without the god's will within it. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. Dong Minju was still pale and was staring at him worriedly. No one understood just how terrifying the god's will was better than her. Big brother Long Chen, you succeeded. We can stay together forever. Dong Minju was delighted and cried tears of joy, hugging him. If he had died, there would have been no meaning in her living. Once Dong Minju had calmed down, Long Chen patted her back. Here, let me return the god's seed to you. The god's seed? Big brother Long Chen, you. Dong Minju jumped back, staring in shock at him, thinking he had been taken over by the god's will. Long Chen smiled. It's not like what you're thinking. The god's seed is still present. I just erased the god's will. It's now just a seed that cannot influence how you think. Long Chen placed his hand on Dong Minju's dantian. With a thought, the god's seed left his body and entered Dong Minju's. The god's seed became active upon entering Dong Minju's body, as if it had returned home. It surprisingly had a strong sense of belonging there. How is it so powerful now? When the god's seed entered her body, she felt a power 100 times greater than before. To test the Pill Sovereign's will, Long Chen had repeatedly provoked the Falconite Elder, making him pour more and more god energy into Long Chen. Now the god energy had been purified of the god's will and was now pure energy, perfect for Dong Minju. Her body had a high level of compatibility with this energy. With this much energy, her combat power would rise to an even more terrifying level. Furthermore, with the killing god's will erased from it, the god's seed could now begin to merge with Dong Minju's root qi. Dong Minju could already sense her spirit root going through some kind of transformation. As expected, fortune lies in danger. The bigger the guts, the bigger the reward, he. Long Chen smiled brightly. Once the god seed merged with Dong Minju's spirit root, she would possess her own god energy and would no longer need to pray for the god to descend. In other words, although Dong Minju had left the Bloodco Hall, she could still use the god's energy and could be considered a divine daughter. Long Chen and Dong Em and Jiu left seclusion. Long Chen thanked the high priest once more. If it hadn't been for the high priest, Long Chen would have had no idea how to remove the god seed. The high priest smiled and told Long Chen to be careful in the future, saying that the enemies he could see weren't frightening. The really frightening enemies were those that you couldn't see. Although he was speaking in a veiled manner, Long Chen understood his meaning. After that, he brought Dong Minju home to say goodbye to his parents. Long Xiaoyu cried for a long time, saying that Long Chen and Dong Minju couldn't leave. Long Chen promised to come see her more in the future. It took a long time of comforting her for her to stop crying. Long Xiaoyu had actually formed a close bond with Dong Minju, asking her new little big sister to come and see her every year. Dong Minju smiled and promised. Even when Long Chen left, Tu Qiansheng hadn't returned. Long Chen didn't know where that fatty had gone off to play. He hadn't sent back any word. Sitting through transportation formation, they returned to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. There, Jianing, the old man, and the others were already waiting for him. Seeing Dong Minju was fine, Meng Qi and the others sighed with relief. Jianing wished to speak with Long Chen. As Meng Qi and the others weren't interested in this talk, they pulled Dong Minju away. After the trip to the Grand Zia, Dong Minju was no longer so afraid of strangers. Getting along with Meng Qi and the others was no problem. The high priest really is amazing. He even has a method to undo the curse of a god. Seeing Dong Minju leave, Jianing couldn't help sighing. In truth, Jianing and the others hadn't had any hope that Dong Minju would live. After all, that was a god's curse. Even if there was someone who could undo it, who would be able to bear the karma of the god's retribution. However, the high priest had done it. Alliance head old man, did you come here to discuss something? Asked Long Chen. They had clearly been waiting for him. Do you know the matter of the four divines writ? Jianing got straight to the point. Yes, I know of it. I even had some unpleasantness with them in the Grand Zia this time. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Was there a conflict? Asked Jianing. It doesn't count as a conflict exactly. What happened? I just killed someone from the divine family's outer branches, said Long Chen. What? Jianing and the others were shocked. The large sect leaders who had come with Jianing gasped. Actually, this isn't my fault. They wanted to kill my friend. I naturally couldn't let them get away with that. Long Chen gave a simple explanation of how they had supported the Grand Han in causing trouble for the other three great nations. Fool, why would you kill them? Jining held her head. The divine families, outer branches, were essentially the representative of the divine families. They were the only ones capable of communicating with the true divine families. If those people from the outer branches decided to report back what had happened with some extra details, it would be troublesome. In any case, he's already dead. Let them do as they please. You still haven't answered me, though. What did you need to discuss with me? Asked Long Chen. The old man laughed. There was something, but now I don't think it'll happen. You're laughing. You old bastard, you raised a little bastard. You're trying to worry me to death, raged Jining. The old man chuckled and didn't say anything. He stealthily gave Long Chen a thumbs up. He approved of Long Chen's style, but he couldn't support it openly. 7 days from now, the outer branches of the divine families will host a gathering. All the large powers are to send representatives to discuss how we will defend against the blood race's invasion. We wanted you to go, but now. Jining shook her head helplessly. Chapter 22, 20 Daifeng's Patience. Currently on the entire martial heaven continent, the person with the greatest fame was Long Chen. He was a figure who had managed to suppress the apex figures of the largest powers on the continent. In the battle in front of the yin-yang world, he had killed 2 emperor heirs and then fought the heroic spirits of those emperors. He was someone who called a sovereign brother. If it weren't for the fact that he wore black robes, he would be the one acclaimed to have the highest chance of becoming a sovereign. The entire martial heaven continent was discussing Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion. There were some other legions amongst the various factions of the continent, but the Dragonblood Legion's name was so resounding that the other legions were completely drowned out. The Dragonblood Legion was claimed to be the #1 legion on the martial heaven continent. However, no one dared to call themselves the #2 legion because the difference between them and the Dragonblood Legion was just far too great. They couldn't be compared. It could be said that this battle had made Long Chen's fame reach an unprecedented level. Thus, Jining had been thinking of sending Long Chen as the representative of the Martial Heaven Alliance for the gathering held by the divine families. As soon as she had received this information, she had come to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory so that she could pass this information to Long Chen. She had wanted him to be prepared and not have any conflicts with the divine families. However, who would have thought that Long Chen would waste no time in forming an enmity with the divine families? Not only that, but he had even killed one of them. That was big trouble. Now she didn't dare to allow Long Chen to attend the gathering. She was sure that, with Long Chen's character, if the outer branches of the divine families tried to cause trouble for him during the gathering, Long Chen would flip the table. That was why the old man had said that, although they had come to discuss something, there was no longer any need to. All right, I'll send Lingshan. Jining felt a headache coming on. Although Yi Lingshan was powerful and had a certain reputation amongst the Martial Heaven Alliance, Jining was worried that she was still too young. Others might take advantage of her. As for Long Chen, he was an old fox. He was best suited for handling such a thing, but he couldn't go. Jining didn't know where she could release the frustration she felt. The original plan had crumbled. She could only send Yi Lingshan, yet she was also worried about her. Long Chen smiled. Lingshan's charisma as a leader is constantly growing. She'll be fine. In the worst case, my Dragonblood Legion will send a few people to help Lingshan. Long Chen knew what Jining was thinking. As the elder, who wanted their children to be bullied by others, this upcoming gathering would definitely be rife with schemes from multiple wily old foxes. Alliance head, what is the intention of the divine families? Are they going to take the lead in the Dark Era? Asked Long Chen. Yes, everyone heard what Sovereign Mo Li said. The sovereigns are already gone, so we cannot depend on their protection. Perhaps this is why the divine families finally came out to gather the continent's power to face the invasion of enemy races. We have to borrow the power of the divine families. This is a good thing. Long Chen, it would be best if you didn't mess around, warned Jining. Long Chen shook his head. Alliance head, it's not that I'm messing around but that others want me dead so I have to fight back. Also, I should warn you that there are traitors within the Martial Heaven continent. I personally witnessed people trying to destroy the Sovereign Seal. However, they're too powerful so I won't bother saying who it was, as no one would believe it anyway. They would just throw dirty water on me in retaliation. It's meaningless. In truth, Long Chen had no intention of mentioning Pill Valley's behind-the-scenes actions. He felt a scheme growing. The more people that knew, the easier they would be implicated. However, Long Chen still decided to warn Jianying. She couldn't trust others. As a result, Jianying and the others' expressions changed, but they didn't ask who it was. That was taboo. The atmosphere grew tense. The gathering the divine families are holding, my Dragonblood Legion won't be attending. If the continent is in trouble, as a member of the continent, we will fight. But as for fighting alongside old enemies, that is a huge joke. The Dragonblood Legion would rather fight to the death than hug those filthy-hearted bastards, said Long Chen. It didn't matter who was directing the battle. The Dragonblood Legion would not be fighting alongside Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Xuanhuan beasts, or the others. They would not fight while worried about being stabbed in the back by the others. Fine, I understand. Jianying nodded. She knew Long Chen's character. Jianying left with her people. After that, Mo Nian and Liu Zongying also said goodbye to Long Chen. They had been worried about Long Chen, so Mo Nian had stayed until he returned. Mo Nian left to focus on his realm, as his cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven stage of Life Star. Now, everyone needed to comprehend their own Tao of life and death. I'm starting to feel some pressure with how much stronger you're getting. I'll also work hard so that I can comprehend life and death faster. When both of us break through Nether Passage, we'll go plunder the corrupt god cemetery. Mo Nian gave Long Chen some parting words as he left with Liu Zongying. With the dark era on the verge of coming, everyone needed to work hard on advancing. Only with great power could they survive the upcoming battles. Once everyone left, Xuanhuan and the others surrounded him. Boss, the Huiyun sect has just sent word. Dai Feng has awakened his spirit blood, said Xuanhuan. Really? Him? Long Chen was startled. Dai Feng's talent was not on the level of someone who could awaken their spirit blood. Was it the divine families who had interfered again? Not only that, but the Blood Emperor's figure has appeared within his manifestation, merging with his original manifestation. It's a never-before-seen manifestation throughout all of history. The Huiyun sect's information says that Dai Feng's power has climbed to the point that it might have surpassed Zhu Luocha's, said Xuanhuan. Could it be a scheme? Xuanhuan slapped his leg. A scheme? Boss, that really does seem to be it. I didn't quite understand before why Dai Feng would marry Zhu Luocha. Even if his mother was a pig, he shouldn't have been forced to stoop so low. Although Dai Feng was no good cookie, he was attractive and a genius. Why would he marry someone as ugly as Zhu Luocha? For Dai Feng to awaken his spirit blood and gain Zhu Luocha's manifestation after her death, there was definitely something suspicious going on. Was it dual cultivation, supplementation? Gu Yang patted the back of his head with an odd expression. Boss Gu Yang, let's not use such a disgusting word. Imagining it is too disgusting. Song Minjuan and the others shuddered. For someone to have such restraint and patience, he's quite the figure. Long Chen nodded. He hadn't thought that Dai Feng's patience was so great. He would be a tough opponent. Did the report say anything else? No, just to be careful. Zheng Wenlong's guess is that Dai Feng made up for his own lacking areas thanks to Zhu Luocha and will only continue growing stronger, said Xuanhuan. What about the other powers? Have they made any moves? No, it seems that all the experts are in seclusion. They are focused on comprehending life and death to attack the Nether Passage realm. After all, whoever advances first will have the power to sweep away the others. No one wants to waste a second. Boss, you should go into seclusion as well, or if the Pill Fairy, Tianzizi, Kun Pengzi and the others advance first, none of us will be able to stop them. In the same realm, Long Chen didn't fear anyone. But if others advanced to Nether Passage first and gained control over life and death energy, the Dragonblood Legion would be in danger. All the large powers were lying low. The silence on the continent was frightening as countless geniuses were preparing to advance to Nether Passage. So Long Chen also had to hurry and advance. That was the most important thing. This would decide the life and death of the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen said, I can advance to Nether Passage whenever I want. But now isn't the time. I want all the Dragonblood warriors to advance to the Nether Passage realm together. Together, Xuanhuan and the others didn't quite believe their ears. Yes, we'll go through it together. This is the way that has the highest chance of survival. Otherwise, it would be lucky if even half of us survive a trip to the Netherworld. Other than that, Long Chen shook his head. Well, there's no need for me to say much. Just focus on being ready to advance. Long Chen wanted to say that he would probably have a much more difficult time in the Netherworld. That was because he had once taken a nail from the gates of hell. The laws of the netherworld had probably memorized his spiritual fluctuations. He also had some bad relationships with a nether god. Lang Yuan had schemed against her. Hence, his advancement would have a high chance of death. Long Chen could only hope for Lang Yuan. If she could lead them, then things could go smoothly. But he had no idea where Lang Yuan was. As a result, he had no choice but to gamble. He refused to allow half the Dragon Blood warriors to die in the netherworld. Either everyone advanced or they all died together. Long Chen asked about the original devil race as well, and Xuanhuan said that they were completely safe. The original devil race had temporarily sealed the connection between the skyscraping world and the martial heaven continent. The skyscraping world could now only be entered through the wild world, while the wild world could only be entered through a transportation formation in the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They were absolutely safe. With the divine families coming out, they definitely couldn't allow anyone to catch the original devil race. Hearing that they were fine, Long Chen was at ease. Long Chen began to refine a large number of Nethergate pills for the 6th star. He wanted to hurry and finish the 9-star transformations. However, on the 3rd day of his refining, a piece of news reached him. The sea demon race had started attacking the continent, with their reasoning being that Long Chen had insulted the sea demon race, so they were getting their revenge against the human race. Chapter 22-21 The Sea Demon Race's Goal. At this time, the sea demon race had initiated a beast tide, attacking the eastern, southern, western, and northern Xuan regions at the same time. Although the scale was not too big, it still caused panic on the continent. That was because all the geniuses of the continent were in seclusion right now to comprehend life and death. Many of the ancient sects had actuated their own life and death training areas to help their geniuses. This was a crucial moment. If their enemies advanced to the Nether Passage realm, then there was danger of them being wiped out. Although this was a critical time for the continent as well, no one dared to guarantee that others wouldn't attack them. Even if they didn't fight openly, a secret sneak attack could also destroy a sect. In the cultivation world, the only time that things had been just and fair was during the eras of the sovereigns. A sect that took great damage would no longer have any use to the continent, and even if they had been wronged, no one would speak up for them. As a result, even though the divine families had started to return to the continent for the upcoming battles in the Dark Era, everyone was still on guard. Without power, they wouldn't even be qualified to suck up to the divine families. For the sea demon race to initiate a beast tide against the continent shocked and enraged the continent's experts. The sects of the Martial Heaven Alliance in particular were in trouble due to how widely they were spread, and requests for aid quickly escalated. As for Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the Xuan beasts, they ignored the invasion of the sea demon race. They had no intention of helping. It was like they weren't even a part of the Martial Heaven continent, and this was of no concern to them. To use their words, this was Long Chen's fault, so he could handle it himself. Didn't he like playing the hero? Then he could keep playing the part. Boss, the sea demon race is targeting us. Let's slaughter them and show them the color of blood. Xuanhuan came out, his armor repaired. In the last battle, he had noticed some flaws that he had fixed as well, improving his armor and making him itch for a fight. Long Chen shook his head. If we did, we would be falling for their trap. They don't want to let us cultivate. How vile. Long Chen looked at the letter in his hand. It was written by Li Tiangxuan and stated the goal of the sea demon race. Li Tiangxuan pointed out that the Dragon Blood Legion's power had terrified the sea demon race, so they wished to disturb him. If the Dragon Blood Legion was stalled for long enough, then once the supreme geniuses of the other powers advanced, their first target would definitely be the Dragon Blood Legion. No one would be able to save them then. So Li Tiangxuan's advice was for Long Chen to pretend he didn't know about this matter and just focus on his cultivation. Li Tiangxuan also added that the sea demon race would not dare to make things too bad for fear that the outer branches of the divine families would interfere. If we ignore this, Pill Valley's mouths will have more ammunition against us, said Xuanhuan hatefully. It'll also implicate many innocent lives. Most importantly, is the Dragon Blood Legion a cowardly turtle? Gu Yang poked Xuanhuan in the back hard. Wasn't he trying to get Long Chen into trouble now? Long Chen glanced at Xuanhuan. This fellow was itching for a battle with his new armor. I'll handle this matter. There's no need for you to worry about it, stated Long Chen. Hee boss, I have no talent when it comes to cultivation. Why not let me accompany you? Let's not trouble the other brothers. They're working hard. Xuanhuan wanted to go out with Long Chen and test his new armor. Just focus on cultivation. We're in a race against time. Others are trying to slow us down, so just leave it to me. Xuanhuan, you have to focus the most. Your comprehension skills are the weakest of all of us. If you hold us back, don't blame me for using some extraordinary measures. At that time, you'll be crying for your mommy and daddy, so don't blame me if I don't give you face, warned Long Chen. All right. Boss, please just save me this little bit of face, grumbled Xuanhuan. Long Chen truly understood him too well. Xuanhuan and the others went back into seclusion to focus on consolidating their realm and comprehending life and death. Other sects had already opened life and death training areas for their disciples, but the Dragonblood Legion did not need that. Liu Ruyan had received the yin-yang immortal grasses power, and she was able to share her comprehension of life and death with everyone. Long Chen would also refine a few pills when the time came. The pills should allow everyone to comprehend life and death when combined with Liu Ruyan. He wasn't worried about this aspect for himself at all. He cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art, so he didn't need to comprehend anything. He could directly charge through to the Nether Passage realm. Long Chen went to the rear mountain forest where Meng Qi and the others were. They were sitting on a blanket beside a waterfall, their bare feet in the water. The blanket was large enough to also fit a small table with various fruit that had just been washed. Dongminju was holding hands with Cloud, their small feet playing with the little fish swimming nearby. Their laughter rang out. The two of them were quite similar in size and figure. Cloud still appeared like a girl because she was a Xuan beast, while Dongminju was also sometimes like a child when it came to her mindset because of losing her childhood. The two of them were able to play happily by the waterside. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yizhikyu, and Liu Ruyan were peacefully sitting together, quietly chatting. With the beautiful green mountain and clear water, their beauty made this place look like a wonderland. Big brother Long Chen, what took you so long? We've been waiting for you forever. Cloud ran over, holding her skirts. Long Chen laughed. You're right, I should be punished. Yes, first I'll be punished with some fruit. Nice try. As Long Chen laughingly reached for the fruit, Tang Wan'er slapped his hand away, in the end only giving him one tiny grape that made everyone laugh. Long Chen sat with them, and Cloud generously picked out the biggest fruit for him. Biting into the fruit, Long Chen said, You consolidated your realm so quickly. You're already able to control your auras. That's amazing. Meng Qi and the others already had very steady auras, meaning that they had consolidated their auras even faster than Gu Yang and the others. Big sister Jikyu is the fastest. She has also awakened her spirit blood and knows the name of her heaven's soul manifestation, said Tang Wan'er proudly. Really? Long Chen looked at Yizhikyu with surprise. Yes, my spirit blood was activated by the Ice Divine Sword. I've finally obtained her approval. Yizhikyu nodded. Although her face was still expressionless like an old well, there was a bit of excitement in her eyes. Excellent, now we have another expert on the level of a divine daughter, exclaimed Long Chen. Long Chen, can we also activate our spirit blood? Asked Tang Wan'er. Of course, but because no supreme experts appeared amongst our ancestors, we don't have their bloodline to activate. Some people have amazing existences in their bloodlines that allow them to awaken their spirit blood sooner. Others will have to wait until they advance to the Nether Passage realm before awakening their spirit blood and connecting to their manifestation. That's why we should hurry up and advance. Those fellows with terrifying predecessors are already starting to awaken their spirit blood. But that advantage will vanish once we all enter the Nether Passage realm. They're relying on their ancestors, but we can only rely on ourselves, said Long Chen. With a powerful ancestor, they cultivated faster than ordinary people even if they were just slacking off. However, that was no excuse to be lazy. The only thing that you could do was put in twice the effort and pay twice the price to achieve a similar result. The Dragonblood Legion hadn't relied on anyone to grow. They had all put their lives on the line to reach their current height. How are you planning on handling the sea demons? Meng Qi handed a fruit she had peeled to Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others had heard news of the sea demon race, but they hadn't participated in the discussion. They wouldn't oppose whatever Long Chen decided, so they had just been waiting here. Long Chen received the fruit with a smile. Biting into it, he said, The sea demon race's attack is not as simple as it appears. I will handle them and test their bottom line. I want to know just what they're thinking. So tomorrow, I'll bring Cloud and Yuer over to show them that Master Long is not as weak as they seem to think. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. He had already thought through how he would handle the sea demon race. Chapter 22 Killing into the Eastern Sea. On the martial heaven continent, where the eastern Xuanhuan region met the sea, countless sea demons were currently climbing onto the land. The sects in their path who had received the warning had already fled. Those sects weren't strong enough and they were isolated. No one had come to reinforce them. The shore within 1,000,000 miles of the sea had been occupied by the sea demons. Countless human cities had been torn to the ground. Some areas still had some humans fighting back, buying time for some commoners who hadn't escaped yet. Those people were experts from the Martial Heaven Alliance. They were all members of the senior generation. The junior generation was all in seclusion, so they were unable to bring out too many people to face the beast tide. Damn Chen, look at what he caused. All his showing off and provoking of the sea demon race resulted in us suffering, and he just hides like a turtle. How does anyone call him a hero? We're losing our lives because of him, roared someone amongst the fleeing crowd. That's right, the sea demon race used to just stay within the sea. It's Chen who has ruined the peace of the continent. We're forced to leave our homes while he just focuses on getting stronger. No one with a conscience would do such a thing, shouted someone in the crowd. Shut up, you fools. If you keep trying to fan the flames, we'll toss you to the sea demons, shouted one of the Life Star elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Within the crowd, a few people were constantly trying to incite hatred against Chen. Although the higher-ups had warned them that Pill Valley's dissidents would most likely be mixed in and cause trouble, they didn't expect just how enraging these people were. Due to their encouragement, some other people who were filled with resentment after leaving their homes were also shouting along, as if this was all Chen's fault. What are you saying? Chen didn't do anything wrong. We were living happily and now we're forced to leave our homes. It's all caused by Chen. Why shouldn't we be able to say it? Exactly, it's the damn Martial Heaven Alliance. You have the responsibility to save us and you have to give us compensation. Do you think it's right for you to shout at us when it's your fault? Bastards, that Life Star elder lost his temper and grabbed the shouter. That person immediately sneered. What, are we not allowed to criticize your mistakes? Are you going to silence people by killing them? That person waved his hand and the two of them were separated. The Life Star elder was shocked and enraged. He pointed at that person. You're not a disciple, you're a fake. This person had disguised himself as a disciple of a small sect with a cultivation base only at the soul transformation realm. But that one exchange had revealed his true cultivation base. HMPH, if you want to make stuff up, why stop there? Why not just say that I'm Tianzizi? Sneered that person. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and a giant figure flew through the air, leaving a five-colored streak of divine light. A powerful pressure appeared and made people's hearts tremble. A cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow. It's Chen, he came. The Martial Heaven Alliance's people were dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Chen wouldn't be coming? Cloud folded her wings and suddenly dived down. Opening her mouth, a giant whirlpool appeared, and the sea demons on the land were sucked into her mouth. The intense battle instantly ended as these sea demons weren't all that powerful. As Li Tianxuan said, the sea demon race didn't really intend to invade the continent. They were just trying to force Chen to show up. When Chen appeared, those people causing trouble shut their mouths, doing their best to conceal their fear. Chen looked over at the crowd. He suddenly raised his finger and pointed at someone. No, that person hastily turned to flee. It wasn't just him. Dozens of people suddenly fled in different directions, and they no longer bothered concealing their cultivation bases. They were actually all Empyreans. With one pointing of his finger, Chen blew those experts into bloody mist. They were all dead. The rest of the crowd stared in shock. They seemed to understand something, and they turned pale, especially those people who had joined in cursing Chen. Chen, why have you come? They've achieved their goal by drawing you out and making sure you can't cultivate, said one elder. I know, it's fine. Chen waved his hand and shot off with Cloud once more, going straight to the eastern sea. Seeing Chen leave, the elder who had been enraged smashed one of the sea demon corpses furiously and cursed the people who had been shouting along. You bastards, I really want to turn you into mincemeat. Those were Pill Valley's people sent to cause trouble and apply pressure to Chen. You idiots don't even have brains and you just shout along with what others say. Do you realize that without Chen the Martial Heaven Alliance would be in even greater danger? If the Martial Heaven Alliance collapses, you idiots would die to the corrupt path in an instant. They'd use your blood and souls to upgrade their weapons. Now, are you satisfied? Long Chen actually wasted his time to come here. If it weren't for the orders from higher up, we'd have long since left you idiots to die to the sea demons. Another one of the elders came up to hold back that enraged elder. It looked like the latter was about to start killing. That's enough. Anger is useless. I'll bring them away and you can go report this to the Alliance head. She has to know about this. Long Chen didn't care about those people who had been cursing him. In the end, he only had one thought. He wasn't a sovereign, and so he wasn't able to make everyone respect him. He could allow others to have different views of him. He could permit others to have different methods of doing things. As long as they didn't harm him, he could accept it all. But the people intentionally inciting trouble were hateful, so he had just conveniently wiped them out. Cloud sped on. Occasionally, she would unleash a wave of light that blasted apart the sea demons on the land. A powerful stench filled their noses. "These sea demons are really smelly," said Dong Minju, holding her nose. "They're born smelly, but after roasting them the majority of them are quite delicious." Long Chen smiled. "Big brother Long Chen, are you really planning on challenging the sea demon race on your own? According to what I know, they're very powerful. They have their own sea god that they worship. There's a secret beneath the sea that causes the entire world to shake. The Bloodkill Hall has sternly forbidden its people from becoming enemies with the sea demon race," said Dong Minju. Despite that, she still looked at Long Chen with a touch of worship. In her view, Long Chen was the bravest, most fearless person in the world. "On my own, no, aren't we three people?" said Long Chen with a smile. At this time, Cloud had reached the eastern sea. Through the sea, it was possible to see the giant sea demon army climbing onto the shore. Seeing this, Long Chen threw a giant lightning spear into the sea. Huge waves exploded, and countless corpses floated onto the surface, electrocuted. Did they think sending a bunch of shrimp would be enough to force me out? Well, they succeeded. Long Chen continued through the path of the sea demons, unleashing more lightning to kill them. He finally saw a mass of stronger sea demons. These sea demons were at the 11th rank, and although they were stronger than the shrimp, they were still annihilated instantly. Long Chen gathered their corpses and tossed them into the primal chaos space to nourish the withered world trees. This should be a gathering place for the sea demon race. If we keep killing, their real experts should start showing up. Long Chen saw more and more sea demons rushing over, so he stopped moving. He just waited for the sea demons to send themselves to him. The sea within thousands of miles quickly became the color of blood. "Brazen human race, you dare!" A powerful 12th rank sea demon leaped out of the water, only to be blown apart by Long Chen's fist before it could finish speaking. "You dare to shout in front of Master Long." Long Chen had originally thought that this sea demon would have some ability, but it was unable to receive even a single blow from him. Such a weakling was not qualified to speak with him. More 12th rank sea demons began to appear. They were as big as mountains and shot out of the sea, creating huge waves. With so many sea demons, Cloud was no longer able to handle them all by herself. Dong Minju wanted to take action, but Long Chen didn't allow it. Instead, he unleashed lightning spears, annihilating the sea demons. 12th rank sea demons were equivalent to the human race's nether passage experts. The strongest sea demons coming were only at the mid-12th rank, about as strong as the second step nether passage experts. Their bloodlines weren't pure, so their combat power was only ordinary. Even against ordinary human nether passage experts, they wouldn't be a match. This was about what Long Chen had expected. The sea demon race's true geniuses were in seclusion in the depths of the sea. After the Chi Flow eruption, a portion of the Chi Flow was absorbed by the martial heaven sea ring. Hence, the sea demon race would get an extra chance to absorb the Chi Flow, and that was what they were doing. So just like the continent, the sea's true experts were in seclusion. They were only sending out the useless ones. Although there were many of these sea demons, they were unable to threaten Long Chen. He continued to kill them. He refused to believe the sea demon race would allow all of them to die. Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded, and a giant six-horned sea serpent appeared. A powerful bloodline pressure appeared. "Long Chen, you went too far." That six-horned sea serpent transformed into a long-haired man holding a bone trident. Upon staring at Long Chen, flames almost burst out of his eyes. Chapter 22-23 Old Monster from the Depths of the Sea. He was precisely the six-horned sea serpent man that had fought against Long Chen in front of the yin-yang world. He was extremely powerful, but because he was suppressed by the pressure of Long Chen's dragon blood, he wasn't a match for Long Chen. In the end, Wilda had ripped off one of his horns. That horn was connected to his divine abilities. Wilda said that the flavor wasn't very good, but it was full of energy. He wasn't willing to eat it all just yet. He was holding onto it and would only occasionally take a few bites. The six-horned sea serpent glared at Long Chen, his eyes red. With a furious roar, his bone trident slammed toward Long Chen. Following his movements, the martial heaven sea ring began to rise, as if the entire sea was boiling over. His manifestation of the sea ring appeared as well. You dare to come to my territory and act wild. I'll make sure you're buried beneath the martial heaven sea ring today. I want to ask you, does your face not hurt when you say such things? Long Chen summoned Evil Moon and his divine ring. 6 stars appeared in his eyes, although one was still dim. At the same time, a majestic dragon cry resounded through the air. He summoned the Azure Dragon battle armor right off the bat. He couldn't hold back against this opponent. Boom! Evil Moon and the Bone Trident smashed into each other, causing huge waves to explode. So that's the case. Within the martial heaven sea ring, your manifestation is able to unleash more power. Long Chen swung out his slightly numb hand. HMPH, not only am I able to use more power, but here a portion of your dragon pressure is blocked by the sea. Don't even think of suppressing me. Today, I'll defeat you in an open battle and show the continent just who the real ruler of this world is. The 6-horned sea serpent man sneered. His bone trident rumbled along with his manifestation. Light gathered within his trident, and the sound of a sea roaring appeared within it. I'll show you the sea demon race's peerless technique, angry sea tsunami. The entire sea seemed to link to his bone trident. It was as if his attack contained the power of the entire martial heaven sea ring. Holding his saber with both hands, Long Chen's white scales suddenly turned half black. He began using Evil Moon's power, and a sinister air erupted. Evil Moon's energy merged with Long Chen's dragon blood, forming a special aura. The true dragon was noble and majestic. The evil dragon was fierce and sinister. When their powers combined, Long Chen's hair danced in the wind. He raised his saber and slashed it down. Boom! It was like 2 stars had collided. The sea raged, with water soaring into the sky. Cloud and Dong Minju retreated from the battlefield, watching from a distance. Long Chen had told them not to interfere in this battle. Long Chen repeatedly attacked. His arms were growing numb, and he almost lost hold of Evil Moon. Here, the 6-horned sea serpent man was able to unleash greater power. But Long Chen also saw that blood was leaking out of his opponent's palm as well, meaning he wasn't any better off than Long Chen. You only have this little bit of power. If that's the case, you really have disappointed me, said Long Chen, looking as if this wasn't even his full power. The 6-horned sea serpent man didn't realize that Long Chen was lying, and he was so infuriated that his hair stood on end. Suddenly, he retreated. His 6 horns began to shine, and a spot of light appeared on the tip of each horn. His aura began to transform. Oh, it grew back so quickly. It seems that my brother will have more to eat, said Long Chen as he secretly gathered energy as well. The 6-horned sea serpent man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the mental disturbance interrupting his energy gathering. His body then transformed back into a giant sea demon. The light on top of his 6 horns linked to form a strange diagram. Long Chen's heart shook. The cause was some kind of forbidden energy. Boom! Before the 6-horned sea serpent man could unleash his attack, Long Chen swung Evil Moon, trying to interrupt him. But when Evil Moon slashed into his body, Evil Moon bounced off. This is the power of sacrifice. There's something terrifying at the bottom of the martial heaven sea ring, warned Evil Moon. Despite bouncing off, Long Chen's attack managed to force the 6-horned sea serpent back, and the diagram of light dimmed. It had been interrupted. The 6-horned sea serpent returned to human form and coughed up more blood. Having this technique interrupted had resulted in a large backlash. Despicable, he roared, feeling like he might go crazy with rage. Idiot, do you think others will just wait for you to accumulate power and let themselves be attacked? Sneered Long Chen. This sea demon's head had to have something wrong with it. This was no game but a life and death battle. Who would fight according to his tempo? Long Chen stepped forward, no longer planning on giving his opponent a chance to unleash any more big moves. Evil Moon had said that there was something terrifying at the bottom of the sea. The 6-horned sea serpent was capable of borrowing that existence's power, and that wouldn't be good. Evil Moon, can you sense what it is at the bottom of the sea? Asked Long Chen. I cannot, unless you go into the sea. But I'd advise you not to. I have a bad feeling. If that thing appears, calamity will follow. I've been refined into a weapon by that bastard Yun Shang, so I can't use my true power. Moreover, you're still too weak, let's not play around with it, said Evil Moon. Long Chen began to unleash a tempest of attacks at the six-horned sea serpent man, not giving him any chance to breathe and repeatedly forcing him back. Let alone a big move, the six-horned sea serpent man couldn't even unleash a small move. He could only bitterly endure. Long Chen, some terrifying existence is approaching. It's probably on the level of a fourth-step nether passage expert, warned Evil Moon. I know, this time I'll have a proper discussion with them so we can settle things. Long Chen also sensed it. He suddenly unleashed a fierce hack that sent the six-horned sea serpent man flying back. Cloud, we're going. Long Chen appeared on Cloud's back. Cloud spread her wings and they flew off. You think you can leave after coming to my martial heaven sea ring? Leave your life behind. An ancient voice resounded through the air. A giant mountain-like figure shot out of the sea. Opening its mouth, it tried to devour Long Chen and Cloud. However, Long Chen had calculated the time. Before the mouth could close, Cloud flew out. Carrying Long Chen and Dong Minju, she soared into the clouds. At this moment, Long Chen finally had a chance to see what kind of sea demon had come. It was a giant six-horned sea serpent, and its scales had already turned to bone. There were countless barbs on it. Compared to its mighty figure, the six-horned sea serpent man that he had just fought was like a little fish. This was a terrifying old sea serpent, perhaps even the ancestor of the six-horned sea serpent race. Its aura was truly frightening. Even Long Chen felt a chill. 4C barrier. The old monster of the six-horned sea serpent race let out a cold shout. Its six horns lit up, and the world darkened. It was like the sky was being devoured. Long Chen slashed his saber at the darkened space, only to find some kind of special law bounced his attack back. It's God energy. It's up to you, said Long Chen. Dong Minju nodded and vanished. A dagger appeared in midair and cut across it. The darkness was cut open, revealing a crack of light. Oh! The old monster of the six-horned sea serpent race let out a confused sound. It clearly hadn't expected Dong Minju to possess the power to break through a divine barrier. Cloud shrank and shot through the crack. An instant later, the crack vanished, the darkness fusing back together. Outside the darkness, the sun was still shining brightly. From above, it looked like a giant black bubble had appeared on top of the sea. It was like the eye of a fiend. Hee, nice job, you were. Long Chen praised Dong Minju. God energy was truly the most effective choice against a divine barrier. This was the reason why he had brought Dong Minju. Cloud's speed was unrivaled within the martial heaven continent, but if she was trapped in a barrier, then that speed would be useless. The barrier exploded, and a giant figure shot after Long Chen. This old monster of the six-horned sea serpent race was actually able to fly quickly through the air as if it was still swimming. It opened its mouth and sucked in, causing the heavens to collapse. Long Chen felt a powerful force pull him back, and Cloud's speed instantly dropped. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Those who offended my sea demon race have never had good endings, sneered that old monster. Big brother Long Chen, this old monster's too terrifying. My talents are being restricted. I can't escape him, said Cloud. Her speed was being affected by some kind of law. She could only maintain the same speed as the old monster but not throw him off. If this continued, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. She couldn't compete in terms of energy storage with an old monster who had been alive for countless years. It's fine, you've done very well, I'll handle it. Long Chen turned back to the sea serpent. He disdainfully said, your skin is really thick. Has the sea demon race never felt what it's like to have your face slapped? Well, that's fine, I've come so far, so I'll give you this little bit of face. Let's see if you like how it tastes. Long Chen took out a rather large black pill. He opened his hand, and that pill was instantly sucked into the old sea serpent's mouth due to its suction force. Chapter 22, 24 Poison Pill. From the appearance of the pill to when it entered the mouth of that old sea serpent, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The old sea serpent's scales stood on end when it saw that black pill, but before it could shut its mouth, the pill had entered its stomach. The old sea serpent was horrified. His intuition, accumulated through living countless years, was screaming that it was something fatal. Divine energy immediately surrounded the pill as it attempted to stop the pill from dissolving. It also tried to spit it out. Don't you think it's rude to spit out something you've already eaten? Said Long Chen lightly. Boom! The pill exploded into a giant black scorpion that attacked the stomach walls of the old sea serpent. The sea serpent smashed the scorpion with divine energy, causing it to explode. But in that instant, a huge amount of power exploded along with it, blowing apart its stomach. Although the old sea serpent had powerful defenses, the inside of its stomach was still weak. Black powder blasted out of its body, landing on its flesh and blood. Its body began to rapidly rot. The sea serpent began to vomit mouthfuls of blood. That blood was black and contained some of its damaged internal organs. The very sea turned black from it. The distant six-horned sea serpent man stared in shock. That old sea serpent was a supreme expert of his race, but somehow he had still been poisoned. Seeing his poison take effect, Long Chen stopped running. He had Cloud stop at a safe distance. He chortled, "How is it? This gift is pretty good, right?" The old sea serpent coughed up more blood. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to stop the poison. Its entire body turned black. The sea serpent vanished, replaced by a white-haired old man. He had chosen to change forms at this time, and as he formed hand seals, his manifestation appeared. He was using heavenly Tao energy to suppress the poison. Despite that, he continued to vomit black blood. The poison had instantly spread throughout his body and could no longer be contained. The best he could do was rely on heavenly Tao energy to spit out his rotting flesh and regenerate healthy flesh. Then that flesh would be poisoned, and he would have to spit it out again. This was the only way for him to slowly dilute the poison. As long as he did this, the poison would eventually be expelled. However, the poison was extremely strong, and even after all this time, there was no sign of the poison's effect weakening. "Hand over the antidote," spat out the old man between spitting out blood. As the sea turned black from the poison he spat out, the nearby sea demons fled. The black seawater gave them chills. If they were touched by it, they would also be poisoned. "Your human speech sounds too strange. I can't understand you. Can you say it clearer and slower?" asked Long Chen innocently. Boom! The old man was enraged and spat a black blood arrow at Long Chen. However, in his poisoned state, even a sneak attack was much weaker than usual. Cloud easily dodged it. Long Chen pointed at the old man and cursed, "You old bastard, you dare to spit blood at me. Fine, I was going to give you the antidote, but since you refuse to accept kindness, I'll make sure you die. Let me tell you, this pill was personally refined by me, and I guarantee it can make you keep spitting up blood for the next 3 months." This pill was something he had refined yesterday, with the main ingredient being the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit's death juice. It had taken him a full 6 hours to refine this giant pill, and it was even a top-grade tribulation pill. This poison pill would probably have killed even a fourth-step nether passage expert if he or she was a human. Even for someone with samsara energy, without enough life energy to turn death into life, they would still be poisoned to death. Only a sea demon with their strong constitutions would be able to just barely endure it. However, a human expert also wouldn't have been such an idiot as to leave themselves open to swallow such a giant pill. Long Chen had made it specifically to handle sea demons. Surprisingly, this old monster who had lived for countless years had a life force strong enough to endure this ordeal. By using heavenly Tao energy, he formed a cycle inside his body, removing the poisoned flesh and growing out new flesh. As for saying this would continue for 3 months, Long Chen was just bragging. But the medicinal effect would definitely be enough to continue for 3 days before weakening. On the other hand, to be constantly coughing up blood like this was definitely a form of torture. Even an incense stick's worth of time would feel as long as a year. The old man alternated between shock and rage at Long Chen's words. The death energy within this poison was so powerful that even the slightest carelessness from him would result in his death. To stay in such a state for 3 months would drive him crazy. "What do you want?" The old man could barely spit out words between vomiting blood. He also couldn't stop the vomiting, because that would ruin the equilibrium he had established. Then his life would be in danger. "Idiot, if you don't know how to speak properly, then speak spiritually. Who can understand you when you talk like this?" scolded Long Chen arrogantly. Long Chen was confident in his poison pill. This old sea serpent was no longer a threat. Countless sea demons appeared around them, surrounding Long Chen. However, he ignored them. Even the strongest of these sea demons were only comparable to a third-step nether passage expert. The only one that had been capable of threatening Long Chen was the old sea serpent, but now he was a fangless tiger. Although Long Chen didn't have a way to kill him, the opposite was also true. "What do you want? Are you provoking the sea demon race?" The old man spoke spiritually, his spiritual fluctuations raging through the air. "Are you an idiot? Am I the one provoking the sea demon race, or is it the sea demon race that's provoking me? You initiated the beast tide. Wasn't that to draw me out? What, now that you've drawn me out, you want to question why I would appear? Asked Long Chen. Beast tide? The old man suddenly let out a furious roar. What is going on? Who gave the order for a beast tide? Within the crowd, a quivering whale monster approached. Reporting to the Sea King, I gave the order. One of the human race's experts said that as long as we sent some troops to attack the continent, we would be able to stall Long Chen. They also guaranteed not to interfere. That way, we could all win. I asked the heavenly Drake Sea King about it, and he agreed to it. Did you hear that? You were the ones who provoked me first. Now you're clear on it, sneered Long Chen. Boom! Just at this moment, the void exploded, and a giant figure appeared. It was another existence comparable to the old sea serpent. I was the one who approved it. This Long Chen is a scourge and must be eliminated. An icy voice rang out through the air, causing the sea to rage. The exploded space revealed a two-headed drake. It immediately sealed this entire space, preventing Long Chen from escaping. However, just as this space began to seal, a dagger cut through the air, and Long Chen and Cloud flew out. "Wanna run?" The two-headed drake sneered and opened its mouth. A powerful suction force appeared. Long Chen also sneered and waved his hand. Another black pill appeared, and the old sea serpent elder shouted, "Stop!" The two-headed drake didn't know what was happening, but having known the old sea serpent for so many years, it stopped. They quickly passed some quick messages, and the two-headed drake's expression changed. At this time, Long Chen was regretfully shaking his head. Looking at the pill in his hand, he grumbled, "Old fellow, why are you worrying so much? This newcomer has a whole head more than you, so even if he eats the poison pill, he'll be fine." "You?" The two-headed drake began to sweat. The old sea serpent's cultivation base was actually a bit higher than the two-headed drake, but even he was barely able to keep himself alive after consuming the poison pill. Courting death, the two-headed drake roared and sent a claw toward Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber, facing him directly. Long Chen was forced back, but the claw was forced to come to a pause in midair. Just at this moment, a small figure flashed. A dagger cut through the dragon claw. Die? The two-headed drake was infuriated, but by the time he attacked Dong Minju, she had vanished. "Watch out!" The old sea serpent suddenly let out a startled cry. The other sea demons also cried out. A black light shot into the wound in its claw. That black light was a medicinal pill, and it instantly vanished into the wound. Frightened, the two-headed drake actually cut off his own claw. Blood splashed. "HMPH, I refuse to believe you have another such pill." The two-headed drake regrew his claw, but he was enraged. "You want more? Just tell me how many you need. If you want enough, I can give you an 80% discount." Long Chen waved his hand, and black specks appeared in the air. He actually had hundreds of poison pills, dumbfounding the sea demons. Chapter 22, 25 Black Soil Claims the Sea. "Big brother Long Chen, when did you refine so many?" "Yesterday, Cloud sent a spiritual message to Long Chen." "SHH, foolish girl, these are all fake for scaring them," responded Long Chen hastily, not wanting Cloud to reveal any clues. Last night he had only refined one giant pill, and that was after several failures. A giant pill was very difficult to refine, but its effect was several times greater than an ordinary pill. As for these pills that looked like the poison pill, he had simply mashed the flesh of the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit together into a similar shape. In truth, just that was already incredibly toxic, but it didn't have the power to limitlessly spread like the giant pill. The two-headed drake would have been able to resist the poison even if he didn't cut off his claw, but he had been frightened by the old sea serpent, and so he didn't dare to take the risk. Next time can you try a different spot? For example, his head's pretty big. I want to see if I throw poison into his head, will he also cut it off?" Long Chen looked at Dong Minju seriously. Dong Minju held back a smile and nodded. Being with Long Chen was truly interesting. Even at such a serious time, he could make her laugh. That wasn't because his words were so comical, but that, in the Bloodco Hall, she had never been allowed to relax in the slightest to laugh. Long Chen's gaze roved around the two-headed drake as if he was looking for a suitable spot to strike. The two-headed drake instantly felt a chill. His body suddenly shrank as he transformed into another old man, but he still had two heads. His heads were bald and covered in scales, and his pupils were vertical like crocodiles. "Now I've taken human form, so you won't have any chance to poison me," shouted the two-headed drake. "By taking human form, you've lost access to many of your divine abilities and your speed will drop. I can go or stay as I wish now. Why would I waste my precious poison on you? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. The two-headed drake was enraged. Long Chen was completely correct. When not in his true form, he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. HMPH, even if I can't catch you, I can kill the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and the heaven-splitting battle sect. I'll kill them all. Did the others tell you to say that? What an idiot. Do you now know that I hate being threatened? Fine, since you want to die so badly, I'll show you what true viciousness is. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand, and the pills floating around him shot into the sea. The seawater quickly turned black, and it continued to spread. Some of the sea demons hiding beneath the surface floated up dead. The other sea demons hastily fled far away. The toxicity of the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit lay not just in rotting the flesh but corroding the soul as well. There was a kind of energy within it capable of paralyzing the soul and making a person powerless to run. The sea demons didn't have powerful souls, so they were easily paralyzed. Then the poison would overwhelm the physical body and they would be truly dead. What a joke! No matter how much poison you have, it will be diluted by the sea and purified. You can't threaten us, sneered the two-headed drake. He stepped forward, attacking. Cloud flapped her wings, bringing Long Chen flying away. The army of sea demons followed behind them. Every direction was blocked by the army of sea demons. You're right, it's a huge joke. Without any preparations, do you think I'd come here? Long Chen smiled and waved his hand. A constant stream of black powder began to shoot out of him. As Cloud sped along, it was like a black dragon of dust was following their trail. Not good. This black dust was the toxic flesh of the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit. It was piled up in the primal chaos space because the main part needed for refining the nethergate pills was the fruit pit. As a result, Long Chen used very little of the fruit flesh. Long Chen had refined and consumed a lot of nethergate pills since the chi flow eruption. The leftover fruit flesh had been set aside. After that, Long Chen had crushed the flesh and turned it into powder to use against the sea demon race. Any sea demons touched by the black dust would scream. This powder wasn't as effective as his giant pill, but it was still extremely corrosive. Some of the sea demons even had sticky membranes that made it even easier for them to be poisoned. This powder wouldn't be very effective against the experts of the continent. That was because they would summon defenses to make sure the powder didn't touch them. However, these sea demons didn't have that kind of method. A technique that didn't take the slightest effort from the continent's experts was as difficult as ascending the heavens to them. They could only flee. The black powder landed on the sea, turning it black. The sea demons had no choice but to flee to the depths of the sea to avoid the poison. Cloud sped along, while Long Chen continued to release more poison. The sea demons chasing them were quickly thrown off. Cloud, go back. If they don't chase us, we'll chase them, said Long Chen. Cloud let out a bird cry and turned back, heading straight toward the sea demons. Long Chen, you bastard, you're courting. The two-headed drake suddenly shut his mouth. Within the black dust, a black ball smashed into his mouth and exploded. If he hadn't shut his mouth in time, that pill might have entered his mouth. However, despite that, black medicinal powder entered his eyes, causing him to roar. He dived into the sea to expel the poison. This is addicting, Cloud cried out excitedly. A glow came from her feathers, forming a defensive barrier that blocked the powder. However, these powerful sea demons didn't have such a defense. Seeing them in their panicked state from the powder, Cloud felt like she would be able to wipe out this entire army on her own. Long Chen, you are courting death. I'll summon the entire army right now and annihilate anyone connected to you, shouted the two-headed drake as he popped out of the sea once more. He was helpless to do anything to Long Chen, so he could only threaten him with the people he cared about. You're the one courting death right now, but fine, I'll help you out. Long Chen's killing intent instantly soared. Forming a hand seal, the space behind him split open. Black soil poured out like a flood. When the black soil fell into the martial heaven sea ring, the entire sea began to shake, and an aura of annihilation spread throughout. The spiritual chi within the water was consumed by the black soil. The sea demons were shocked. In that instant they finally felt fear. Wherever the black soil went, the seawater turned into death water. It was stripping away the life of the sea. The two-headed drake and the old sea serpent were horrified. They had never encountered such a terrifying black soil. This black soil came from the core of the primal chaos space. Although it wasn't poison, it contained endless death energy that devoured the sea's life energy. Long Chen's primal chaos space had grown along with his cultivation base, and was now millions and millions of miles wide. The black soil was seemingly endless as it poured into the sea. The black soil was like a hungry, magical beast devouring the life energy of the sea. If it was just a bit of it, it wouldn't be enough to worry the sea demons, but the amount was simply unimaginable. Today, I'll turn the martial heaven sea ring into a land of death. I'll go for a stroll throughout the entire ring, said Long Chen, his killing intent raging within him. These idiots really knew how to threaten him. Cloud spread her wings and sped off. As she flew, black soil poured out, turning the sea into a land of death. It seemed like he wanted to go for a full loop around the sea ring. Stop, stop, we can talk about this, shouted the old sea serpent, panicking. If too much of the black soil fell into the martial heaven sea ring, then the spiritual chi of the sea would vanish. If that was the case, the genius sea demons in seclusion right now would be affected. If Long Chen really did as he said, and he had enough black soil to cover the entire sea, the martial heaven sea ring would be doomed. Although the old sea serpent knew that Long Chen was probably just trying to scare them as it was impossible for him to have so much black soil, he couldn't take that risk. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? It seems that the martial heaven continent has made you think you can do whatever you want. Today, I'll show you who's a real man. Long Chen ignored them, continuing to speed away with Cloud. The sea demons chased, but Cloud was too fast. Even the two old monsters were unable to catch up, especially since they didn't dare to use their devouring art, afraid of Long Chen's poison. In half an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen had flown from the eastern sea region all the way to the southern sea region. The old sea serpent wanted to cry. The black soil had spread throughout his territory, turning the sea in his territory black. It was still spreading. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the void exploded and two huge sea demons appeared, blocking Long Chen's path. Long Chen was facing four terrifying peak 12th rank sea demons. Chapter 22, 26 Sea Demons Compromise. Four peak 12th rank sea demons had now surrounded Long Chen. He was shocked by the hidden forces of the sea demon race, but he didn't panic. He gave them enough time to discuss things, and the two newcomers didn't immediately attack. Amongst the sea demon race, peak 12th rank sea demons were called Sea Kings and were in charge of their own areas. The eastern sea region had two Sea Kings, while the southern sea region also had two Sea Kings. Now that four Sea Kings had gathered, even an enormous existence like Pill Valley would be frightened. Long Chen, just what do you want? Demanded the old sea serpent. The black soil that Long Chen had thrown out had turned his sea region into a region of death, while they were unable to do anything to him. Even with four Sea Kings present, Long Chen's poison pills were easily able to affect them when they were in their true forms, but in human form they weren't able to stop him. It was enraging. The two-headed drake was especially regretful about provoking such a Yama king. It's not what I want, but what you want, right? This is all caused by you. You forced me. Didn't you think I'm easy to bully, so I'll accompany you? Didn't you use the people beside me to threaten me? Then I'll also threaten you. Let's not miss this chance, said Long Chen with an icy smile. In truth, as soon as the old sea serpent put it this way, Long Chen knew that he had terrified them. They were no longer confident in suppressing him. As for himself, he had ended up using too much of the black soil. The primal chaos space had started to shake, and he would need some more time for the primal chaos space to recover before he could take out large quantities of the black soil again. The arrival of the two new Sea Kings was perfect. He could act like he could keep going as long as he pleased. Fine, I admit that this matter was the fault of the sea demons. We were incited to do this by others. Let this matter pass like this. We can both mind our own business, said the two-headed drake reluctantly. As a Sea King, apologizing to a human was a very humiliating affair. However, he had no choice but to lower his head because he had no way to handle Long Chen. If things continued, they would be the ones to suffer. All his big words about going onto the continent and attacking the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and the heaven-splitting battle sect were just threats to intimidate Long Chen. At this time, they didn't dare to actually do such a thing for fear of angering the divine families. His threatening words had only angered Long Chen further rather than intimidated him, resulting in a huge region of the sea becoming a land of death. The two-headed drake was filled with regret and could only admit defeat. Let things pass just like this. What thing? Mind our own business. What business? You realize that you were used by others to force me to my death. You think things can pass just like this. Do you think I'm an idiot? My opponents are doing their best to advance while you're holding back my cultivation. When they break through to Nether Passage, they'll immediately come to take my head. Because of your foolishness, I'll die in the near future. You want things to end just like this. Why does this sound so funny?" Snorted Long Chen disdainfully. "Then what do you want? Little fellow, it would be best if you don't go too far. If you really anger us, we won't mind paying any price to kill you here," said one of the Sea Kings of the Southern Sea. "Don't play that game with me. In any case, I've been slowed down because of you, so I'll definitely die soon. Before dying, I want to do something big. I don't mind dying if I can get a good price for my life. So don't try to scare me. I'm afraid of dying. If you want to come try me, then come. We can fight to the death. Exchanging my life for the lives of a few kings and turning the martial heaven sea ring into a land of death is quite worth it, don't you think?" said Long Chen indifferently. The two Sea Kings furiously clenched their teeth, but they didn't dare to attack. They knew that if they couldn't suppress Long Chen in one go, he would go crazy and there would be no chance to negotiate. "Then what? Just tell us. But don't go too far," said the old sea serpent. They no longer used such tyrannical and bullying words as before. Long Chen was just too tough for them to handle. Long Chen laughed inside. As expected, even tough people were afraid of people who didn't fear death. "Tell me who told you to do this?" asked Long Chen. This was a question he wanted an answer to. "It was the Dongfeng family's people," said the two-headed drake without any hesitation. There was a tone of hatred in his voice. Clearly, he felt conned by the Dongfeng family. Long Chen's hatred toward the Dongfeng family soared. This family didn't have a single good person from top to bottom. Dongfeng Yuyang in particular was the worst hypocrite. He had actually schemed against Long Chen again. "You really are idiots. Have you not heard the expression, the sandpiper and clam war the fisherman benefits? They purposely instigated this conflict between us, and you actually went through with it," cursed Long Chen. The four sea demons trembled with rage. They were monstrous existences who had lived for countless years, but they were being cursed like this. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't catch Long Chen, they would have long since crushed him to death. "Cough, there's no point in stating the past so much. We all fell for it. This matter is just a misunderstanding," said one Sea King. "Don't try to gloss over things. This matter was done by you and you have to bear the responsibility. Well, I won't make things hard on you. Go to the Dongfeng family, tear down their walls, and fish out a fellow called Dongfeng Yuyang. Slap him 9 times 9, 83 times in the face, not one more or one less," said Long Chen. "Big brother Long Chen, 9 times 9 is 81, corrected Dong Minju. "That's fine too. It's however much they feel it is. If they feel they didn't hit him the right number of times, they can start over," responded Long Chen. Dong Minju almost laughed once more. Looking at the sea demons, she realized that they couldn't even understand the intricacies behind his words. Their heads were truly lacking intelligence. When the time came, they would strike 81 times and then suddenly add 2 more in their confusion. She laughed inside at the thought. "All right, no problem. We agree," said the two-headed drake directly. He also hated the Dongfeng family and wanted to get back at them. "We've expressed our sincerity. Shouldn't you also express your sincerity? Can you give me the antidote? I can't endure this much longer," said the old sea serpent. The old sea serpent was speaking spiritually, as he was unable to speak properly due to constantly spitting out black blood. He had been nervous this entire time as he focused on enduring the poison. "What sincerity? Other than talking nonsense, you haven't done anything. Well, to let you talk properly, I can give you a pill to temporarily suppress the poison." Long Chen flicked a white pill at the old sea serpent. The old sea serpent suddenly hesitated. If this was a poison pill as well, wouldn't he die? Seeing that hesitation, Long Chen coldly said, "If you feel like it's poison, you can refuse to consume it. I, Long Chen, am not like you. I disdain such garbage tricks." Hearing that, and after closely examining the pill, the sea serpent decided to consume it. He truly did sense life energy inside it. A pure life energy spread within his body after consuming it, instantly alleviating the symptoms of the poison. Although it didn't directly expel the poison, at least he wasn't constantly spitting out blood. He instantly felt relaxed. The feeling of not constantly vomiting was amazing. "This pill will only neutralize the poison for half an incense stick's worth of time, so listen well. My requirement is for you to tear down the Dongfeng family's walls and capture Dongfeng Yuyang. You are to slap him." "We know," said the old sea serpent. "Listen, when slapping, you have to follow my requirements without being the slightest bit off. You, come here and be an example," demanded Long Chen. The old sea serpent was startled. Warily, he walked over to Long Chen. When the two of them were standing right next to each other, the old sea serpent suddenly had an urge to attack and suppress Long Chen. "You can attack, but let me tell you, don't regret it if you do," said Long Chen as if seeing through his thoughts. "No, no, I definitely wouldn't do such a thing," said the old sea serpent quickly, suppressing that desire. "Pay attention. When you hit him, you have to do it exactly like this." Long Chen suddenly raised his hand, and phantom images of his hand seemed to appear. In one motion, he slapped the old sea serpent 18 times. Long Chen was so fast that the old sea serpent didn't even react before Long Chen was finished. All 4 sea kings were dumbfounded. Long Chen was incredibly fast. If he had wanted to kill instead, wouldn't it have been easy? The old sea serpent began to sweat. Chapter 22, 27 Spiritual Mark. When Long Chen slapped the old sea serpent, Dong Minju stealthily activated a photographic jade to record it all. "Remember, alternate between your palm and the back of your hand. 9 beats together will make a perfect rhythm. Lacking even a beat will fall short of perfection," said Long Chen, as if he hadn't just slapped a sea king. Even Dong Minju and Cloud were stunned. Although he had told them to activate a photographic jade, they hadn't known that he would slap a sea king. Hence, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. The old sea serpent was still dumbfounded. Only after the slapping was finished did he realize that he was the demonstration. Long Chen dared to slap him. He knew that the sea demon race didn't understand the true meaning behind a slap in the face. When Long Chen had fought that young man of the 6-horned sea serpent race, the latter hadn't reacted to being slapped. He had felt it to be like being struck by a fist. Furthermore, Long Chen's amazing face-slapping arts had deeply shaken them. In their view, Long Chen could kill them without them being able to react. But in reality, this technique of his had no killing power. If it contained killing intent, it would be sensed. His string of slaps was just like an itch to the old sea serpent. Thinking that Long Chen had been merciful, the old sea serpent was simply filled with shock. "That's too difficult. I can't learn it. I can only do it one at a time," said the old sea serpent. The sea demon race only knew how to use brute strength and their innate divine abilities. Anything requiring technique was difficult. Moreover, Long Chen's face-slapping art was something that only a few masters of the human race would be able to imitate, let alone the sea demon race. Then I'll make it simpler. Just do it like this." Long Chen slapped him twice, once with his palm and once with the back of his hand. It looked slow, and yet the old sea serpent was even more shocked because despite clearly seeing Long Chen's movements, he wasn't able to react. He was slapped once more before he could react. "Is this simple enough?" asked Long Chen. "It's still a bit too difficult. Can you demonstrate it a few more times?" requested the old sea serpent. "All right, watch closely. This time I'll use my left hand. My arm bends slightly and then with my shoulder as the foundation, the shoulder, elbow, and wrist strike at the same time, but the amount of power is different." Long Chen began to explain as he slapped for half an incense stick's worth of time. The entire time, the old sea serpent didn't move. Long Chen suddenly realized something was wrong, and he raged. "You crafty old man, you're trying to learn my divine art." "No, no," cried out the old sea serpent. In the distance, Dong Minju and Cloud almost collapsed in laughter, but they bitterly endured. Dong Minju couldn't help shaking her head. Perhaps the sea demon race's heads had been underwater for too long, but they were truly lacking in intelligence. She could easily tell that the old sea serpent was only acting like he didn't understand to make Long Chen explain in even greater detail. The other 3 sea kings were also watching closely, not wanting to miss a single bit of information. Clearly, they had been enthralled by Long Chen's technique. They wanted it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there was no way that they could learn this move, considering that they were sea demons who didn't even know how to use magical arts. Thinking of how that old sea serpent had just stood there and allowed Long Chen to slap him for half an incense stick's worth of time, Dong Minju almost broke down. These old fellows really had wild dreams. Even after being exposed, they refused to admit it. "I'm not teaching you any longer, just hit him how you want. But remember, it has to be 9 times 9, 83 times in the face." Long Chen acted duped and angrily shouted. As he shouted, he spoke spiritually to Evil Moon. "So, is it done?" "It's done." Evil Moon's reply made Long Chen relax. He had stalled all this time just for Evil Moon. "Fine, once I recover, we'll immediately attack, don't you think?" The old sea serpent's intent was clear. Long Chen smiled. "What a businessman. Even without accomplishing anything, you want the antidote." The old sea serpent awkwardly said, "My current condition isn't good. Facing an everlasting family, I'm afraid I don't have enough power like this. Long Chen was disdainful inside. With the 4 sea demons here, any random 2 could go, and that would be enough to flatten the Dongfeng family. This excuse was easy to see through. Fine, I can give you the antidote, but you have to swear to accomplish the mission I gave you, warned Long Chen. Yes, I swear upon the martial heaven sea ring to carry out the mission Long Chen has given me, swore the old sea serpent. What kind of dogshit oath was this? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to quibble. He supposed the oath didn't matter. Here, Long Chen tossed out another giant pill. This was something he had just refined with the moon and star refining furnace in combination with his soul. It had been refined while he was slapping the old sea serpent. This giant pill was only high grade. Refining a high-grade giant pill was his limit in such a short time. This pill was refined from the fruit pit of the heavenly underworld vermilion fruit. It was truly the antidote. The old sea serpent examined it closely, and after confirming there was no problem with it, he consumed it. His black face instantly began to clear up as the toxins in his body began to diminish. Although you've consumed the antidote, you cannot participate in an intense battle within the next 3 days, or the poison that has yet to be purified from your bones and soul will resurge. Although that won't kill you, it will reduce your combat power and result in you being killed by whoever you're fighting, said Long Chen. Yes, thank you for the warning. I'll focus on healing, and then I'll immediately go settle things with the Dongfeng family. I guarantee I will accomplish this mission, said the old serpent. Remember, your movements have to be natural and flowing to make it look pleasing. Long Chen jumped onto Cloud's back but didn't forget to shout back at them before leaving. Yes, the old sea serpent hastily agreed. Long Chen nodded and flew away with Cloud. The army of sea demons made a path for them. In an instant, Cloud transformed, leaving behind only a single fading streak of light. The old sea serpent suddenly arrived in front of another sea demon and slapped it twice. That sea demon was startled. Its mouth split from the slap, and it stared in shock at the old sea serpent. The old serpent earnestly asked, "How was it? Do you feel it's on par with the technique of that little human?" The sea demon honestly answered, "The speed seems to be lacking a bit." As a result, it was slapped twice once again. "How about now?" asked the old sea serpent. "Yes, it's almost the same," cried out the sea demon. It was afraid of being slapped to death. "Ha ha ha, that little human was such an idiot. I've already mastered this technique. He realized it too late," laughed the old sea serpent. "No, you need to train a bit more. I feel like it's a bit stiff," said the two-headed drake. "Are we really going to the Dongfeng family? If we really go, it might be troublesome. It won't be good to force the divine families to make a move." "Isn't that all because of you?" raged the old sea serpent. "If it weren't for the two-headed drake listening to the Dongfeng family's suggestions, how would they have provoked the calamity known as Long Chen?" "That's not important. If we're really going to attack the Dongfeng family, shouldn't we alert the Sea Emperor?" The two-headed drake changed the subject awkwardly. "No need. Long Chen didn't ask us to kill anyone. We're just going to go, tear down their walls and beat up that Dongfeng Yuyang or whatever. The divine families won't care about that. The Dongfeng family has some big guts to dare to use us. If we don't get back at them, what would happen to the dignity of the sea demon race? Even if Long Chen didn't ask this of us, we'd still have to go to the Dongfeng family," said the young man of the six-horned sea serpent face. "Let's discuss it when we get back," said the old sea serpent. Saying goodbye to the other 2 sea kings, he led his people away. A large black region had appeared within the martial heaven sea ring. The sea demon race locked this area down, preventing it from spreading. From high above, it looked like someone had left a vicious stroke of ink across the blue martial heaven sea ring. That mark stayed there for years and years. Eventually, it was called the death zone of the eastern sea. Once Cloud was far enough, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Even he hadn't expected things to turn out so well. Dong Minju and Cloud also laughed. Cloud almost crashed into a mountain due to her laughter, causing Dong Minju to let out a startled cry before she laughed even harder. "Long Chen, I find you really are a peerlessly evil person." "Admirable," said Evil Moon. Even it felt powerless in front of him. To slap someone repeatedly in the face and actually have that person feel like they had gotten a huge advantage was unimaginable to it. "Will they really not be able to sense the spiritual mark you left behind?" asked Long Chen after laughing. Chapter 22-28 The Results of the Gathering. "Don't worry about it. The six-horned sea serpent can be considered part of the dragon bloodline. My spiritual mark will be absorbed by him without him knowing, answered Evil Moon. When the old sea serpent had started admitting defeat, Long Chen had been planning on giving him some slow poison to weaken him until he eventually died. But Evil Moon had actually reached out to him and asked if it could hide its spiritual mark within a medicinal pill to give to the old sea serpent. Evil Moon said that as long as it worked, when Long Chen advanced to Nether Passage, he would be able to use his spiritual strength to control that old sea serpent. He might even be able to turn him into a puppet. Evil Moon required Long Chen to use its full power. That was the restriction that Yun Shang had forced on it when he had refined it into a weapon. Perhaps Yun Shang had been worried about Evil Moon killing Long Chen. As long as Long Chen was strong enough, he would be able to unleash Evil Moon's full power. But the current Long Chen had yet to reach that level. Nice, this way we can tell what secrets lie beneath the martial heaven sea ring. Long Chen clenched his fist. Long Chen returned to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. After that, Cloud and Dong Minju went into seclusion. In the depths of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, Liu Ruyan had summoned her true body. Willow branches wrapped around the dragon-blood warriors, pulsing with life and death energy. Liu Ruyan had fully refined the energy that the yin-yang immortal grass had bestowed upon her, giving her the ability to manifest the Tao of life and death. This was a kind of mental realm that could enlighten others and allow them to advance their comprehension of life and death rapidly. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, there were only 3 people who didn't need Liu Ruyan's help. One was Yue Zifeng, one was Wilda, and the last was Long Chen. Yue Zifeng cultivated the sword Tao. He walked a different path from everyone else. Long Chen had told him to go into seclusion in the Heavenly Sword Gate. This place didn't need his help for now. Wilda had returned to the wild world. There, he had enough to eat and never had to worry about an empty stomach. As for the corpses of the sea demons from the last battle in front of the yin-yang world, Wilda had stored them. For someone who had suffered from hunger for a long time, Wilda was profoundly aware of just what kind of torment it was. He had stored many rations now, and in the wild world, he wouldn't need to touch these rations. As for Long Chen, he was busy refining pills. Time passed quickly, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, a gathering took place on the continent. However, Long Chen didn't participate. He just waited for the news, and as expected that evening, Jianing came. But this time, the old man who had been following her for a while now didn't come. Alliance head, why do you look displeased? Long Chen smiled at Jianing comfortingly, pouring tea for her. Jianing's expression was extremely ugly. Isn't it all because of you? Fine, it's actually because of those bastards from Pill Valley. Jianing sighed. They're causing trouble once more. Long Chen simply smiled. This was very normal and completely within his expectations. This was why he hadn't gone. If he had, there was a 99% chance of a fight breaking out. There was nothing for him to discuss with those sanctimonious hypocrites. Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the Xuanhuan beasts, the Bloodco Hall, the ancient family alliance, and others said that the Chi Flow eruption was caused by you. And as the one to benefit the most from it, the Dragonblood Legion should be the only one to bear the consequences when the sovereign seal breaks. Jianing clenched her teeth furiously. Even now, these bastards refused to give up on targeting Long Chen. Originally, Jianing had thought that the battle in front of the yin-yang world would be enough for the Dragonblood Legion to intimidate them. After all, their current power was very frightening. They seemed unstoppable. Once the Dragonblood Legion advanced to Nether Passage, they would have enough power to flatten any of the powers, but they still dared to target them. That was no different from courting death. What a huge joke. The Chi Flow eruption benefited the whole world. It wasn't as if the Dragonblood Legion consumed it all. And so what if I occupied the biggest Chi Flow stream? If I didn't occupy it, would those cowards have dared to fight the Sea Demon army when they came? Wouldn't the Sea Demon race have occupied it then? Would they also order the Sea Demon race to stop the Blood race? Long Chen scoffed. I said the same thing, but they had too many people. I can't out-talk them, and I almost blew up in anger, raged Jianing. Why didn't the old man come? Asked Long Chen. His temper is worse than mine. He really did blow up in anger. Right in front of the outer branches of the divine families, he killed a few of the worst offenders and was then expelled from the gathering. He raged back to his home. When I went to see him, he refused to see me. He's probably angry at me, sighed Jianing helplessly. She knew that the old man was angry that she was too weak. What was the point of talking reason with those people? In his opinion, such people should simply be killed. Long Chen smiled. The old man was pretty domineering. He didn't care about some outer branches of the divine families. If someone provoked him, he wouldn't mind killing them regardless. That was a real man. "You shouldn't have brought him," said Long Chen. "Brought him? He's the one who forcibly came with me. I couldn't even kick him away," snorted Jianying. Just what was the point of holding such a huge gathering? Were the divine families trying to show their power? Long Chen changed the subject. It was not a show of martial power. The divine families only sent 4 experts to manage the gathering. They were all 4th step nether passage experts, on the same level as Taoist heavenly feather. Their auras were powerful, but they spoke very gently. They said that they wanted to hear everyone's opinions and views on the upcoming dark era, but in reality, it was just a formality. The divine families are truly powerful. They sent 4 4th step nether passage experts, so their true foundation must be frightening. They definitely have existences above the nether passage realm. With how powerful they are, perhaps we will be able to stop the invaders even without a sovereign. There was also one person who told me to apologize to you, saying that the matter inside the Grand Zia was managed by someone wrongly, and that the person in charge of it has already been handled. He says that he hopes this matter will not break the unity of the continent. How do you see this? Asked Jianying. How else with my eyes? Long Chen shook his head. Be serious. Jianying rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Long Chen seriously said, all right, I actually have no opinion on that. The important thing is that no one knows how much of what that person says is true or false. Actually, at that time, I was very curious why the divine families, outer branches would support the Grand Han. There are some suspicious points that I still haven't understood. However, in my opinion, the outer branches would only do such a thing with the approval of the true divine families. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do so. After all, their relationship with the Grand Han doesn't bring them any benefits to speak of. This matter was truly suspicious. Long Chen had no idea about the motivations of the outer branches of the divine families. Jianying nodded. The divine families have always been a legendary existence. It is said that they even had a close connection with the sovereigns, but once the sovereign rises, they no longer interfere. When the sovereigns aren't present, they will appear to save the continent. However, for some reason, there are very few records of the divine families. There are only some folklore and legends, but in any case, their emergence is a good thing for the continent. All the sects can set their minds at ease. It's the opposite for me, said Long Chen. Jianying looked at Long Chen and sighed. You're just like that old ghost, like a stone covered in crap, both smelly and hard. I don't know what possessed me to fall for him. This old heart of mine has already broken worrying about him, so I don't have the energy to worry about you. When Lingshan reaches the Nether Passage realm, I will pass the Martial Heaven Alliance over to her, and then I can also start drinking and laughing. To tell the truth, the position of head of the Alliance is so tiring. A weariness that Jianying had never allowed herself to show in public finally appeared in her eyes. Leading the continent's righteous path was a heavy burden, especially in the recent turbulent times. The pressure was sometimes so great that it felt like she couldn't breathe. Sometimes, she had to make decisions she didn't want to make, decisions where she didn't know if what she was doing was right or wrong. She could only rely on her experience. She had already lost the heart of a true martial artist, and her cultivation base had stagnated. It could be said that she had given her entire life to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although Long Chen didn't quite approve of Jianying's conservative method of handling things, he admitted that she was a strong woman worthy of respect. To be able to maintain a selfless heart in this selfish cultivation world was very precious. You and the old man can take a break. Sometimes you need to relax and leave things to the junior generation. Perhaps that might bring some blessings, said Long Chen. The old man and Jianying were both stubborn. They were the pillars of the organizations they controlled. Due to that, they were unable to maintain their relationship. That was truly pitiful. Jianying smiled. That old fellow finally grew a heart and promised me to revisit our old haunts from back in the day. He actually had a good idea. The old man's not bad in this aspect. I can learn some things, praised Long Chen. He also wanted to bring Chu Yao and the others to the eastern wasteland to look back on the path they had taken and dredge up those memories. That would definitely be romantic. Who would have thought that the old man actually knew something about romance? Jianying seemed to be lost in those past affairs and smiled. It was only after a while that she recovered. Let's get back to the topic. Although Pill Valley and the others targeted you, there were others who supported you like the Nangong family and the Beitang family. But the unexpected thing is that even the Ximen family supported you. Chapter 22-29 The Divine Families Come Calling. The Ximen family also supported me. Did they fall on their heads recently? Asked Long Chen. Ximen Tianxing had previously even fought Long Chen. They were clearly enemies. Why would the Ximen family support him? I'm also curious about this, but the Ximen family truly did express their support of you, saying that it was extremely unfair to have the Dragon Blood Legion block the blood race alone. Furthermore, there was no proof to say that the Chi Flow eruption was related to you. Subjective views were unjust. So with the three everlasting families supporting you, adding on the Martial Heaven Alliance, the divine families didn't state anything immediately. They simply said that they would have to take their time with this decision. The divine families also added that the current Martial Heaven continent cannot continue to have its people fighting each other. They ask all powers on the continent to work together against the outsiders. That's why I don't think anyone will try to target you during this time. You should reserve your temper to avoid a clash with the divine families, said Jianying. For the divine families to not target Long Chen due to his conflict with the outer branches indicated that they had absolved him of that matter. Most likely, that was in deference to his talent. That was a good thing. She truly did wish for Long Chen to calm down and stop messing around. Long Chen nodded. I definitely won't do anything to the divine families. You can relax. I never take the initiative to provoke others. From the eastern wastelands to the central plains, he hadn't bullied anyone. Even when encountering enticing treasures, he had never killed their owners for them. All his enemies had found him first. If he hadn't fought back, he'd have been killed. It was strange now that he thought about it. Wherever he went, he encountered some blind people who wanted to provoke him. His current situation was something others had forced him into. In front of the yin-yang world, he had killed countless powerful experts, even killing 2 heirs of emperors, but apparently that still wasn't enough to intimidate his enemies. They continued to target him. This was basically a puzzle with no solution. Suddenly, one of Jianying's rings began to flash. Startled, Jianying checked it. This ring could be used for urgent messages, but it would only be for major matters. When she checked the news, she was shocked. What, did something happen with the blood race? Asked Long Chen. No, the Dongfeng family was suddenly attacked by the sea demon race. They tore down the Dongfeng mansion, picked up Dongfeng Yuyang and slapped him in the face hundreds of times. When his face was unrecognizable and he was coughing up blood, they finally left. It seems that Dongfeng Yuyang was on the verge of being bedeviled, said Jianying. This news came out of nowhere. She didn't quite know what to think about it or if she even believed it. Long Chen smiled. As expected, the 9 times 9 equals 83 had completely confused the sea demons. After just a few slaps, they had lost count. The news says that the sea demon race sent out 2 peak 12th rank sea demons as well as hundreds of thousands of others that surrounded the Dongfeng family. Even the family head was blocked by them. He could only watch as Dongfeng Yuyang was slapped. Furthermore, the one slapping him was the young man from the 6-horned sea serpent race that fought you in front of the yin-yang world. Just what is going on? Why would they start a feud with the Dongfeng family? Jianying was completely confused. She felt like her head wasn't working. Why would 2 completely unrelated powers suddenly start fighting? The sea demon race had provoked Long Chen in such a terrible way, and then immediately went to the unrelated Dongfeng family. Who knows, perhaps they found Dongfeng Yuyang ugly. For the first time, I feel like that little sea serpent isn't that bad, chortled Long Chen. The sea demon race had finally made their move. If they had continued waiting, Long Chen would have had to pay them a visit. But their move was even better than he had predicted. It seemed that the sea demon race themselves hated the Dongfeng family for tricking them. The curious thing is that they didn't kill anyone. They just destroyed their manor and slapped Dongfeng Yuyang. Jianying continued to reread the news, growing more and more confused as to how this had happened. Suddenly she saw Long Chen's wily smile. She demanded, "Little fellow, you wouldn't know anything about this, right?" Long Chen hastily waved his hand. "How could I know anything? I'm just happy that the Dongfeng family has been put in their place, ha ha ha." Thinking of how Dongfeng Yuyang's sanctimonious face had been slapped into a pig's head, Long Chen couldn't hold back a laugh. Although he hadn't seen it, his imagination was quite satisfying. Seeing that expression of delight at his enemy's misfortune, Jianying was speechless. This fellow really didn't know how to hide his feelings. Jianying asked about the Dragon Blood Legion situation, and upon learning that they were all in seclusion and training, she was put at ease. She told Long Chen to focus on advancing as soon as possible, and then left. After Jianying left, Long Chen sent a photographic Jade to the Huyun sect. Following that, the entire continent began to buzz. Major affairs had been happening repeatedly during this short time. From the battle in front of the yin-yang world, Long Chen killing people from the outer branches of the divine families in the Grand Zia, the gathering held by divine families, those were all topics of discussion in the cultivation world. However, just after the gathering, before the contents of the gathering even spread, one of the four everlasting families, the Dongfeng family, was attacked by the sea demon race. If the photographic jades didn't spread, people wouldn't even believe this news. A huge army of sea demons had poured into the Dongfeng family, tearing down buildings, and then Dongfeng Yuyang had been caught and slapped hundreds of times until his face swelled up into a pig's head. This photographic jade didn't come from within the Dongfeng family, but from someone outside. After all, when the sea demons had come onto the continent in such numbers, they had drawn attention, and quite a few people had secretly followed them to see what they were doing. As a result, those people had recorded a shocking scene in photographic jades. Just as people were stunned by this, another photographic jade spread. When that recording spread, people's jaws hit the floor. There were several scenes within that photographic jade. One of them was the scene of Long Chen killing his way into the Eastern Sea. And then there was him demanding an answer from the Sea King as to who had initiated the beast tide. The final scene was the most shocking one. In front of multiple Sea Kings, Long Chen had slapped a Sea King repeatedly, while that Sea King had simply received it without daring to move. That final scene made people feel like they were going crazy. He had slapped a Sea King's face. A Sea King was in existence on the same level as Taoist Heavenly Feather. Just what was Long Chen doing? After seeing everything within that photographic jade, people had a general understanding of what was going on. The sea demons had initiated a beast tide, and Long Chen had gone to demand an explanation from the sea demon race. The sea demons said that it was the Dongfeng family who had instigated this, and so Long Chen had slapped them. Now the entire continent knew why the sea demon race would attack the Dongfeng family and slap Dongfeng Yuyang. The beast tide had actually been instigated by the Dongfeng family to target Long Chen. Quite an uproar occurred upon that realization. When the beast tide had been initiated, there had been denouncements from throughout the continent against Long Chen. All the damage caused by the beast tide had been counted against Long Chen. But now they realized that it was the Dongfeng family who had caused that beast tide and set up Long Chen to take the blame, making it so that he couldn't cultivate peacefully. Upon learning this truth, the people's condemnations turned against the Dongfeng family. Their noble mask had been ripped off to reveal them as hypocrites. Dongfeng Yuyang was especially hated, as he had always acted particularly righteous. The business of high-level treasures that the Dongfeng family had bitterly set up was essentially torn down. They received curses from every direction. The one thing that people didn't understand was just where did Long Chen get the confidence to slap a Sea King's face? How had he managed to make them not dare to move even as he slapped them? Of course, this question couldn't be asked of the sea demon race. That would be suicide. Long Chen's photographic jade once more shook the continent, and Jianying laughed. This little brat had even hidden this from her. The old man almost passed out from laughter. He then drank dozens of jugs of fine wine to celebrate. The various large powers of the continent also received copies of the photographic jades, but their reactions weren't the same. The Beidheng, Nangong, and Ximen families all politely sent condolences, declaring their strong denouncement toward the sea demon race for their barbaric actions. And then there was nothing else. Pill Valley and the others were simply lost. They didn't understand how Long Chen had made it so that the Sea Kings didn't dare to fight back when he slapped them. That scene was too shocking. People kept a close eye on the Dongfeng family to see if they would take revenge against the sea demon race, but the Dongfeng family was silent. Dongfeng Yuyang didn't appear again. It was unknown if he had entered seclusion or was busy meditating to adjust his mental state. After all, he had been beaten up in the middle of consolidating his realm and preparing to break through. At the time, there had been signs of him becoming bedeviled. Most likely his Tao heart had received a serious blow. Many people felt that Dongfeng Yuyang would slow down his advancement to Nether Passage, because this setback could easily form a heart devil. The Dongfeng family didn't say a word, but the divine families did send a warning to the sea demon race, telling them not to cause trouble. After that, the sea demon race fell silent. These tumultuous times finally calmed down. On this day, people came to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. They came from the divine families. Chapter 22, 30 Starfield Divine World. An old man leading a large group of followers wearing robes of the outer branches of the divine families had come. Only the elder had the word divine embroidered on the front of his robes with golden thread, indicating he was a true member of the divine families. Although the old man's hair was white, his face was dignified, and he had a lofty stature. His eyes were still bright and contained an obscure revolution of life and death within them. This little one greets the senior from the divine families. When the entire cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was still shocked at the arrival of people from the divine families, Long Chen stepped forward. The elder looked at Long Chen and nodded. Not bad. A wildly arrogant person must have the qualifications to be wildly arrogant. Excellent. It seemed that the elder's impression of Long Chen wasn't bad. Long Chen couldn't figure out what exactly this elder's origin was. Please, come in. The elder nodded and followed Long Chen inside. The others of the outer branches followed without a word. These outer branch experts were also in the Nether Passage realm, and their auras were strong. They were most likely true experts tempered on the battlefield. Kuei Yuzhu had been intent on accompanying them, but seeing that the elder didn't look at her at all, she decided to take her leave. Long Chen brought the elder into the guest hall. The two sat in the main chairs, but the rest of the outer branches stayed standing. I know that senior must be busy, so I won't waste any time on tea. May I know what guidance you have? Asked Long Chen directly. The elder smiled, seeming a bit surprised by Long Chen's direct style of conversation. It was truly rare for someone to be able to speak frankly with a figure on his level. He was one of the 4 members of the divine families who had attended the martial heaven gathering hosted by the divine families, a peak nether passage expert. It can't count as guidance. After all, you are someone who dares to slap a sea king in the face. I don't have those guts, laughed the elder. Long Chen was startled. It seemed that this elder wasn't hostile to him. In truth, Long Chen was a bit nervous inside. His wings hadn't grown to the point of being able to fight against the divine families, but the pill sovereigns would not allow him to retreat. If this elder had come in a demanding and overbearing manner, he really didn't know if he would have been able to control his temper. They were just tricked by me. Such a little trick isn't worthy of entering senior's eyes, said Long Chen. He knew that his photographic Jade had shocked countless people, but the trick inside it would sooner or later be figured out. Not bad to be both brazen yet cautious. The martial heaven continent lacks people like you. Little fellow, I have high hopes for you, praised the elder. Many thanks for senior's praise. Long Chen cupped his fists. All right, let's talk then. I came to discuss a certain matter with you. The current continent is split into 2 factions, one which strongly supports you and one which views you as its mortal enemy. Both sides are almost like water and fire, and the divine families do not wish to interfere in such a thing. However, since the Dark Era has come and a sovereign has not shown himself, the divine families have no choice but to take up the responsibility of leading the continent's experts against the invading races. Without resolving this conflict, there's no way for both factions to work together against the invaders. The elders of the divine families have discussed it and have come to one way to reconcile things. They wish to have you lead the Dragonblood Legion in holding the gates to the yin-yang world for 3 days. Why would I do that? Asked Long Chen. The members of the outer branches glared at him. In their eyes, this was completely disgraceful. You brazen. I've always been brazen, replied Long Chen coldly. This request was not something he liked the sound of. Long Chen could tell that this was partly due to Pill Valley's influence. Why should he be the only one defending? You. Shut up. The elder stopped that person. You are correct. The invasion of the blood race from the yin-yang world is the problem of the entire continent. Why should you be the only one to block them? Exactly, Long Chen nodded. In truth, this matter doesn't relate to Pill Valley's faction. They only proposed something that made us think. In truth, we also wish for your Dragonblood Legion to defend the yin-yang world alone. Of course, we will not let you do it for free. What will you give me? There are 3 things. First, the blood race's experts can be refined into immemorial essence blood. Every 10,000 pure-blooded blood race experts at the Life Star realm can be refined into 1 drop of immemorial essence blood. That 1 drop is extremely precious. An Empyrean who has reached the Life Star realm can consume 1 drop of the immemorial essence blood to have a chance of stimulating their spirit blood and connecting to their manifestation. Although it won't allow their manifestation to grow to the level of a heaven's soul manifestation, their combat power will definitely greatly improve. Normally, the bodies of the blood race are shared by the fighters as a reward, but if the Dragonblood Legion fights on its own, you will be getting all those corpses. No one will have the right to fight over them with you, said the elder. Long Chen hadn't known that the blood race's blood was so special. To be able to refine immemorial essence blood from it was quite shocking. Continue. However, just this one thing wasn't enough to move Long Chen. Although that was enticing compared to the danger, it didn't seem to be proportional. Second, while consolidating realms, a true life and death battle is a must for real geniuses. It just so happens that the 2 months until the yin-yang world seal breaks are perfect for all the geniuses to consolidate their realms. They can comprehend the essence of life and death. This can be considered a free trial, and I'm sure that after such a battle, a portion of your people would be able to comprehend the mysteries of life and death, said the elder. Long Chen's lips curled. That logic seems a bit forced. Other people's life and death trials are without danger, but fighting the blood race will be a true life and death battle. Some will definitely comprehend life and death, because those that don't will be dead. The blood race had definitely been preparing this entire time and had gathered a grand army. Long Chen had seen them through the sovereign seal. After so much time, who knew what the blood race had prepared? This second benefit was completely nonsense. Long Chen, pay attention to your tone. This is one of the divine family's great heaven elders. You should show some respect, said one of the people of the outer branches. The divine family's elders were ranked according to 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and man, with heaven elders being the highest level. Even these people from the outer branches wouldn't dare to mess around in front of this elder, but Long Chen's words didn't have the slightest respect in them. The outer branches of the divine families had been walking throughout the continent for a while now, and everyone treated them respectfully, while the members of the outer branches had to treat the true members of the divine families with even more respect. But Long Chen didn't seem to care about this heaven elder in front of him. The elder frowned slightly and looked at that person. Can you shut your mouth? That member of the outer branch turned pale. All of them shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. The elder turned back to Long Chen. I haven't introduced myself. I'm one of the divine family's heaven elders. I have the same surname as you, Long. You can call me Elder Long. Let's continue discussing the previous problem. The second reason truly is a bit forced, but it can still count as a benefit. Let's talk about the third one now. We only ask you to hold on for 3 days, and after 3 days the divine families will replace you. Those are the bloodiest days, and if you can accomplish this mission, the divine families will open the Starfield divine world for you. It can be considered a mental world, a sacred cultivation land for nether passage experts. The Starfield divine world has never been open to the outside world, but to face the dark era this time, we must join forces. It will be open only to heavens, soul manifestation experts, and each power on the continent will only have a few spots to enter. If you succeed in your mission this time, then we will give every surviving member of the Dragonblood Legion a spot to enter, said Elder Long. What is the Starfield divine world? It is an ancient divine world covering a star. There, your soul will form an illusory you, but it will be just like the real you. Within the Starfield divine world, you can freely comprehend life and death. You can challenge trials, you can kill, and you can die. But those who die will have their souls return to their physical bodies. Inside that place, you can die 10 times. To experience the chance between life and death, such an opportunity doesn't exist on the continent. It will allow your people to rapidly advance, said Elder Long. It could actually allow someone to experience death. That was a good thing that moved Long Chen. However, he still acted indifferent. This bait was quite enticing. Fourth, Long Chen was startled. There was more. Elder Long looked at Long Chen profoundly. If you can accomplish this mission, the divine families will consider letting you lead the battle against the Dark Era. Chapter 22, 31 Once More Gathering. When Elder Long said this, even those members of the outer branches were shocked. Let me lead the battle against the Dark Era, Long Chen shook his head. That's impossible. Pill Valley, the Xuanhuan beasts, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, they will immediately revolt. What kind of joke was that? If Long Chen were to be the leader, Pill Valley would immediately go crazy. Elder Long smiled. You're overthinking it. This upcoming Dark Era will be split across multiple battlefields. You would only be in charge of one of them. Of course, if you have outstanding talent in that regard and are able to remain impartial, being the head commander isn't out of the question either. However, that would depend on your own abilities. Furthermore, you still haven't agreed to these arrangements, so don't think too much for now. Long Chen knew that the divine families had to be a group of old scheming fellows. They were doing this in order to buy him, while also appeasing Pill Valley and the others. As for the position of head commander, it meant nothing. It was far from a possibility. Long Chen didn't even consider it. On the other hand, the immemorial essence blood and the star field divine world were very moving. Both of them were important to the Dragon Blood Legion. "If I agree, will there be people targeting us from behind?" asked Long Chen. Right now, everyone was doing their best to advance as fast as possible. If the Pill Fairy, Kun Pengzi, and Tian Zizi were to break through to Nether Passage during this time, then if the Dragon Blood Legion was suddenly attacked, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Elder Long said, "Actually, this decision was made in consideration of the entire continent. As everyone attempts to break through, they are actually reducing their chances of breaking through. How can comprehending life and death be rushed? With such haste, you will only have incorrect insights and fall further from the right path. Even if they do comprehend life and death, they will need to steady their mental realms and have a heart like water before attempting to break through. So for so many geniuses to be trying to break through as fast as possible is actually contrary to cultivation. Everyone thinks their lives are in danger, so they want to break through quickly. This is not good for the martial heaven continent. Who knows how many geniuses will end up being stuck at this bottleneck because of their urgency. That's why I have come here in hopes that everyone can stop their hostility. If you accept this proposal, I will immediately issue the heavenly divine writ saying that if anyone attacks the Dragon Blood Legion, they will be annihilated by the full forces of the divine families. Of course, during that period, the Dragon Blood Legion is also not allowed to attack anyone. You would only be able to initiate an attack if you had a reason that goes through the divine families. This is a guarantee of protection for the entire continent, and this way people will be able to relax. Rather than trying to barge through this bottleneck, they can advance steadily. Hearing this, Long Chen was much more at ease. With the divine families as a guarantor, everyone could have a ceasefire. That was a good thing. Although Liu Ruyan controlled the life and death essence of the yin-yang immortal grass, allowing 12,000 Dragon Blood warriors to fully comprehend life and death was something that would take a long time. Requiring everyone to advance together put them at a disadvantage in speed. If the divine families could slow things down, that was good for Long Chen. The Dragon Blood Legion needed time. After thinking about it, Long Chen said, "To tell the truth, this proposal is very moving, but there is just one problem. If the other side has an expert on the level of a fourth-step Nether Passage expert such as yourself, we will definitely not be able to hold them." Elder Long smiled. "There is no need to worry. If any fourth-step Nether Passage experts mobilize, the divine families will naturally stop them. But you worry too much. Even if the sovereign seal breaks, it will leave behind a remnant sovereign pressure. That sovereign pressure will cling to the blood race's experts, preventing the strongest members of the blood race from passing through. You will most likely be fighting those at the life star realm. At most, Nether Passage experts would only occupy 30% of them, and they would definitely be at the third step or below. When it comes to the blood race, their cultivation base doesn't matter that much. They have geniuses with pure bloodlines. The purer their bloodlines, the stronger they are. They will also come in great numbers. It will be a tough battle." Long Chen cupped his fists. "Many thanks for your warning." Long Chen felt that this Elder Long wasn't bad. Although he seemed stiff and aloof, that was understandable considering his position. Elder Long suddenly sent a spiritual transmission. "In truth, the request to have the Dragon Blood Legion fight alone is mostly a show. We haven't restricted your numbers, understand?" Long Chen smiled. It seemed that Elder Long was indicating that he could cheat. If the pressure grew too great, then he could just use some little tricks. For example, recruiting some powerful experts to the Legion. He could pull in any of his friends. What could anyone say? He hadn't broken any rules. He was still defending with just the Dragon Blood Legion's people. "Many thanks." This time Long Chen was sincerely grateful. This was basically an unlosable battle to him. The elder smiled faintly and said, "So have you agreed?" "Yes, for such a good thing I will have to agree. I'm grateful that you've taken such a long journey to come here. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you." Long Chen cupped his fists in thanks. This reminder from Elder Long basically made Long Chen owe him a favor. However, he had said it spiritually so that the members of the outer branches wouldn't hear it. Long Chen merely vaguely indicated that he would remember this favor. "Since that's the case, I will immediately issue the heavenly divine writ. You should prepare yourself. I wish you victory in the upcoming battle." Elder Long stood. "I'll do my best." Long Chen also stood. He personally sent Elder Long and his people out of the cloud chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. As expected, the divine families were very efficient. The very next day, the major powers received the heavenly divine writ. The divine families announced that to placate everyone's rage, Long Chen had promised to defend the gate to the yin-yang world for 3 days on his own when the sovereign's seal broke. Also, for the next half a year, no one was permitted to attack Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion, or they would be going against the heavenly divine writ and publicly offending the divine families. During this time, everyone was to enter a ceasefire. If there were any conflicts, they could be mediated by the divine families. If mediation was ineffective, then a battle would require the consent of the divine families. When the heavenly divine writ came out, the continent, which had been in a deathly silence, became lively once more. The various geniuses came out of their seclusion. It was like they had been suffocating underground and finally had a chance to breathe. The cities once more became noisy. Of course, this writ didn't stop conflict, but no one dared to indiscriminately kill people. Even the Bloodkill Hall's assassins could walk out in broad daylight. Even the righteous path and the corrupt path's experts might be sharing a table before pointing and cursing at the other. The heavenly divine writ released the heavy tension. Everyone had been afraid. Long Chen was afraid that others would advance to Nether Passage first and attack the Dragonblood Legion, while the others were afraid Long Chen would advance first and destroy them. Long Chen directly gave the Dragonblood Legion a vacation, telling them to go out and have fun. When Jianing heard that Long Chen was to defend against the blood race on his own, she immediately went over to demand details. Only when she learned that Elder Long had discussed this with him did she relax. When she heard that this elder of the divine families had had a good opinion of Long Chen and given him a hidden reminder, she was completely put at ease. The worst-case scenario for her was for Long Chen to start fighting the divine families. In truth, it wasn't just the Dragonblood Legion who were given a vacation. Practically all the continent's young disciples were sent out. They were like freed prisoners. The continent gradually entered its liveliest state. People had been stunned by the divine families when they sent out 4 peak Nether Passage experts to the martial heaven gathering. No one dared to go against the heavenly divine writ. With their rules, they were very safe. The topic that everyone was discussing now was the matter of Long Chen defending the gate to the yin-yang world alone. People guessed that Long Chen had finally caved into pressure and lowered his head to the divine families in Pill Valley. After all, whoever fought the blood race would be facing a bloody battle. The first clash would probably be unprecedented throughout history. Let alone 3 days, even 1 day would probably be too difficult to hold on. Quite a few people began to cry out at the injustice of it, but there was nothing to be done. This matter was set in stone. Nanggong Zuyu and Beideng Rushuang came to Long Chen. At that time, only Long Chen, Gu Ran and Zia Chen remained, with everyone else roaming around. They were refining pills, forging armor, and making formation discs respectively. Have you gone crazy? How could you agree to that? Is this any different from suicide? We all stood beside you, so even if you said no, the divine families wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Beideng Rushuang immediately began to shout, her chest bouncing and making Long Chen dizzy. Seeing that Long Chen was actually in the mood to look at her, Beideng Rushuang looked like she was about to beat him up. Long Chen, you've really been impetuous this time. The Dark Era is called the Dark Era because endless armies will invade, not letting us see the slightest light, the slightest hope. Nanggong Zuyu sighed. Although they knew that Long Chen was powerful, the Dragonblood Legion would definitely take heavy losses in this battle. They didn't wish to see such a thing. They came over to see if there was any way they could help. Long Chen was grateful. He did have a few friends on this continent who would stand beside him at a critical moment. He told them about Elder Long's words and even subtly indicated that he might accept them into the Dragonblood Legion, making their eyes bright. All right, I'll lead my people to join at that time, but remember, the rewards better not be lacking my portion. Beideng Rushuang's tone immediately changed. She was also set on that immemorial essence blood. Haha, even if you didn't come, I'd have to come and beg for Fairy Rushuang's help, joked Long Chen. If he really couldn't hold on any longer, then the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Nanggong family, and the Beideng family would be the second line. Long Chen was confident in being able to carry out this mission. Beideng Rushuang and Nanggong Zuyu left. Long Chen continued working. Time passed quickly, and half a month later, the Dragonblood Legion gathered once more.